Monica. 2 locations will be 11-day vote centers. That's 10 days before the election plus election day. And 8 locations will be 5-day centers. The 10-day locations are Santa Monica College's Corsair Gym and a local business called the National Typewriter Company. And these 2 locations will open on Saturday, October 24th. The 5-day locations are former Fire Station 1, Barker Hangar, Santa Monica High, Franklin, Grant, John Muir, and Roosevelt Elementary, and Will Rogers Learning Community. And these locations will open on Friday, October 30th. Hours are 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Election Day. The 3rd Street Promenade and Virginia Avenue Park will host a 1-day mobile and flex vote center, respectively. The Promenade's mobile center will be on Saturday, October 24th, and Virginia Avenue Park's flex center will be the following Saturday on October 31st. A location for the Promenade and times for both centers are still being determined, but they will be available on the county's website. The difference between these a flex and a mobile vote center and the 10 and 5-day centers are that these mobile and flex centers are smaller, anywhere between 2 to 4 ballot marking devices, and these are designed to bring vote centers directly to voters with distinct needs. One more voting location that I want to mention is the LA County Clerk's headquarters in Norwalk. The office will reopen their doors for in-person voting starting on October 5th for all, before all of the other vote centers open. So you can vote there in person. Again, voting by mail is the safe and preferred option because it minimizes contact with others and frees up vote centers to those who need to vote in person. But if a voter does go to a vote center, they should expect to follow the same public health and safety guidelines implemented by the city and county. Voters will be asked to wear face coverings and maintain 6 feet of distance from others. Election workers will also wear masks and gloves, offer hand sanitizers and gloves to voters, and sanitize equipment after each use. The facilities that are being used are also large enough to allow ballot marking devices to be spaced 6 feet apart, so this will help with physical distancing. And more information on the county's safe election plan is available on their website. We're also encouraging voters to reduce their time at vote centers by voting early and at off-peak times, by pre-selecting their choices, and by expediting the check-in process by making sure their registration is in order and using the new quick check-in barcode. Voters' check-in codes will be printed on sample ballots and vote center postcards and can be looked up at lavote.net on your mobile devices so that it can be scanned by election workers. And a sample of this code is on the right. And before I leave the slide, I wanted to mention that the county still needs election workers. So if anyone is able to help, more information is available on their website. And as the mayor mentioned, we are 5 weeks away from the election, and important dates to know are that sample ballots are being mailed now, so check your mailbox for them. Official ballots will be mailed separately, no later than October 5th. This is also the same day that vote by mail boxes will be unlocked for mail-in voting and when in-person voting is available at the county. October 19th is the voter registration deadline, and voters are being asked to register by this date in order to receive a vote by mail ballot in the mail. October 24th is when 11-day vote centers open. And if the voter misses the voter registration deadline, this is where they can register and vote the same day. And again, vote centers are also available to accept vote by mail ballots. October 27th is the last day to request a vote by mail replacement. October 30th, 5-day vote centers open and become available to more voters. And November 3rd is election day. Polls open at 7. Polls and vote by mail boxes close at 8. And this is also the last day to have your vote by mail ballots postmarked and returned by mail. If voters have any additional questions, our office is available to answer questions on local elections. The Secretary of State's website can be contacted for the Where's My Ballot tracking system and state propositions. And the county can be contacted for vote by mail ballots, to apply to be an election worker, vote centers, and county candidates and measures. And I know that I cover a lot of information, but I wanted to end with the county's website. So this is their website, lavote.net. And if you go to make a plan to vote, it goes to plan.lavote.net. And this is a tool that will help voters make a safe plan to vote. So this information is available on their line and on their website, and I will be posting the PowerPoint on smvote.org. This concludes my presentation. Are there any questions?
Well, first, let me say thank you for that comprehensive presentation. And I'm trying to get back to being able to see my colleagues to see if any of them have any questions. While I'm waiting for the screen to clear, we know human nature. People will see this information now, but the questions will come when they have the ballot in their hand and want to know what to do with it. So will all those slides be available on our city website for people who are looking for that information?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I still can't get the screen cleared. Whoever is sharing, is that it there?
I will stop sharing.
Oh, okay. Now I can see if there are any questions from the council members. And I think we're all going to have questions later in the process, probably, because that's just the way. This is unfamiliar to all of us. You know, we've never had an election like this one before. So if you're watching right now and you're thinking, oh, I got it all, and then you forgot part of it, it will be on the city website. You can get your questions answered. We will be making every possible effort to make sure that everybody knows exactly what they have to do to have their vote count in this upcoming election. With that, we will move from the report on to our consent calendar for tonight.
The consent calendar, all items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion, and you have 2 callers for consent.
Well, let's then open the public hearing on the consent calendar and go to our callers on the phone.
Okay, let's see. They're transferring them in right now.
And Steph, I was just seeing somebody in the council windows who wasn't a council member, so I don't know what that was about.
Oh, their video was unmuted. I'll keep an eye out for that.
So I was told we have 2 callers for the public hearing. Can we bring them in?
Transferring Denise Barton.
Denise Barton, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening. Oh, look, more dereliction of duty by the Santa Monica City Council. But what am I saying? You alter and change the rules and laws so you can get away with financially enriching yourselves by doing it. Let's look at some examples besides you keeping a racist voting system in place to make sure the incumbents normally get reelected. Take Santa Monica Forward, who I recently received a flyer from, endorsing all of the incumbents. But isn't Terry O'Day one of the founders of that nonprofit organization?
I'm sorry.
If so, then how could they not endorse him and the other co-hosts? And on the subject of Terry O'Day, isn't he now not recusing himself from the items including electric charging stations?
I'm sorry, this is not.
Stating he no longer works for the company. Well, Mr. O'Day, do not hold stock in the company you used to work for, giving you a vested interest in.
Can you hear me?
There, we've muted that call.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, let me explain what's going on here. At city council meetings, we have agenda items. The public is welcome to speak on the agenda item. That caller was speaking about matters that are not on the agenda, let alone on the agenda item she called in to talk to. We do have at the end of a regular meeting an open comment period where people can talk about anything they want to. But if you think about it, if we let people talk about anything they wanted to anytime at every meeting, how much of the city's business would get done in speak on an item, please make sure that your comments have something to do with the item you're calling in to speak on. Thank you. Sorry to have to jump in like that, but that was just a really egregious example of public comment that had nothing to do with the item on the agenda. I believe we have at least one more call on this public hearing.
We don't. They were calling about the item 7A, so we're all clear on this item.
All right, so we will close the public hearing on the consent calendar, and the calendar is before the council. Anybody want to remove any item? Anybody want to move the consent calendar?
I'll move the consent calendar.
I'm unable to hear any motions. I'm sorry.
I think moved by O'Day and second by Hara.
Okay, so now I hear a motion by Mayor Pro Tem O'Day has been seconded by Councilmember Hara. I assume that is for the parity of the consent calendar.
Correct.
And seeing no further discussion, we'll do a roll call.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Yes.
Councilmember Hara.
Yes.
Councilmember Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Hilmerich.
Yes.
Councilmember McCowan.
Yes.
And Mayor McKeown.
Yes, so the consent calendar is passed by unanimous vote of the City Council, 7-0. Now, that brings us up to our next item, 7A, but because of the way 7A was noticed, that item can't be heard until 6:30 at the earliest. So, Council, I'm going to suggest that we rearrange our agenda a little bit and hear items 13A and 13B, which are simple and don't have any public comment on them now, so that we can use the time productively and start the item 7A at about 6:30. So that will take a motion, which I will make, and a second from somebody.
Second.
Okay, so motion by McKeown, seconded by Councilmember Winter. Because it's a teleconference, even the simplest procedural motion has to be a roll call vote.
Councilmember McCowan.
Yes.
Councilmember Hilmerich.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember Hara.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Yes.
And Mayor McKeown.
Yes, so by unanimous decision, we've reordered our agenda, and we'll hear the 13 items at this point, if the clerk will call them.
Item 13A is recommendation to accept D. Capelli's resignation from the Disabilities Commission and authorize the city clerk to publish the vacancy.
Winter moves to accept with regrets.
Second.
Moved by Winter, seconded by Davis. And roll call is the only thing. And
Mayor
the
Pro
dog is
Tem
not
O'Day.
Yes.
Councilmember Hara.
Yes.
Councilmember Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Hilmerich.
Yes.
Councilmember McCowan.
Yes.
And Mayor McKeown.
Yes, so that passes with 7 council members and 1 dog named Katie, I believe. We'll go to
Next
13B.
we have 13B, which is recommendation to accept Ellis Raskin's resignation from the Urban Forest Task Force and authorize the city clerk to publish the vacancy.
And this, of course, was because he was appointed to the Planning Commission. So,
Yes.
So
have
moved.
a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Himmelrich. I heard Anna.
I think it was moved by Hara and seconded, I thought, by Councilmember Winter.
Fine. Who cares?
Again, council members are having a bit of difficulty hearing some of you, not all of you, but some of you. So if you could move closer to your microphones, that would be useful. We have a motion by Hara, seconded by Winter, to accept the resignation with regret. That regret is tempered by the fact that Mr. Raskin is now in the Planning Commission. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember McCowan.
Yes.
Councilmember Hilmerich.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember Hara.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Yes.
And Mayor McKeown.
Yes, 13B is approved by unanimous vote of the council. Now, we still have a few minutes here. One thing I do want to drop in here is a reminder about the U.S. Census. There's been some confusion about when the census was going to end, and good reason. It was going to be the end of September, then the end of October. Now we hear it's going to be October 5th. Whatever the end date is, the important thing is that you count. And you count only if you fill out the form online or send in the form or are interviewed by a canvasser. They're going door to door at risk to their own health to make sure we get an accurate count here in Santa Monica. Then the last time I heard, we weren't doing as well as we should be. And this is important because federal funding and federal representation are based on the census that's taken every 10 years. So if you're watching here tonight and you can't remember whether you've done the census, please check. And if you know you haven't done it yet, please do it. Now, with that, I want to turn for some procedural information to our city clerk. We understand there'll be a great deal of interest in item 7A tonight, 3 minutes. And to handle that, we have set up additional phone lines and procedures. So could the city clerk explain that for us, please?
Yes, so we are going to delay opening the public comment queue for item 7A until the applicant begins their presentation. At that time, when you call in, if you get a busy signal or an error message, that means the speaker queue has reached its capacity. So please call back after some public commenters have made their comment. When you call back, you may be directed to a different extension, but your call will still be heard. So everyone that calls in, if you're calling in now, the queue is not open right now. So that's the most important thing. We're going to open it once the applicant begins their presentation. And continue to,
with the city clerk about that. You're saying when the applicant begins their presentation, but actually the main presentation is made by city staff. The applicant only does a 10-minute addendum at the end. So do people have to wait for 10 minutes at the end to call in, or can they call in during the staff presentation?
No, we won't open it until the process of the applicant. So we'll judge how it goes with the staff presentation. But I just want people to know that if they're calling in now, the lines are not open. The lines will open after we call the item, after the staff makes the presentation. And if you call back and the lines are busy, continue to call back, but wait until you start to hear speakers in the queue start to make their comments, then you'll be able to call in. The queue will open up then.
And to keep it simple and direct, okay, suppose I'm a member of the public who very much wishes to be heard on the item. I'm going to wait until I hear the applicant begin the presentation. I call in, I get a busy signal. The busy signal doesn't mean we don't want to hear from you. The busy signal means there's a lot of people who want to talk to us. So if you get a busy signal, once again, city clerk, what do you do?
If you get a busy signal, listen to the meeting. Once you start to hear people comment, once you start to hear members of the public talk, then try the number again. And let me give you the phone number. The phone number is 310-458-8423. That's the number that you call in for public comment.
And there are only so many slots available at that number. So the reason why the city clerk is saying, wait till you hear somebody testify. Every time somebody testifies, that frees up one of those slots. So there'll continue to be open slots as the evening goes on, but at any given moment, only so many people can be on hold. I think this limits your having to listen to the William Tell Overture to perhaps 37 iterations. We're not sure. I guess we'll find out afterwards. We've managed now to get ourselves to 6:30. We have a question, though, from Councilmember Winter, and then another question from Councilmember Hara.
How will we know how many people? How will we know how many speakers are in the queue under this system?
So I will, when we get to the public comment portion where the mayor says, "Clerk, how many callers do we have?" then I will announce how many callers we have. And at that time, then you guys can make whatever procedural decisions you decide to make at that time.
Okay. And Hara, you had a question?
Actually, I just wanted to see if the clerk could please repeat that number where people have to call in.
Sure. The phone number is 310-458-8423.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I think we're ready to call the item.
Okay. Item 7A is introduction and first reading of an ordinance adopting Development Agreement 11-Dev 003, vesting tentative tract map 20 ENT-0153, and amendment to the 1992 local coastal plan land use plan for redevelopment of the Miramar Hotel at 1133 Ocean Avenue.
One button I didn't push. Council, normally on quasi-judicial matters, we do ex parte communications. We explain who we may have spoken to. I have a note on my mayor's agenda that a little bit surprises me, that we're being asked to do ex parte communications on this item. Can I ask the interim city attorney, is that appropriate? I have no problem doing it. I just want to make sure what we're doing.
I don't believe that's necessary. This is not a quasi-adjudicatory matter.
The clerk has recommended it, and I have no problem revealing who I've spoken to.
Then if the clerk has recommended it and you have no problem, you can do it.
Council, is there anybody who objects to doing that? I see no objections. Pardon me?
Mr. Mayor, I believe Councilmember Davis had something.
Right. I apologize, but before we get into the substance of the matter, I need to read a statement into the record.
Why don't you go ahead and do that?
All right. I just wanted to make sure. And I apologize, it's a little lengthier than some other statements, but because there's been a lot of discussion in the press about things, I want to make sure people understand the sequence of events that will lead to my decision tonight. So my husband works for Dell EMC, which is a subsidiary of Dell Technologies. Dell Technologies is a publicly traded corporation. My husband never has met Michael Dell and is not an officer, director, or managing agent of Dell Technologies or any subsidiary. He has no relationship with any person or entity that has any interest in the Fairmont Miramar. His compensation will not be affected in any way by the council's decision on the Miramar. Nevertheless, on September 10th, after Planning Commission approved the Miramar project, and I knew it would be coming to council, I asked for an opinion of the interim city attorney as to whether I had a conflict of interest that would prohibit me from hearing or voting on the matter. Sometime later, I started to receive inquiries from members of the public as to whether I would recuse myself. I told them I already had asked for an opinion of the interim city attorney and that I would abide by his decision. I spoke with the city attorney about it on September 21st. In that conversation, he opined there was no conflict, but he advised me to contact the Fair Political Practices Commission. I called the FPPC that same day, but could not get through until Tuesday, September 22nd. The FPPC told me to send a request in writing, which I did. On September 23rd, I received what the FPPC characterized as conservative, informal advice that I should recuse myself. Although I have asked for a formal opinion, I still have not received it. Therefore, on the basis of the informal opinion, I will be recusing myself from the hearing tonight. My decision on any future items that might relate to this project is subject to my getting a formal opinion from the FPPC. So I will be recusing myself and will not participate in this matter in any way, and I will disconnect, which I suppose is the electronic equivalent of leaving the room.
You're muted. Mayor, you're muted.
Mayor, you're on mute.
I am not on mute.
There, now you are. There you go.
Now you are unmuted.
I didn't do anything. The mic's been on the whole time. I don't know what's going on. Okay. Thank you, Gleam. Well, too late to thank her. She's gone. So that leaves 6 of us to have this hearing tonight. At the recommendation of the clerk, without objection, we're going to do an announcement of ex parte communications on the matter. Councilmember Cowan, I saw your hand up first.
Can you just explain exactly how this would go? Only because I've not done this before.
Let me turn to the interim city attorney and get the official explanation of what an ex parte communication is.
I know what it is. I just like the process of.
Again, Mayor McCune, I don't believe this is necessary because it's simply a recommendation from the Planning Commission and you're acting on that, so you're not acting in an adjudicatory capacity. But if you choose to do it, you would simply announce any ex parte contacts you have had with the applicant relating to the Miramar development agreement.
And to be clear, that is with the applicant. It's anticipated that we've had contacts with members of the public about this project.
Yes, correct. It would be with the applicant.
I'll go ahead, just give an example. I make it a practice not to have private meetings with developers or applicants before a public hearing. I prefer that whatever the applicant or development has to say is said in public. That was a check that what I hear is the same as what other people hear. The only contact I've had with the applicant in this case has been a couple of phone calls from Ellis O'Connor, who used to be the on-site manager.
I've met with the applicant in person. I've met with the Wilmot neighborhood in person and toured the property. I have met with SMAME folks. I have met with the CCM on this project. I've met with tons of community members over the phone or in person on this issue. I pretty much met with and talked to everyone about this project.
Councilmember Himmelrich.
Well, I'm with Councilmember McCowan. I think I've met with everybody. I met with the applicant for about an hour last Thursday, but I've met with them over time on multiple occasions. I think that anybody who wanted to talk to me about this project, I picked up the phone when they called and spoke to them. So I too have spoken with the SMAME people, with other community groups, with the groups supporting the project. I've spoken with the union about the project, Unite Here. So I have pretty much covered the landscape of everybody who's interested in the results of tonight.
Councilmember Winter.
My notes show that I participated in a Zoom presentation on the project with the applicants and their attorney on September 18th at 4 p.m., starting at 4 p.m. I walked the site with Elizabeth Vandenberg from Wilmot and her friend Mary Marlowe at 9 a.m. My notes say 9:18. I think it was a subsequent day. I met with leadership of Santa Monicans Against the Miramar expansion on the 21st at 3 p.m. I had a follow-up phone call to the applicant and their attorney to ask some questions on Sunday, 9/27 around 5 p.m. and another follow-up call with the attorney Monday the 28th at 11:30 p.m. to ask some follow-up questions. And I did get a phone call, I don't recall exactly when, from representative of Unite Here Local 11. And like everybody else, I've gotten numerous other phone calls and a very impressive volume of email from people on both sides of the political issue, and been a very engaged debate about this project.
And Councilmember Hara.
Hi. So, I met with the developers on April the 12th, 2019 at 5:30. We had Dustin Peterson, Raphael Lely, the architect, and several community members there at 5:30. After the meeting with them, we walked the perimeters. Then I've actually attended over at the Miramar several events. Not to mention in my youth when I attended several dancing events. On Saturday, September the 19th at 3 p.m., I met with the chair and the co-chair from NOMA, as well as Santa Monica Against the Miramar. We met for about 2 hours, along with several members of the Pico neighborhood community. And after that, at 5:15 on the same date, we met with the developers, with Ellis, Paula, Dustin, and Raphael again, as well as about 6 residents of the Pico neighborhood to bridge some of the potential same concerns that NOMA might have. I've also read several of our emails that we've received. I've had several conversations with other community members, and I think that's about it. So thank you.
I think it's fair to observe that this council has made itself well steeped in all the different issues surrounding this proposal before us tonight. We didn't have to disclose all that, but it's probably good that we did so people understand that this council takes this matter very seriously. Now, I'm not sure that it's been called yet because I think we were interrupted by the recusal from Councilmember Davis. So has the clerk actually formally called the item?
Yes, I did.
In that case, we are ready for the staff presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the City Council. This evening, planning staff will be presenting to you a proposed development agreement for redevelopment of the historic Miramar Hotel. This hotel, as you all know well, has been part of our community for generations. And its future, whether you choose to approve the proposed redevelopment or not, will remain closely tied to our own. Council, before I turn to planning staff, I want to briefly address the process that brought us to this point. The applicant first submitted its proposed development agreement in April 2011, nearly a decade ago. Since then, public input has been provided in float-ups to the Planning Commission and Council, public scoping meetings, Landmark Commission and ARB meetings, and various additional community meetings. Critically, the project has been substantially redesigned at least 3 times based on community feedback through that public process. During that same time period, our community has also gone through an extensive downtown community plan process. And through that process, we have broadly and together envisioned the future of our downtown. The project before you tonight has been designed to be compliant with that downtown community plan as well. Finally, for an extended period, staff has been working to negotiate a community benefits package commensurate with the project's impacts. Together, the project and proposed community benefits were initially presented to the Planning Commission at a public hearing held on September 2nd and September 9th. All recommendations from the Planning Commission have been incorporated unless it was expressly noted otherwise in the staff report. Council, as your interim city manager, I am committed to helping this community, my community, move through the impacts of COVID-19. That means addressing our community's needs right now, but it also means taking the steps necessary to build our future, a future that speaks to who we are as Santa Monica for generations to come. Whether this project is the right project for our community is up to you, but if it is, there are advantages to moving forward now. It allows construction when tourism is at its lowest. It facilitates reopening by 2026 when recovery is expected. And it supports our struggling local businesses by speaking right now to the very bright future we have ahead. Council, COVID-19 has helped us to see more clearly than ever how closely connected the different aspects of our community are. We cannot escape the fact that our thriving commercial districts help support our high caliber public services and world-class parks, programming, and libraries. But these thriving commercial projects and areas must always remain our own. In that vein, this project renovates an existing hotel that is already part of our community. It has been designed with extensive community input over a lengthy period. It showcases and provides public space and public access to a landmark tree planted in the 1880s that speaks to our history and our values of preservation and sustainability. It improves circulation and reduces congestion by premium parking on site. It supports and creates union jobs. It converts privately owned land previously used for parking into new affordable housing. And it will provide meaningfully substantial economic contributions in the form of community benefits and tax revenue to support our beloved schools, parks, and community services over time. Council, it is up to you whether this project is the right project for our community. But those are factors that have led to why this project is before you tonight. With that, I want to turn to the planning staff and express my thanks to them and to other staff across the city who have spent countless hours vetting, reviewing, and facilitating public process to bring this proposed project before you tonight. And I will now turn to our planning staff.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Roxanne Tanamori. I'm going to share my screen. Good evening, Commissioners. Roxanne Tanamori, Principal Planner with City Planning. Thank you for that introduction, Lane. She covered a lot of the points that I think help frame this discussion. The item before you tonight is a proposed project and development agreement that is in conjunction with the proposed redevelopment of the Miramar Hotel in Santa Monica. This particular project, as it's been provided in analysis and context in your staff report, does tie to 6 staff recommendations for council action. Those are identified on your slide. I will go ahead and show this slide at the end of the presentation to help guide discussion that would ensue. As this item is being discussed, we are encouraging the council to consider several key issues. There is discussion in the staff report. Lane has identified some of those. We do want to reiterate on behalf of the city team that this project is the result of extensive work between the applicant team and the city team. We have spent a number of years focused on both the site planning, the design, the utilities, circulation, sustainability, housing, preservation. All of the items that are before you have been through a city process that we think has made the project better, and we are proud to present that to you for your consideration. In looking at this project, we do ask that the council focus on whether or not the design, the site planning, and the overall mix of uses that's proposed in the project are compatible with the downtown district. That context, which is laid out in the LUCE and also in the DCP, talks about that area of our community with the highest intensity development that does transition to the multifamily neighborhood that's directly outside of the downtown to the north. We would ask how this project fits into that context. We'd like council to consider whether the DA, the package of community benefits, and the proposal as a whole, how that is consistent with the city's goals and policies articulated in our land use documents, so consistent with our public objectives, which are focused on increasing economic investment and revenue generation that does support our community priorities, which include the need to construct housing for all income levels, placemaking, creating livable neighborhoods and a vibrant community, both in a physical sense and also in an economic sense. We hope that this project achieves objectives related to preservation so that our resources can be showcased and preserved for the future. We also hope this project is consistent with our public objectives around job creation and supporting a longstanding community business. And finally, we do present this project and propose that it is advancing our public objectives related to equity, sustainability, our goals around safe and efficient mobility. Those are all objectives that we hope are presented in this proposal. I'm a little bit going to touch on a couple of bits of information about the projects that I know folks are familiar, but for those who are wanting to take a look at it on the map, this is a 4.5 acre site. One of the things I want to note is there is a 14-foot slope in the southwest direction. That is something to bear in mind as you look at the project, understanding how that slope has been factored in and addressed through the site design in the various areas, the construction, the open space. That all accounts for that slope, which has been somewhat of a design challenge, but solved through collaboration with the applicant and with staff. The hotel is there are currently 100 rooms, 301 rooms. This parcel is located in the downtown community plan in the ocean transition with that established large sites overlay, which I will touch on in a moment. The Second Street parcel, which is directly to the east of the site, is in the downtown community plan in the Wilshire Transition District. It's a double lot, 15,000 square feet. It's currently the surface parking lot for the hotel's valet operation. Both of these parcels are located in the coastal zone. Here's a view of the parcel, providing some neighborhood context. Also a couple of sites around, or views of the site around the different streets. This is two important components of the site, two landmark features, the Renaissance Revival Palisades building, which is a designated landmark, constructed in 1924, and also the Morton Bay fig tree. More photos in the surrounding neighborhood are provided here. As Lane noted, the Planning Commission did hold two discussions on this proposal and made a formal recommendation to Council, which is identified and detailed in your staff report. In sum, the Planning Commission did recommend certification of the EIR, approval of the LUP amendment, approval of development agreement with a 6-to-1 vote, and approval of the vesting tentative tract map. The Planning Commission made a series of recommendations on a host of topics. For the sake of this presentation, I will go ahead and unfold in the Planning Commission's recommendations as I go through the different issue areas on the project. I won't spend a lot of time here. Lane did talk about the public process starting in 2011 with the filing of the application. There were different milestones through the float up processes, lots of milestones and pit stops for both community, boarding commission, and council input along the way. I want to also thank members of the community who have hung in through this long process and continue to participate. The project has been shaped in response to that input, and so I'm grateful that we've had that chance to incorporate it through all of the segments and years that are shown here on your slide. As Lane had mentioned, following the original submittal, which is shown here, a couple of images from the slide in 2011, that had the approximately 130-foot building height, and the massing in the open space plan was substantially different than proposed today. Following the council float up, the applicant revised the project with a proposal that focused on a central tower element with 21 stories, 262 feet, a different proposal that was provided in 2013. At that particular point in time, following the submittal and the community feedback that came from this, the downtown community plan was also unfolding at that time. The project was put on hold pending the outcome of the DCP, which I will discuss a little bit in a couple of minutes. Following submittal of that proposal from 2013, the outcome of the downtown community plan, the project was again comprehensively redesigned and submitted back to staff in 2018 with parameters that are in compliance with the DCP, the maximum 130-foot building height established for the established large site overlay, and a 10-story maximum. The proposed project itself, a couple of the benchmarks, I know this is provided in your project plans, but it is a project that proposes approximately 500,000 square feet, combining hotel, ancillary hotel space for food, beverage, meetings, there's retail, there's spa fitness. There are 60 proposed market rate condominiums in the project. This is, to make a note, the current hotel is approximately 260,000 square feet, so that is 240,000 square feet approximately of net new development on the site compared to the existing property. There are 3 main buildings, one of which is a landmark, proposed to be retained and restored and rehabilitated in this proposal. The building heights vary, as outlined on your slide, but never crossing over the 130-foot maximum provided in the DCP. There's ample subterranean parking. There is bicycle parking, both short and long term, provided at grade and subterranean. And one of the key components on this is the open space proposal. The DCP does require at least 50% of the parcel area with a minimum of 25% at the ground level. The applicant has revised the plan over time to include 51% at the ground level space. Speaking of the downtown community plan, a couple of the benchmarks that did get established for this property included the identification of priority community benefits. Those are outlined on your slide. Affordable housing, publicly accessible open space, and preservation were the 3 that were earmarked as the priority items. Notably, the DCP outlines others: sustainability, local hiring, TDM, et cetera. Those community benefits are also touched on in this proposal as provided in your staff report and packet. The site-specific standards include that 3.0 FAR maximum. This project proposes less FAR than is permitted for an applicant to make a request on this property at 2.6. They are proposing that 130-foot maximum building height. I've already covered. Part of this application includes a local coastal program land use plan amendment. I know this is a little bit to go through, so I just want to hit the high notes here. The text language is provided in your staff report. What's being proposed is an amendment to the partially certified local coastal program land use plan, or the 1992 LUP, as we refer to it, and that was partially certified. This project that's before you is consistent with its development parameters, with the council's adopted 2018 LUP. That land use plan is awaiting Coastal Commission review and approval. We're hoping that will go forward at the end of this calendar year. So this project comports with that council adopted plan. Specifically, this applicant in the text amendment proposal before you is not seeking that greater 3.0 FAR that's provided in that 2018 LUP, but is just sticking with the parameters as proposed, 2.6 FAR and that 130-foot building height maximum. The proposal for the amendment related to the 2nd Street parcel is for the DCP parameters that are provided and developed for the affordable housing site, as outlined on your slide. Should the Coastal Commission act on the city's 2018 LUP, this amendment may not be necessary, but for the time being, it's still being packaged in with this application as a whole. All right, so taking a moment to think about how did we approach this project. I won't go back in time to that original proposal that you saw, but we really did, through the course of the iterative review, we did take absolute direction from the DCP maximums that were provided for this site. However, we also looked at the DCP's guidance, open space, as it's sort of enveloped in the DCP as a whole, looking at what the intent was for wider sidewalks, for open space planning, for a whole host of elements that are provided in the DCP. This site design before you really focuses on a massing plan that takes a look at how massing can be distributed throughout the site, how the commercial uses and the residential uses can be integrated together with open space, with the historic elements. One of the things that we spent a lot of time on through the course of review, especially since 2018, was on the edges of the site around 2nd Street, Wilshire Boulevard, how to improve the pedestrian orientation, the articulation, those relationships to the historic building as well. One of the things that the applicant team will likely discuss a little bit is their design process and how this, we think, provided the opportunity for outstanding architecture to be expressed through this project. With respect to open space, we do want to highlight one particular delineation that we have gotten some comments on, the difference between the 14,000 square foot publicly accessible open space, which anchors that corner of Ocean Avenue and Wilshire Boulevard. That's, again, almost about the size of a double lot. The DA provides parameters for the public access to that space. We have built that in as a requirement, as a community benefit. That is separate and distinct from the variety of other customary spaces that are provided on the site for residents and hotel guests, still open to the public, but that 14,000 square foot open space on the corner is the anchor of their publicly accessible open space component. We just wanted to highlight that difference. Obviously, the fig tree is also another anchor point for their open space design. In fact, for the building design as a whole. Treatment of historic resources has really been one of the foundational of this entire proposal, going back to when I first got involved in 2011. I'm coming out of a role as the Landmarks Commission liaison back then. The treatment of historic resources, the applicant team has a consultant that has worked with them on every aspect of this proposal and has worked with staff. And also through our environmental review, we've taken a very careful look at the proposal. We believe that this rehabilitation plan really does acknowledge the historic aspects of the property while allowing for new use consistent with the standards for rehabilitation. The fig tree is integrated into the overall design of the site, of the architecture. We've done, through consultation with the Landmarks Commission in an informal capacity, taken a look at both the California building, which is new construction, and its relationship to the historic Palisades wing. That review that has been conducted on an informal and sort of advisory capacity has really led to improvements focused on materials, details, creating more of a visual relationship between the historic and the new elements. I think that's been an improvement that's been achieved over time and with important input from our Landmarks Commission. With respect to sustainability, the project staff report and the plans outline a whole host of features that have been incorporated in this project. One of the things that I do want to mention is that since this project has been proposed for a number of years, as in laudable fashion, our city codes have become more stringent with respect to sustainability, and things that were over and above are now, to our city's credit, now baseline and standard. And so this project has continued to incorporate additional sustainability measures as our codes have changed. The proposal does include a LEED Platinum certification requirement. There is substantial energy and water savings. Water savings in particular was a large focus of this project proposal. Two points that I want to highlight are with respect to, strictly speaking, community benefits and sustainability. The applicant has built in an on-site rainwater capture and gray water reuse system that would be constructed on their property to achieve that 20% water savings. In addition to everything with respect to design and fixtures, all of that builds into that water savings. But that on-site capture and reuse system is something unique for this project. We're also proposing a connection to our existing Smurf line as a backup redundant water source, and that gray water rainwater system would be used for landscaping. There is ample landscaping on the property, so we think this is both a benefit to our overall water supply and also to provide that backup connection source as needed. With respect to Planning Commission and design review recommendations, we did provide in the staff report a list of the key items that Planning Commission wanted the ARB and Landmark Commission to pay special attention to. That is provided through the conditions of approval, and to ensure that that gets carried forward through a future design review process if this project is approved. The Planning Commission did ask that the design review bodies pay special attention to the overall massing strategy for the project as a whole, but with special focus on the relationship between the historic Palisades building and the California building. Looking at the massing strategy, the height relationship, that was a focal point. The Commission also asked that the Wilshire and 2nd Street corner and elevations be paid special attention to with respect to pedestrian orientation, to seek some refinements in that area. As noted, those hyphens or connections between the historic building and the California building were also emphasized as a point of particular focus. And finally, in the Planning Commission's recommendations with respect to the design review process, there was a request that the Landmarks Commission, just to affirm that the Commission does have sole authority to review the C of A, sort of weighing the roles, advisory versus regulatory, between the ARB and the Landmarks. It was recommended that the ARB provide a formal written recommendation to the Landmarks Commission as they will conduct a courtesy review prior to the Commission's formal review of a C of A. Mobility and circulation, Planning Commission spent a significant amount of time, both and the community members as well provided substantial input on this question. The Planning Commission's recommendation was that the driveway on California proposed for employees be removed, and that a total of 4 curb cuts, be incorporated into the project, allowing staff and the applicant team to sort of figure out the user group assignments for those 4 curb cuts. This does not include, the 4 does not include the triple R spaces or the loading spaces, just on vehicle access outside of those 2 categories. It was recommended, it was asked that the Commission's minority view on this issue with respect to the driveways be presented, and that minority view was to retain an employee entrance on California and incorporate an employee exit on Ocean Avenue. Staff's recommendation, as outlined in your report, is to support the applicant's circulation proposal with the 3 access points, which I will show you. This is the applicant's proposal. This is the one staff has spent substantial time on, and this is the proposal that staff is recommending. Starting on 2nd Street, that is the main entry court for valet operations for hotel guests, events, visitors, and residents. The California Avenue driveway would be for employees only, and then the Ocean Avenue driveway for residents. And looking at the circulation proposal over the course of time, we have looked at a whole host of technical aspects as well as policy matters. We've looked at the driveway dimensions, the sidewalks, the drive aisles, which user group should be using which entrance. We've looked at bike parking, all in order to ensure that the circulation system as a whole functions efficiently, functions safely, with the least amount of conflict points. Paying special attention, again, to all of those different user groups who would be accessing the site, but also those who are on foot and on bicycle as well. One thing to note, the entry court spent a lot of time, the applicant and staff did, in the iterative review of that element to ensure that there is no overflow or backup onto 2nd Street. The queuing capacity at approximately 29 vehicles was designed specifically to avoid those potential impacts on 2nd Street. It is important to note that the design of the ramps for the entry court also to ensure that no valet trips would have to exit onto public streets. All the circulation is provided on site. As noted earlier, there's a variety of EV charging facilities provided in the parking garage, as well as ample bike parking. I want to make a quick note here on the way the loading dock and the RRR, the trash recycling and refuse plan. On the left is the existing condition, and through a series of many rounds of review to make sure everything fits together, this proposal includes a trash compactor system and loading bays that are completely on the property that do not extend as they do across the right-of-way. As noted, we were looking at the circulation plan. We did take in the feedback from community through this process and from the Planning Commission. We did spend some time looking at circulation alternatives. As noted, the proposal before you is really looking to balance efficient and safe trips for all user groups. The proposal before you also does limit excavation around the landmark tree. That was change to the design that has come over time in order to provide some additional protection around that landmark element. In terms of looking at the applicant's circulation alternatives, which I'll show you on the next slides, we really did focus on how those circulation options might function. Are they safe? Are they efficient? And whether or not those alternatives could meaningfully address the concerns that were raised both by the Planning Commission and the Council. One thing to note, we did spend time through this review process over the years and in recent weeks looking at the alternatives, focused on the loose and DCP policies, really focused on creating a stronger pedestrian environment along Wilshire between Ocean and 4th Street. That is one of the areas where a signature sidewalk is envisioned, really to help anchor the north end of the downtown, really facilitate all modes of circulation in our north end of downtown. Loose policies also talk about generally how we take access to parcels and really wanting to direct vehicle access points to alleys and to side streets. In addition to the staff and applicant reviewed proposal that's before you, the first option we did look at in response to all of the comments that we've received is the retention of one employee entrance, one entrance only on California Avenue with an employee exit on Ocean. That is included in your plan set. There's a diagram here for you. In evaluating whether or not this would function safely and efficiently, we do want to note a couple of points with respect to this potential alternative, and is that with the employee exit on Ocean, that would introduce more vehicle turn movements on Ocean Avenue. They could make lefts, they could make rights in a less predictable fashion compared to the right turn exit only on California with the current proposal. We also think that additional conflict point on Ocean Avenue reduces efficiency along Ocean Avenue. And finally, in evaluating whether or not such a shift in the circulation plan would address concerns, which we did hear strongly about protecting California Avenue from those intrusion of vehicle trips. And with the exit on Ocean Avenue, it's unclear how shifting the exit to Ocean would really make a significant impact on that concern, given that folks, we know with our trip distribution studies with with real-time information from the existing hotel that employees are primarily heading east and heading south from the site. And so that would necessitate often right turns to Ocean Avenue, a right turn onto California, and then a right turn on Second. And so many of those trips would continue to circulate on California. Second alternative that was discussed since Planning Commission, studied in as much detail as possible since then, is this notion of being responsive to the recommendation, removing the California driveway, providing an employee ingress and egress point on Ocean Avenue while maintaining the resident access. Again, with 2 curb cuts here on Ocean Avenue, that required a lot of configuration both on the internal garage design, but really trying to think how all of those vehicles could come together in a 2 curb cut configuration on the boulevard, on Ocean Avenue. Again, part of the concern that staff had with this proposal is that the employee entrance, which should be closest to the California building, is actually rather close to the intersection of California and Ocean. That does create some potential conflict points with different turn movements, potentially with respect to the California incline light there as well. It also impacts the introduction of a driveway element really does have a negative impact on that landscape element and the Palisades Garden. This area of the site was specifically designed to open up this area of the site to really restore that historic open quality and to provide views to the Palisades building from both Ocean Avenue and Palisades Park. The introduction of another driveway element really does change the quality and the nature of that landscape design, and we would be concerned about that. And finally, as noted, those employee trips, again, turning right on California to reach 2nd Street and Wilshire continues to introduce trips that I know has been a concern. In summary, our recommendation is the proposal that's before you. We took that into account, also looking at parking management and looking at how valet would operate, how refuse and recycling would all function on the 2nd Street side. There was some consideration of whether we could put all of the employee ingress egress on 2nd Street. And that would create too many conflict points with respect to the other hotel operations going on 2nd Street. We think this proposal before you provides a positive in that it reduces the total number of curb cuts on the whole city block that are associated with existing hotel operations. There's a reduction in curb cuts associated with the current proposal. And we think that as designed and in conjunction with the subterranean parking in general, that valet trips will be removed out of the network because there's no more circulating to off-site lots, and there will be no more trips associated with employees looking for parking in the neighborhood. In looking at the California driveway for employees, we're continuing to support that approach, taking a look at both the employee trips and the distribution of trips by the employee shifts that are contemplated. This proposal was designed to include the beginning and ending of employee shifts, most of them to be outside of the peak hours. That's by design, or to reduce concerns about traffic. We think that the employee entrance and exit on California provides a more predictable turn movement for those on foot and those on bicycles, because that median along California mandates a right turn only in terms of exiting the garage and also the entrance to the garage. In looking at the traffic analysis, I won't spend a lot of time on this, but it is provided in your staff report. We have staff available for questions, really focusing on what kind of trip distribution and trip volumes would be associated with the California driveway. And based on our analysis, it's estimated that there would be at maximum on a busy weekend 77 weekend trips occurring during a 1 hour peak hour window. One of the things that did come out of the Planning Commission review was a DA section, including employee notifications, requiring the applicant to notify employees that they do need to turn right onto 2nd Street after exiting the California Drive. I'm going to save some of this for questions, but we do have information related to project trip generation, particularly we've highlighted on this slide related to hotel employees compared to the existing trip generation that we have empirical data on based on observations of existing operations. Out of the trip generation associated with the project, we did look at an analysis that's provided with respect to net new vehicle trips. Those are outlined on your slide, but highlighted also with the orange box are the net new trips related to the AM peak, PM peak, and weekend peaks for hotel employees. Those would be associated with that California Drive. Also, for more discussion, as part of question and answer, we do have some diagrams that we can talk about the trip distribution where we think the majority of employees are heading to, and that distribution shows east and south. That correlates to the placement of the driveway on California, with a majority of employees turning right on 2nd Street to head out to Wilshire to reach the freeway or to head east. The program includes a TDM program, transitioning from circulation to trip reduction. We do have an AVR target of 2.2 required in the DA, and part of that proposal now includes an updated section that would require a monetary compliance penalty if that AVR target is not achieved. And that's language that's been proposed since the Planning Commission hearing. And we also wanted to make a note that payment of the penalty does not equate to attainment of the AVR, such that staff can continue to require the applicant to work with staff to enhance that TDM program. The proposal before you does include the applicant's request to provide complimentary parking to its employees in order to limit impacts on the neighborhood street parking supply. That has been a consistent issue, although not a typical record supporting this request, specifically based on our review of all of the unique factors associated with this hotel and also with the neighborhood conditions and concerns. With respect to the development agreement, we did outline a complete community benefit package that's provided for council consideration. We have monetary contribution categories totaling approximately $4.6 million. We have done some conservative cost assignments to the other community benefits to give some context on how we might monetize the value of those benefits. Based on that overall analysis in the table that's in your staff report, that range of benefits, depending on how the affordable housing tax credit scenario is realized, would range between $37.5 million and $62 million in value. With respect to the Planning Commission recommendations about community benefits, you're going to see this orange font pop up that will be related to Planning Commission recommendations. We incorporated all of the recommendations except where there's an asterisk, and there will be a little bit of explanation that's provided in the report why we may not have supported or agreed in totality with the recommendation provided by the Commission. With respect to I did cover the overall value of the community benefit package already. This is on your slide, and this is tied to the most likely scenario of the 9% tax credit financing for the affordable housing component. Speaking of affordable housing, this was the number one community benefit that we spent the most time around in negotiations to ensure that this was the true community benefit that we believe that it is in this final form in presentation to council. This is a minimum of 42 deed restricted affordable units. This is a family-sized project with a significant number of 2 and 3 bedrooms. This 42 units is in contrast to the minimum of 15 units that would be required by the DCP in conjunction with a 60-unit residential project, just as a point of comparison. And the project would be operated and owned by CCSM. The applicant's donating the 15,000 square foot parcel. We had an appraisal done, the $12.75 million value assessed. There are a couple of ongoing obligations tied to this affordable housing project outlined on your slide related to services for residents and also transportation allowance as well, or transit pass funding. One of the items that came up as a new recommendation out of Planning Commission's review of the project and is now incorporated in the development agreement that's before you is this notion of the condominiums, whether or not some of those condos might be sold as hotel rooms. This proposal was initially introduced by the applicant. Staff did not support that application or that proposal. However, based on Planning Commission's strong recommendation, we did fold that into the draft DA, and it's subject to a couple of important components. So the DA proposes to allow the applicant the ability to use up to 20 residential units that can be sold as hotel rooms, but that allowance would be subject to the payment of regular TOT and any other regular lodging fees or taxes that are associated with hotel rooms. As part of this allowance in the DA, we did negotiate an additional $100,000 as a contribution to be divided between the Affordable Housing Commercial Linkage Fee and the Economic Equity Fund that's proposed as part of this project. As well, the proposal includes an additional payment to the city for 3% of the nightly room rate for each of the condos when it's sold as a hotel room. Planning Commission's recommendation and in support of this framework also included a prohibition on timeshare sales, short-term rentals, and home sharing. And we believe that this balance of the additional contribution for affordable housing, economic equity fund, as well as that ongoing revenue source of that 3% of the nightly room rate makes this a proposal that staff supports. With respect to preservation, the preservation plan is outlined in great detail in your staff report and in your development agreement. This preservation plan includes the ongoing maintenance of the Morton Bay fig tree and the rehab of the Palisades building to ensure its longevity and its continued use for future generations. This particular proposal has changed through the course of discussion, and as a result of the Planning Commission feedback, the applicant has agreed to do some additional rehabilitation work, specifically around all of the metal windows that are included in the proposal. We think this is an added benefit and one that has parameters of how that work would be conducted, and that's provided in the DA. A conservative estimate of the rehabilitation work, not including the inside TI work related to the hotel room improvements, be approximately $11.6 million. We also do have a performance bond requirement incorporated. There is an historic preservation interpretive feature that's provided in more detail in your staff report and in your development agreement. We think this is an important feature of the overall preservation package. Planning Commission recommended with respect to preservation as a whole. There was some clarification on the scope and wording of the rehabilitation work and the restoration of certain key elements of the Palisades building. There was an affirmation that the Landmarks Commission has purview over the certificate of appropriateness, and a $50,000 contribution was negotiated to restore character-defining features of Palisades Park. That's been incorporated in the DA. In terms of publicly accessible open space, we have bundled the 14,000 square foot open space along with the requirement for a programming plan, as well as the requirement for a prominent work of public art, or a prominent work of art. This is all bundled together in the community benefit section. We think this combination makes this space really special for the public, and we've created safeguards with respect to the parameters around how this art will be implemented there's a minimum value set for it, and how that space will be programmed, and by what rules and regulations with respect to hours and access. Those are all spelled out in your DA for you. In terms of impact fees and monetary contributions, there are all of the categories are line items in your staff report. They're outlined on your slide here. We have affordable housing, commercial linkage. Again, this number has increased through the negotiation following Planning Commission's review based on the potential use of the condos, up to 20 condos for the hotel rooms. That's at $770,000. Planning Commission had made a recommendation that those funds be targeted toward acquisition and rehab. However, we would like to not limit the use of those funds and allow staff more flexibility in how that's spent. Same recommendation and concept with respect to the TIF. Planning Commission did recommend that funds be targeted for improvements in the surrounding neighborhood. We certainly agree in concept with that. We just want to be able to use these funds in the most responsive way as we see projects and priorities come up in the next couple of years. So we're not specifically recommending that targeted language. The early childhood initiatives contribution is set at $1.35 million. This is to support both facilities and programs. So we are supporting that language. This is consistent with other development agreements to allow for both programs and the facilities. There's an affordable lodging contribution that would go to our fund to create lower cost lodging opportunities. We do have a Parks and Recreation fee contribution. This, again, the language and the use of the funds has been specifically earmarked for projects and programs, unlike the traditional impact fee that's set at $250,000. Out of the Planning Commission's discussion and recommendation, there has been a negotiation for $200,000 to be earmarked for the Reed Park Ambassadors Program. That's been folded into the development agreement in response to Planning Commission's recommendation and feedback from the community. The Economic Equity and Opportunity Fund is set at $550,000. This money is this is a new fund. We're excited about the opportunities this will provide the city to support initiatives that are emerging out of the community process around equity and economic opportunity. Excited to have this proposal move forward. The Planning Commission did recommend that a first and preferred use for these funds be for the Virginia Avenue Park Community Commission or Community Kitchen. We fully support that effort. It came out of the PECO Wellbeing analysis that planning staff and Office of Wellbeing that we did conduct. However, given the timing, we'd like to make sure that this money is used flexibly to support a range of initiatives. The development agreement includes a local hiring and internship program for both construction-related and permanent jobs, and also the internship program that's outlined on your slide. The one thing that I'll highlight on this is that we did in both categories include that this notion of first priority includes residents of the 90404 zip code, i.e. the PECO neighborhood. We think that's additional clarification that would be helpful in our efforts to support equity initiatives and measures. The DA includes meeting space and subsidized community events as a community benefit. Those are outlined on your slide and detailed in your staff report. We think these are traditional community benefits, but important, particularly related to the need for spaces that community groups can use at reduced or cost. And we folded that into the proposal before you. Planning Commission made a couple of other recommendations related to community benefits as outlined on the slide, and those have been incorporated into the development agreement. The applicant has agreed to those terms. Of note, with the asterisks at the bottom of the page, the Planning Commission did recommend that a public viewing deck be explored. Staff and the applicant discussed that component, and this time the applicant has not agreed to that, and staff is not supportive of a public viewing deck in this particular project, given other community benefit priorities that are incorporated in this proposal. As well, the concept of a traffic diverter potentially at the intersection of California Avenue and 2nd Street was recommended for further exploration. Staff report outlines reasons why we believe that would be problematic, but also to require a significant amount of study and particularly neighborhood outreach before we explored that idea further. A couple of other items were included in the development agreement as outlined by the Planning Commission. Those are in your staff report. Were items that the applicant certainly agreed to. One of the items that came up through discussion at Planning Commission, this is an important item, this is with respect to the notion of an outside building permit issuance date and whether or not a schedule of performance might and should be included in the development agreement. Planning Commission recommended that such a schedule be pursued, really putting required milestones, targets for performance for both the city and the applicant. Staff looked at that concept carefully, and at this time we are not recommending a schedule of performance for the city and applicant to be incorporated in this development agreement for a host of reasons. We are looking at this issue, recognizing folks want to get this project online in a predictable fashion if it is approved. We've built in some safeguards already in the DA with respect to design review timeframes. We have committed to an expediter service around the plan check review process. Those commitments can be, if council agrees, incorporated into the development agreement. We're working on language for that. One of the things we did do in negotiation is reduce the outside building permit issuance date from 10 years to 8 years, and just to support the notion that this project come online for all of the reasons outlined in your report sooner rather than later. There is an economic and fiscal impact analysis provided for you. Our consultant, Paul Silburn from HRNA, is on this call and available to discuss the findings. There was also a peer review done of the applicant's pro forma for the development. The fiscal impacts are outlined in HRNA's report, and based on their overall review, there is substantial economic benefit to the city through this proposal, both in the first year of stabilization and over a cumulative period of time as outlined on your slide and in your report. The peer review of the financial feasibility pro forma found that the project is feasible, with including the incorporation of community benefits. An environmental impact report was prepared for this project. It is important to note, as outlined in your staff recommendation, that the staff is seeking council affirmation that this project is actually exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 1.18182 of the CEQA guidelines. That's an exemption due to its adjacency to transit and through the prior preparation of the DCP EIR. Though exempt, staff and the applicant did pursue the preparation of an EIR. The applicant agreed to that. Staff retained a consultant to do its independent analysis, prepare a draft and final EIR in accordance with CEQA guidelines. We did hold a scoping meeting back in 2013. We recirculated a notice of preparation due to the passage of time and the changes in the project description back in 2018. All of that has led to the preparation of the final EIR. We did publish it and make the draft EIR available for an extended period for 90 days where 45 days are required. That was in response to the impacts of the public health emergency in order to give folks more time to review that. The draft EIR did identify significant and unavoidable impacts related to several issue areas. The draft EIR analyzed 6 alternatives. And although some alternatives would reduce impacts, overall project impacts associated with alternatives would be more or less at similar levels, although potentially incrementally reduced with certain alternatives. And the final EIR did receive comments, the draft EIR, those were responded and responses were incorporated into the final EIR. There were concerns related to traffic, historic resources, and the access scenario or the access plan that's proposed. Some of those were comments that expressed concern with respect to the environmental. The final EIR includes those response to comments on the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, in addition to other clerical and text additions to the draft EIR. There is an errata to the final EIR that was provided. It's short and it's really clarification around the historical period of significance in response to questions that were raised at the Planning Commission. This is not new information. It's merely a summary of the findings of our historic resource consultant. It does not require recirculation based on that information being provided for the record. Well, based on the whole of the record, staff is recommending approval of this project, approval of the development agreement. We're asking, I guess I will go ahead and take these recommended actions in order, but we are asking that the council confirm that the project is exempt from CEQA, as outlined in your staff report. Seeking certification of the final EIR, approval of an SOC, and adoption of the mitigation monitoring and reporting program associated with the project, environmental analysis. We're seeking approval of an amendment to the 1992 local coastal plan LUP. Also approval, introduction for first reading of the development agreement for the project, and approval of the vesting tentative tract map. All of those documents are provided with your staff report. And with that, thank you for your patience. And I and the rest of the city team are available for your questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ms. Tanamura. And that was a marathon presentation. That was about an hour of staff presentation. Council, we have 10 minutes of presentation left, and that would be from the applicant. Unless the burning need to begin to ask questions now, I would like to suggest that we hear from the applicant and then ask questions in one bunch. Is that okay? I saw Councilmember Winter's hand up. That's why I'm asking. You okay with waiting until after the applicant's 10 minutes? You don't.
Mayor, this is
nothing yet.
I can be okay with that if you can hold my place in the question queue until after the 10 minutes.
Okay, you'll be first after we. The applicant will have 10 minutes, and that is time limited. Now, City Clerk, is this the point at which the queue will open for people who wish to comment?
Yes, I wanted to make that announcement. Thank you.
Why don't we give them the phone number? I've seen some people in the chat who are a little confused about the process, so let's try to make it as clear as we can.
Okay, so the phone number to call in for public comment is 310-458-8423. And call in, and if you get a busy signal or an error message, please call back, watch the meeting, and wait for members of the public to start to speak. And as members of the public speak, then the queue will open up to allow you to fall into the queue. That's it.
So, go ahead. Is that it?
That's it.
All right, so now we have 10 minutes to be timed for the applicant or the applicant's representative. Then we will have questions. We'll go to the public hearing. So who will be speaking for the applicant? I see Mr. Peterson.
Good evening, Mayor McEwen and Honourable Council members. Ellis O'Connor with MSD Partners. We initially had written in and asked if we could have an extra 5 minutes. I wonder if that has been granted for our presentation or not.
Without a motion to do so, our standard is 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Okay, good evening, Honourable Mayor McEwen and Honourable Council members. Ellis O'Connor, I'm with MSD Partners and I've been overseeing the Miramar Hotel's operations since 2007. As you mentioned earlier, originally as General Manager and now as Asset Manager. In the 13 plus years of overseeing the Miramar, I've learned how our local residents, regional customers and out-of-town guests utilize the hotel. The message I hear from our guests is that we need to comprehensively renovate the hotel if it is to maintain its position as a full-service luxury hotel. The current business model is broken, and unless we are able to reinvent the hotel, the Miramar will struggle to maintain its rightful position in an intensely competitive market, locally, regionally, and nationally. We understand what needs to be done to set the Miramar up for the next 100 years and maintain its status as a full-service luxury hotel, setting the standards for others to follow. To this end, we have assembled a world-class team of designers and professionals who will present an overview of our project this evening. But first, I will hand over to my colleague, Dustin Peterson of the Athens Group, to continue with our presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Ellis. You guys know the Miramar has an incredible history. We think it's very appropriate that we're looking towards 100 years as we approach our 100th year birthday. The Miramar site's evolved over time. The two key landmarks, the Morton Bay Fig Tree and the Palisades Building, our goal is to fix a lot of things that are elements of the site, including our parking. Currently don't have employee parking. We also have valets that circulate the site on a daily basis, creating hundreds of extra trips simply because we don't have adequate parking around the immediate streets. 2014, we pursued an international design competition with some of the best architects in the world. We ended up selecting Cesar and Rafael Pelle for a variety of reasons, not to mention their connection to Santa Monica. Shortly after their selection, we were asked to stop, put pencils down, participate in the city's downtown community plan process, and so that's what we did. We stopped. We participated in a 2-year extensive public process that debated the height density standards for our site and resulted in a 130-foot maximum height and a 3.0 FAR. When the DCP was completed, we went back to Cesar and Rafael and asked them to design and create a new plan compliant with the new DCP. This required a significant reduction in height, density, and program from previous iterations. This is the design that Cesar and Rafael came back with, a DCP-compliant design, 130 feet in the central tower, steps down to 7 stories on Second and 3 and 2 stories along Wilshire, but the element is the curves and the amphitheater around the tree. We're at a 2.6 FAR versus the 3.0 maximum for the DCP. The hotel rooms go from 301 to 312 and up to 60 market rate condos. Sorry, is the screen not sharing, guys?
No, not seeing your screen.
You guys didn't see the screen at all?
We're not seeing your screen now.
We're not seeing the screen, sorry.
How about now?
Sharing? No, the sharing options are on your upper right hand of your screen. You'll see sharing options and then share screen.
You guys see it now?
No.
Not yet.
Okay.
Now we see.
Yeah.
Now we see your Blue Jeans window, yeah.
All right, I apologize.
Oh, there you go.
Okay. So quickly, these are the valet trips around the site that I meant to show you. This is the DCP plan, compliant plan, 130 feet height, 2.6 FAR, up to 312 hotel rooms, which is an increase from 301 to 312, 60 market rate condos, and 100% affordable housing project on 2nd Street. Since that time, we partnered with Community Corporation of Santa Monica along with Gwen Pugh to design and optimize the number of family-sized affordable housing units on our 2nd Street parcel, taking advantage of the increased zoning that you guys approved in the DCP for 100% affordable housing buildings. This results in a 42-unit building that fits in the neighborhood context with mostly 2- and 3-bedroom units and unprecedented 70% of our market rate condos, a percentage unseen in private development in Santa Monica, and a true community benefit at a time when housing is desperately needed. Along with new affordable housing, the proposed Miramar redevelopment creates significant benefits for Santa Monica, including over $116 million in community and project benefits, substantial new yearly revenues to the city's general fund and schools, and a huge boost to the local economy. We will remain a union hotel, creating over 100 new permanent union jobs through an agreement with Unite Here Local 11, provide stability and security for our existing hotel employees through the construction period. And before, I'm going to turn it over to Rafael and let him walk quickly through the planning and design, and before I turn back to community benefits. Go ahead, Rafael.
Thank you, Justin. Good evening, council members. Very briefly, I want to touch on the main ideas which motivated the design. We've evolved the design considerably over the 6 years, but from the very first sketches and very first planning and design, we looked at this site and wanted to think of how the historic elements are not only preserved, but really celebrated. And we ended up, next image, we ended up with a basic strategy of organizing around 2 courtyard spaces, which integrated the Palisades building as kind of an edge of one of the courtyards, and the tree is really kind of as the featured element in the other courtyard. Next. There's a long tradition in architecture of shaping buildings around space, oftentimes of shaping them around specific key elements like trees, and something we, very much kind of built on. We think of the tree as the feature. In some ways, the building is kind of the backdrop. That's why you see the curved form, which really accentuates the shape of the space and the shape around the tree itself. Next. But when you see the overview, you can see that this is kind of creating a great space with the tree very visible, much more part of the community. The curved building, the stepping terraces, the 130 feet height is really only at the center of the site, not on any of the streets, roughly where it is today. It's really a different vision of what a hotel is. It's a much more urban hotel in that it's meant to be connected to by the community, all the passersby on the sidewalks, kind of anchoring the northern end of downtown, rather than what it is today, which is kind of a walled oasis, really a retreat and escape from the city. This really wants to be part of the city and invite the city in. The views are today, are these garden walls on the outside, but you really can't see what's going on inside. So in the new Miramar, you'll have these views of the garden invited into the space. Cafe off of the sidewalk space. Next. We along Wilshire right now, it's the garden walls and just the driveway entrances, very blank, no activity. We're going to replace that with a very activated Wilshire with retail on it, with at the very end here, when you hit Ocean, these framed views into the main space of the Miramar itself, again around the tree. Next. Right now on 2nd Street is very much the back wall of the hotel with very little idea of the fig tree of the Palisades beyond. Next. And we want to transform this into the front door. All of the drop-offs will happen here, really limiting the amount of parking space and driveway service to this one location so that we can recapture much of the site for pedestrian space, for garden space, and make it a much more pedestrian, user-friendly kind of environment. All of this is really trying to make it much more open, much more accessible to air and light and views, and again, much more integrated to the community. Looked very hard at sustainability. I grew up in the smog years in Los Angeles. I grew up in the neighborhood. I rode my bike all around this block when I was a kid. And the smog influence really left a lasting impression on me and has shaped my work as an architect, thinking about the environmental consequences of building. Without going into great detail, it's a LEED Platinum building, but what's really significant, really kind of unheard of and very rare, is to be able to build a new building which will be larger than the existing, but will use significantly less water and less power than the existing hotel does. We think that's a really remarkable feat. I think it'll be a wonderful new project that will really animate and become part of the downtown core, anchoring the northern end of Santa Monica. Thank you.
Thanks, Raphael. I just want to briefly touch on the community benefits. We talked about affordable housing, a substantial community benefit as it relates to affordable housing in our city. Open space is the #2 community benefit identified for our site, a significant amount of open space and a really significant community benefit feature at the corner of Wilshire and Ocean. We touched on historic preservation, which has been at the core of our plan from the beginning. We are substantially enhancing the pedestrian and bicycle environment, enhanced TDM plan, and obviously a world-class architectural and landscape design. In addition to the 3 community benefits that were identified, we think that it's critically important to have significant job creation and a very fair amount of fees that are identified for what are key and critical issues in our city today. And as I mentioned before, taking care of our employees during construction. When you consider the incredible vetting of this project over the years, the previous iterations that have evolved, that we have a much better project simply because of this extensive public process. Taking into account that public process, the unprecedented community benefit package, and you combine that with these staggering fiscal and economic benefits for the city, I submit that this project is unlike any to ever come forward in the city. In addition to the financial feasibility analysis that you've heard from about the importance of the condos, one of the things...
I think the city clerk is saying the 10 minutes are up, so thank you very much. I hope you and the team will stand by, because I'm sure at least some of the questions from council may be better answered by you than by city staff. If we can.
Honorable Mayor, is there any chance we could finish our last 30 seconds?
You can finish your sentence. I mean, I'm sorry, you had 10
minutes. Mayor, can I suggest that they had some technical difficulties with screen sharing? Maybe we should just let them get through this slide.
Go ahead and finish the slide.
Thank you. So we think one of the important pieces that's been missed in the debate on the project is the value of the community of the condos and the real economic benefits that the condos provide to the city. Encouraged by the Luce and the DCP, home ownership in the downtown at the Miramar generates a brand new and substantial annual revenue stream to the city. We are proud of the result of this process, which we believe is a stunning design, will be an economic engine for the city, but also contains the DNA and progressive values of Santa Monica: affordable housing, open space, historic preservation, union jobs, and sustainability. We look forward to the discussion this evening with the council on the merits of the project, but we humbly request at the end of our discussion that you follow the staff and Planning Commission recommendation and approve this project both as a symbol and a cornerstone of the city's economic recovery. We are here with all of our consultants to answer any questions, including David Schender from LLG, who, if you'd like to go through further the circulation in further detail, we appreciate the time and thank you for allowing us that extra 30 seconds.
So you anticipated my question that you will be standing by to answer questions from the council. If we can get the screen back to the council so I can see who is interested in questions. And let's remember that we do have members of the public queued up who wish to comment on the project. Does the city clerk have a count of how many calls have come in so far? Well, maybe that's not so easily told.
Last I heard it was 70.
Okay, so a significant number of people are in queue. Let's, just as the council, be respectful of that and remember as we're asking our questions that there are people waiting. And speaking of people waiting, Councilmember Winter reserved the first place in queue. You did remember.
Thank you. So my biggest question is has to do with concerns that have been raised in the public, and I share those concerns that while this project would potentially generate significant new revenue for the city once it is operating and its stabilized operations, that during the construction period of roughly 3 years, obviously there'll be no hotel and we will not be collecting any of the transient occupancy tax. So I'm wondering if staff has a notion about how we might address that concern. Obviously, we are having significant fiscal woes now, and obviously it's important for us to maintain cash flow during that period of construction if the project is approved. So I'm open to ideas about how we might address that concern.
It was addressed to staff, so.
Yes. Or the applicant. Someone, tell me, how do we make sure that the city's finances don't, we lose the income that we would have during the construction?
I see the planning director stepping up.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yes, we have had extensive discussion with the applicant over the last few days to address that issue. I'm happy to talk about the details, or if it's more appropriate to let the applicant describe what they've offered as part of the negotiation. So, Dustin, do you want to just describe the proposal?
Yeah, happy to jump in here. Council member, appreciate your question, recognizing that there's a period of time here where the hotel will not be generating the TOT. Obviously, as you guys have seen, the financial feasibility, the numbers that we're talking about we cannot take that kind of hit overall on the budget itself. But what we have been able to accomplish is take a look at a structure where we could make some fairly substantial upfront payments to the city during the closure period that would then be paid back in the additional new TOT over the first several years of operation, along with a floor of that TOT. So we don't get that TOT, we don't start bringing that money back until we meet a floor of the TOT. So the city basically gets a guaranteed revenue stream for the 3 years of construction, first few years of operations, and then it grows that TOT to some of the significant numbers that you've seen in HRNA's analysis. As we've been going through this, we were studying a variety of different things in terms of projections, our projections versus the city staff's projections. I think your city staff, as usual, did a phenomenal job in the negotiation process. We believe the city actually, strongly believe, when these 300 rooms go out of service in Santa Monica, about 75% of those rooms are actually going to stay in the city at other hotels. So we don't think that TOT is completely displaced. And so even though our projections are about $12 million of TOT in those 3 years, we actually think the city will displace only about half of that. But we're prepared tonight to offer $12 million. That's the highest that we can possibly go. That's a line for us, but we're prepared to offer $12 million payment upfront that would be paid back out of the additional TOT.
All right, and so we get the $12 million in increments over those 3 years, and then when the hotel's up in operation, we still get a floor of the new operational TOT, and above that, you get a credit for what you paid us in advance. So that's paid back without interest, correct?
Correct, without interest. And again, there will be regular payments during the course of the construction, and then it'll be paid back on a monthly basis going forward out of the net new TOT.
All right, so that smooths out the revenue flows for us in the subsequent years, rather than us all of a sudden trying to patch a, however many $1 million hole in our budget during the years of construction. Great. Then I just got a few quick questions for staff. I noticed that Roxanne talked about how there's an enhanced TDM requirement, which imposes penalties for they don't attain their 2.2 AVRs. Is that already in? That wasn't in the draft DA we got. So is that something we would have to add in later this evening? Should we go forward with the project?
That's correct. We will. We do have language that we have worked on for council consideration.
And I just want to address it. Just want to ask questions about a few concerns that I've heard from the public. There's been concerns that the affordable housing arrangement violates our laws somehow. It seems to me unlikely that we would enter into agreement that, had an illegal section. Can you comment on that?
In summary, staff has taken a careful look at the affordable housing proposal with respect to all of the regulations, and so far as this is a development agreement, that does provide us more latitude. However, we have reviewed the comments, and the affordable housing component does not violate any of the requirements set forth in our requirements.
Thank you, Ms. Tanamori. And then the environmental impact report, I assume, looked at the issues of potential bluff stability, and I've heard some concerns about air quality, but those have been looked at the EIR and not been found to be cause for concern.
Yes, this is Rachel Kwok, environmental planner. We did look at the geostability of the bluffs. There have been a number of projects undertaken by the city recently to stabilize the bluffs, and so we also did a geotech report for the site. So all of those concerns have been addressed and have been analyzed in the EIR. In addition, we also conducted a very thorough air quality analysis in the EIR, all of which is provided in the final environmental impact report.
And for concerns about if the project goes forward about, air quality impacts during construction, there's various mitigation measures. And on top of that, we have, regulatory agencies such as AQMD that make sure that any potential toxins are not dispersed into the neighborhood. Isn't that correct?
That is correct. They're required to comply with Rule 1403 to contain fugitive dust and do some watering of the site when there is grading. In addition, they are required by the DCP to use very clean, basically the clean equipment using Tier 4 equipment, we call it. These are the cleanest equipment available out there. And so they are required to do all that to mitigate all the air quality concerns.
And then one last question. There's been concerns raised that this is the beginning of tall building after tall building on Ocean Avenue, but it's my understanding that with the exception of this site and where the Gary Worth project is proposed, that the zoning on Ocean Avenue has a maximum height of 50 feet for residential and an even lesser height for non-residential projects. Is that correct?
I can double check the range of development standards along Ocean Avenue, but it is substantially less. This maximum height is only through the established large site overlay. Allotment in the DCP is nothing similar to this property.
And I would just add to that that was one of the primary objectives of the DCP process, was to establish a maximum height for the established large sites. And there's no ability within the DCP to increase heights anywhere else on Ocean Avenue under the current plan. So that's what we were trying to accomplish with the DCP.
Great. Thank you very much.
Next for questions of staff, the applicant is Councilmember McCowan.
So just sort of piggybacking on what Ted raised. So I like the idea of advanced TOT during the construction. I guess when you're looking at sort of our budget shortfalls due to COVID over the next several years, I guess my question would be, there is a point in this process, should this move forward after tonight, where we will know that the project is officially moving forward. So you clear Coastal Commission, we reach the plan check process. That is most likely a year prior to when construction commences and falls in a year where we are still having significant financial strain due to COVID. Would we be able to move that amount and the initial payments on it forward? I guess I'm asking the applicant.
Yeah, so appreciate that, and obviously, as we, Councilmember McCowan, as we work through, our significant, if we're fortunate to get through this hurdle this evening, we have Coastal Commission, as you mentioned, we have design review, we have construction drawing process. We would be willing to, the time that we submit for plan check is when we are really a go forward, and we would be okay with upfront payment of $2 million of the $12 million at that time. And then the $10 million would be the regular payments going forward. So a $2 million payment when we submit for plan check, and then the remaining $10 million would be of those regular payments that we discussed through the process. That we could make work if that would be open to the council's discretion there to go forward with that.
Okay, from a staff perspective, I don't know if this is a question for Gigi or David, or I'm just curious if there would be benefit to that.
Yes, we have discussed it, and Gigi is available to respond to that if you like. But we have discussed this plan with her, and she's satisfied with the structure that the applicant just laid out.
Okay, I also had a quick question because I definitely. Oh, sorry, Terry, did you raise?
Well, go ahead. I'll have a follow-up when it's my turn.
Okay. One of the questions I was asked from some of the neighbors that were really concerned about the construction project and its impacts on the immediate neighborhood was the Huntley Hotel specifically. A lot of these properties, they all existed. We've been through the earthquakes and everything else. And I guess there's concern about vibration generated from, 33 months of subterranean parking structures and just digging and the impact that can have ultimately on surrounding, foundations. And I'm just curious, and this is probably a question for the environmental folks, sort of what processes are in place to ensure that structural integrity is maintained in the surrounding neighborhood, and how far out if that includes testing, how far out does that testing go?
Hi, so this is Rachel Kwok again. So it's a very good question. So just to clarify, you mentioned the 33 months of vibration impacts. That's not actually the case. The vibration impact really occurs during, the jackhammering phases. So we're really talking about a couple months. We do have a mitigation measure included in the EIR. It does require the voluntary acceptance of the offsite property owner, which is the property owner of the brick building next to 2nd Street, as well as the Huntley. And so, Alan from ESA, are you? I'm going to defer to him to answer the question about the mitigation measure. Alan.
Hi. Yes, this is Alan Sacco with ESA. So the EIR includes a vibration mitigation measure, and there are several sort of conditions or steps in that measure. It includes the use of using less vibratory techniques than what was analyzed in the EIR. The EIR does assume kind of typical vibration generating equipment from things like large bulldozers or other sorts of vibration generating equipment. So in the mitigation measure, there's an option to go with, for example, smaller equipment when you're within, sort of that vibration sensitive distance from the potentially affected use. There's also a monitoring program that's outlined in the mitigation measure. So the monitoring program, could locate a vibration meter, at or near one of these sensitive buildings. Or if that's not feasible, it could be located, perhaps somewhere on the property site, but just tuned so that it's measuring the appropriate vibration level that would be felt at one of the structures. So that monitoring system would assist in providing real-time notification as construction is actually occurring, and then it would send out electronic notifications to appropriate personnel when vibration levels reach a certain point. That would allow the contractor to stop what they're doing, to kind of investigate what's causing that, and if a threshold is exceeded, then there would be a need to perform inspections, for any potential damage.
And that would be inspecting the other properties. And
correct.
I want to be clear. So this would be a device that, unless you're given access to surrounding properties to place it for monitoring, it would be placed on the site itself with the ability to register what that level of vibration would feel like to these other buildings. But if you have access, potentially the monitors can be placed on other buildings themselves.
That's correct. I mean, I think ideally you would want them at the building you're interested in monitoring to be most accurate, but there are formulas and calculations you can do to locate the monitor elsewhere and kind of achieve the same goal.
Okay, I'll keep it there and save the rest for after public comment.
Well,
thank you.
Councilmember Hara is next.
Thank you. I actually want to thank both the developer as well as the city staff for such a great presentation and making it very clear for us. I'll have to say that many of the questions that I had were answered by such a great presentation. So thank you so much. One of the concerns, though, that I still didn't get answered, which was from the community, was the possibility of having more units for affordable housing. Can anyone tell me, could anybody help me out as to why we don't have more than the 42 desirable ones already?
I think I'd like to have Tara Baraskis respond to that, council member, if that's okay with you. Tara, are you online?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so Councilmember Hada, it's because we're almost already maxed out on height and FAR for the site. And we also wanted to make sure we could provide one-to-one parking because that was a concern for the community. So that's really how we arrived at the 42 number. In addition, we wanted to make sure that there were some livability aspects considered in the design, including making sure the courtyard wasn't just completely dark. So that's why you see the step down design from 5 stories to 4 stories, just to allow some more light into that courtyard.
And I also saw those units are actually earmarked for more family room as opposed to single units.
That's correct. 60% are 2 and 3 bedrooms, so it'll be serving larger families, which is great.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. I think that was the only question that I had from all of the ones that I was able to gather from the community. So thank you so much.
Councilmember Herr, before we go further into the meeting, it sounds as if something is rubbing against your microphone, so that when you speak, we're hearing this other noise. Might be a piece of paper. I can't tell from here, but if you look to see what that might be, that'd be helpful. Councilmember Himmelrich, do you have any questions, or Mayor Himmelday?
I think it might have been my air conditioning.
I will wait until after. I do have some questions, but I don't need to ask them.
Mayor Protem O'Day, you said you had a follow-up on something from before.
Yeah, this notion of pulling forward TOT revenue during the construction period, I just wanted to pressure test that a little bit. I think it's interesting to us, but the city already pays pretty low costs for borrowing money, and probably lower than the project applicant. So is this really a benefit to us, or is this just an additional cost imposed on the project that goes to pay bankers?
I can look to our chief financial officer there. I don't know if Gigi is on the line. Councilmember, let me address that in part. I think that the question was raised whether we should be receiving these advanced payments. I do think we are in a place where the economy is uncertain, and the potential benefit here is that ensures that we have the revenue coming in, and indeed, potentially during construction, we both maintain our TOT revenue, and if the applicant is correct, we have guests that are going to our other local hotels. So in that way, the construction potentially maintains the city revenue while also supporting some of the Miramar competitors and helping us maintain generally a strong and thriving economy throughout 3 of our hardest years. I think your point is a valid one, and if Gigi is on the line, I will let her address it. But I will say, in terms of risk assessment, given that this will be an uncertain period, both for the tourism industry and for the city, I think that is why we saw some value in this proposal.
Yeah, and I would confirm what the interim city manager is saying. But can you, Councilmember O'Day, if you could,
Want to hear it again?
Can you hear me? If you could repeat your question about something that you said about the bankers. I didn't hear that piece of it.
So the idea here is that we pull forward some of the future gains in TOT.
Yes.
And we take those gains now, during the construction period, instead of later when they are accrued, when they actually, are earned. And if we do that, we're essentially financing those future gains. And we're doing that using the applicant's financial abilities instead of the city's. And the city borrows money at pretty low rates. So why would we want to do that? Wouldn't that just increase the total borrowing costs on the project and pay bankers instead of, a fee that would normally just stay in the city?
No, well, at this point, the way that we've seen it, as we mentioned, when we would receive the money would be in some tough years. This is technically a no-interest loan. Coming back, we are looking at a ceiling at the floor at which they're looking at a pretty good rate. We have included inflation increases that we would be expecting at that point. So we feel like it would be handling any kind of inflation that was going on as well. So this is a good deal for us.
Yeah, well, sure. But look, I mean, it's a no interest loan to us, but there is a cost to it. And so if the applicant is incurring a cost, why don't we just take that cash and borrow our needs as we normally do at lower prices in the market?
When we go ahead.
Mayor Pro Tem, I asked the same question, but I asked it more simply to say, do I have an option of just having $12 million instead of having a loan of $12 million? I think the answer to that is no. So if you want to exchange this for a different community benefit through negotiation with the developer, that makes some sense to me. But I do think in terms of mitigating the impacts that this redevelopment will have on our community, there is some logic in saying we're going to mitigate the lost TOT during construction by getting essentially a zero interest loan for that period from the developer. But to your point, would we rather have a $12 million benefit than a $12 million loan? Of course, but that is not an option on the table. That is not exactly the way this works, as you know.
Yeah, look, I feel like we've spent enough time on it, but not $12 million as a benefit, just the borrowing costs on the $12 million, because the applicant is going to incur those borrowing costs, right? So if our borrowing costs are less, why would we impose it on the applicant instead of just taking the cash for the borrowing costs? Anyway, we can think about it. I'd like to hear the public anyway.
Yep. Councilmember, the one thing I would say is you're assuming the borrowing, you're assuming our borrowing potential during our difficult years.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. Yeah, I'm assuming they're lower. So that's what I would need your input on.
So was that it, Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Thanks, yeah.
Okay, well, like Councilmember Himmelrich, I'll hold my questions till later. I'm aware we have a lot of people who have been waiting a long time to speak. At this point, we're on item 7A, the Miramar Development Agreement. We've heard the staff presentation, we've heard the applicant presentation, and we've gone through a first round of questions from the council members, hopefully the answers to which will inform the public testimony we're about to hear. I'm going to turn to the city clerk and find out how many people we have waiting in queue at this point.
We have 91 callers.
All right, so we have 91 people calling. We will get 2 minutes apiece. Do we have any board or commission spokespeople who will get more than by virtue of being speaking for a commission?
Yes, we have Leslie Lambert, who is representing the Planning Commission.
Well, at this point, then, we'll open the public hearing on item 7A. And if she is prepared, we'll commence with the Planning Commission Chair, Leslie Lambert. She will have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for giving me a reason to miss the presidential debate. My name is Leslie Lambert, and I'm the chair of the Planning Commission for another week. And I'm here to urge you to affirm the Planning Commission's recommendations that we made on 12th to move forward with the development agreement and adoption of the final EIR. The Planning Commission took 12 hours to get to the point, and they were, believe it or not, we were excited for that whole 12 hours because we really see this as like a unique opportunity for the city. It has so many benefits. It has so many financial benefits for the city, affordable housing. I've never seen a package like this, and I hope I do again, but I don't know that I will. I'm not going to regurgitate what the Planning Commission did because it's all in the staff report and it was presented by the staff, but there are a couple of points I do, and I will be brief, a couple of points that I do want to highlight. One is the affordable housing. This amounts to a 70% inclusionary housing set aside. It's 70% of the 60 market rate units. It is therefore the highest inclusionary set aside I have ever seen in my life professionally. It also has an average bedroom mix of 1.88, which is much higher than we normally see. And the reason for that is that the majority of the units are 2 and 3 bedroom units, and that means they are being built for families and large families, which is something that's very important. We've also discussed with the developer at CCSM if there were a way to give some kind of, and I don't want to use the wrong legal term, but advanced marketing to employees of the hotel. And there may be a way to do that through the housing division. There was some notion, some idea proposed to us that these units are not comparably sized with the condominiums. The code actually doesn't require that, because if you are going for public financing, which this project is, the size requirements of that public financing program, which would be TCAC in this case, would apply to the project. If you actually applied the average size of the condos to the affordable housing project, you would have 14 units instead of 42. And that's obviously a ridiculous outcome. The commission very, very strongly supported the Economic Equity Opportunity Fund being provided by the developer, and unanimously supported the Virginia Avenue Park Community Kitchen as a first and preferred use of those funds. I know there's some difference of opinion about that, perhaps, but I just want to let you know the commission very much supported that. On historic preservation, Commissioner Fresco successfully persuaded the developer to provide a number of improvements to the Palisades building that will, I don't want to say restore it to its original condition, but will go a long way toward that. The one issue that came up was the period of significance, which is in the STOA for the landmarking of this building, is different from that in the EIR and what the historic preservation consultant provided to the commission. And we really did not feel that we have the bandwidth to resolve that issue. We really don't have the expertise or, frankly, the authority. And with all due respect, I'm not sure the City Council does either. I really suggest, and we suggest, that this all be submitted to the Landmarks Commission for a decision, because that's where it should be. They are responsible for the certificate of appropriateness for the project. We also strongly felt that in terms of the new construction components of the project, those components really must be reviewed by the ARB. The ARB should formalize its comments and submit them to the Landmarks Commission for inclusion in the certificate of appropriateness. On the condominiums, we voted to recommend that 20 of the 60 condominiums be allowed for use as hotel rooms, units, and then we collect TOT on those units when they are being used for hotel use, and also a linkage fee be charged for those 20 units. And that those linkage fees go to affordable housing and economic opportunities for local residents. And then the design review, again, I touched that with the historic preservation. It really needs to be a joint effort of the ARB and the Landmarks Commission. I don't think we ever necessarily want to repeat the experience on 701 Wilshire by having a joint committee. But there needs to be cooperation, and both sides, both groups need to listen to one another. So I'm prepared to answer any questions if you wish, and thank you for letting me speak.
Well, thank you, Chair Lambert, and thank you for your service as Chair of the Planning Commission.
Thank you for your service.
I do not see any questions, so again, thank you. Now, the
Thank
remainder of our public hearing tonight will be members of the public who will get 2 minutes. I think you heard Chair Lambert just say the Planning Commission hearing took 12 hours.
Yeah.
We're trying to avoid that. And so if you have comments to make less than 2 minutes, you're using less than 2 minutes, will be very welcome and will help us get to discussion and a decision at an earlier hour tonight. So let's open up the remainder of the public hearing and take the phone calls as they were queued up.
Transferring Zena Joseph.
Dina Joseph, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. The Friends of Sunset Park Board opposes the Miramar Hotel expansion project as currently proposed. We urge the City Council to reject the development agreement and recommend the developer redesign the project without the condominiums and redesign the traffic circulation plan. Friends of Sunset Park members in 2019 included 456 comments on their membership forms expressing concern about traffic and development, and this Miramar project seems to be a prime example of what they were concerned about. The current plan proposes to close the existing entrance on Wilshire Boulevard, a main thoroughfare, and move all the visitor traffic to narrow 2nd Street. This makes no sense. And even though residents repeatedly asked the EIR study maintaining the entrance on Wilshire Boulevard, that request was ignored. The project doubles the size of the Miramar, and 70% of the increase is for the condos. One of the things that puzzles us is the developer's insistence that they need the condos, which contribute to the height of the enormous 130-foot wall along 2nd Street in order to pay for construction costs. Meanwhile, the following are some of the many hotels in Santa Monica that did pencil out without including condos. That would be L'Amerigo, Lowe's, the huge Proper Hotel at Wilshire and 7th, the Shore Hotel, Shutters on the Beach. The developer of the proposed Gary Design Hotel at Ocean in Santa Monica has eliminated the condos from that project. So why is the Miramar different? In conclusion, if the condos are allowed, they will set a precedent. Older properties will become prime bait to be torn down and replaced with ultra-luxury housing. Your approval would mean rebuilding our city to suit the super wealthy at the expense of the livability for the rest of us.
Thank you.
Transferring Ann Donawala.
Ann Donawala, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Oh, hello. Hi,
Hello.
This is Ann Donawala. Yes. Hi, I'm a Wilmot neighbor of the project, and I'm calling to voice my concerns and objections for the project as it currently is. I think Dustin and the crew are super great people. They're super nice. And I hope they stick around and make Michael Dell pay for them to work on this project for another decade. What I mean to say is Michael Dell ripped us off from day one when he bought the property, and the council would be failing the fiduciary responsibilities if they moved this project forward as is. Is negotiating with the Texas billionaire over your heads? Seriously, holding out and he'll give us 10 times the amount. This is really ripping off the community. That loophole that he used is going to continue to be used. $12 million a year we lost as a community that could have come to our city and the schools over the course of the time annually since he purchased the property. So $12.75 million for affordable housing is ridiculous. I heard that 50% would be 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom housing. However, people are moving out of my neighborhood right and left. The families are leaving the city. And in my neighborhood particularly, the signs are all over the place. Our school districts are losing children, 20% down for kindergarten alone, and it's not just due to COVID. It was 9% reduction anticipated before COVID. This kind of development, the kind of construction that's going to devastate my community. I sent you an email about what traffic looked like yesterday on California, just a few blocks from my home. And that's with COVID, with the businesses closed, and so forth. I can only imagine what this is going to do to us. And then there's the rat issue.
Thank you.
The rats are going. Yeah, Newsom just passed that bill.
Thank you.
Introducing Selkie Kohler.
Selkie Kohler, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now. Hello, welcome to the meeting. Selkie Kohler, your time starts now. Okay, I'm going to come back to that caller. We'll take the next one.
Transferring Martin Rodriguez.
Martin Rodriguez, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Ironworkers 433 fully supports this project and the much-needed multiplier effect it will bring to our local tax base, as well as career opportunities it will provide for veterans, local residents, and youth. As well as retaining a skilled and trained workforce through a community workforce agreement. It will also be renovate a landmark project for Santa Monica. Thank you for support on this project.
Thank you.
Transferring Joshua Christensen.
Yes.
Joshua Christensen, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Joshua Christensen. I'm a representative with the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters. I'm calling on behalf of this project to be approved. This project will put a lot of apprenticeship members to work and be able to learn their trade while going to school. This will also create a lot of mortgage-paying jobs, which is really needed at this time. We are asking that you approve this project and understand the value that this project has. Thank you so much and have a good day.
Thank you.
Transferring Denise Barton.
Denise Barton, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening. Would you be sacrificing one historical landmark, Palisades Park, for the financial benefit of another, the Miramar? To support my concerns as to the detriment of putting so much additional weight on an unstable bluff, I would strongly encourage everyone to reference the city's FEMA appeal, which was denied, dated June 6, 2001, titled Palisades Bluff Landslide. In the denied appeal, pay close attention to number 2 and number 3 in the conclusion of the analysis, showing a lot about how you really feel about historical landmarks. Then the $25,000 in amenities for Santa Monica nonprofits, which I'm sure are for your preferred nonprofits, like Santa Monica Forward, SMER, the Chamber of Commerce, and of course Downtown Santa Monica, Inc., but not for any of the real neighborhood groups. Although you, the Santa Monica City Council, have had your State of the City addresses there too, haven't you? There also seems to be quite a few perks for Downtown Santa Monica, Inc., such as $200,000 a year for ambassadors in Reed Park. And when did Downtown Santa Monica, Inc. become qualified to approve or disapprove tenants for the affordable housing included in this project? Oh, but how could I forget Gleam Davis sits at the board table at Downtown Santa Monica, Inc. board meetings, as she has for years. So Gleam Davis's husband, who works for Dillon, how could he not make sure Downtown Santa Monica Inc. gets what it wants? But in the end, the real question is, due to the timing of Gleam Davis's husband's employment with Dell, does anyone else think that his employment was so the Miramar had an in on the Santa Monica City Council to get this project approved? Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Ivan Hineshaw.
Ivan Hineshaw, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Go ahead. Your time starts now.
Mayor, City Council, thank you for the time. I'm a 20-year resident of Santa Monica, and I'm highly supportive of the proposed development of the Miramar. I frequently, with my wife, visit Stegan Bungalow. While the team has done a wonderful job attempting to keep it fresh compared to other top properties, it is long overdue for a major makeover. The new design is fantastic and a clear reflection of close to a decade of work with the community. Given the uncertain economic times we live in, the value to our community, from our schools to public services to programming to the environment, is substantial. I wholeheartedly lend my support to the redevelopment. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Transferring Silky Colher.
Silky Colher, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hi. Dear City Council members, I'm a resident of Santa Monica for 25 years and intended to grow old in a lovely, quiet, safe neighborhood. I bought my place on California Avenue as I liked the town and the way the city was run, and that the city was listening to the input of residents. With the years, the city changed drastically, and I have never felt more alienated by Santa Monica City than during the current non-debate rush to judgment in this time of the unique pandemic over the expansion of the Miramar Hotel. Why does the Miramar Hotel project need 60 condominiums to be built in addition in a historical low-interest environment? Other hotels are able to establish themselves in Santa Monica without the need of condos ranking in price between $7 and $10 million each, and replace the charming bungalows that give the property an open seaside ambience. I ask you to table and reconsider this project and vote no today. My hope is that you eliminate the condominiums and move the driveways away from the only residential street, California Avenue. Brings the project back to its present human scale, one that will not destroy the equilibrium and character of this neighborhood and the city and have the majority of the buildings on the downtown side of the lot and make the historical Pacific Palisades building to be seen and recognized. Thank you for listening and for considering, and please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Emily McCarran.
Emily McCarran, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
My name is Emily McCarran. I live in Santa Monica. You have a long night ahead of you, so I will keep my comments brief. I am a longtime supporter of the Miramar project. I have testified at every hearing on the project and attended countless outreach meetings. Every December, I volunteer for the Miramar's annual Fig Tree event. The hotel has partnered with our community at every turn. As a person who's engaged in the public process, I urge you to consider the new Miramar on its merits and vote yes. One more thing, our community cherishes certain values. We choose civility. So I urge my fellow Santa Monicans to follow George Harrison's wise advice. Beware of darkness. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you.
Transferring Bert Champagne.
Bert Champagne, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you, everyone, for letting me speak. My name is Bert Champagne, and I work in the city of Santa Monica. We have this whole Miramar project going on, and all of the city employees are working on it, and nobody's working on the after-action report that we have been discussing. I mean, we are still waiting to find out what happened with the incidents of May 31st, and we can't find out because everybody's working on the Miramar project. We can't find out which commander or commanders gave you orders to fire tear gas and rubber bullets. Was it the chief of police, even though the day before she was out of town at a family graduation? Was it the city manager? But maybe she was overwhelmed because she was working on the Miramar project. We still don't know how many rounds were fired. We don't know what the resulting injuries were. Is it because the city employees are overstaffed, overtaxed, working on the Miramar project that they can't focus on the other project? That's my question. We would love to know answers. I mean, who gave the order? Who gave the order? Was it the chief of police that gave the order to fire tear gas and rubber bullets? Was it the city manager? I mean, all of these people are working on the Miramar project when we could have had a report done. You guys remember, it's almost 4 months, and we're not even voting on the company or the team that is going to lead the follow-up investigation. That's not even on the agenda tonight. What can we do? We need your help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Wendy Dembo.
Wendy Dembo, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hello?
Hi, you're in the meeting. Your time starts now.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was just listening. Hi, council members. I just want to say, as a constituent, I was listening to your meeting, and getting the $12 million of TOT before the project even starts really sounds like a bribe to me. You're basically saying, if you give us that money now, we'll just let this project start as it is. We're not even going to listen to any of the, anybody's remarks, concerns about the traffic, how you're just going to clog up. Going up the California incline is often totally compacted anyway without having a huge parking lot stopping it. I mean, if you just go and stand on that corner on a Saturday, you'll see that. I mean, even during COVID. Also, this is too big. It's twice the size of the hotel as it is. I mean, I can understand if you want to remodel the hotel, but this is just so large. And I don't know if you guys have been reading about all the problems New York is having with their hotels. Is it wise to build such a gigantic building when you don't know what's happening in the future right now? And if you walk on Wilshire, you'll see ample retail space, which is empty. do we need more retail space when all the retail space is empty? I mean, just right at the 3rd Street Promenade, you can see 2 cornerstones. Basically, 3 of those 4 corners right there are empty. It doesn't really seem like something Santa Monicans need. Maybe if you want to work in Santa Monica, but if you live in Santa Monica, this isn't something you need. If you live in Santa Monica, we want to keep the smaller ceiling and see the sunlight. That's why they're only having a 4-story building, because they know that the hotel is going to block all the sunlight from the building, the low-income building. So that's why they made it 4
Thank you. Your time is now up.
stories. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Becky Warren.
Becky Warren, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. My name is Becky Warren, and I'm the chair of the Santa Monica Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors, and I strongly urge the City Council to approve the Miramar project. I both live and work in the city of Santa Monica, and the Miramar has been an important and generous member of our community. This project will be a huge benefit to residents and to our local economy. This plan has been studied and debated publicly for over 10 years, and it will significantly benefit our city for years to come. The Miramar will bring much needed new revenues to Santa Monica by generating over $15 million annually to the city's general fund, and it will also boost our local economy by $40 million a year, which is something we need now more than ever. We need this project in our city and all the positive impacts that it will provide. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Jeff Clocky.
Jeff Quaggy, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Jeff Clocky. I'm General Manager at Pacific Park on the Santa Monica Pier. I've been in the park for over 20 years, and I'm a very proud and active member of our community. This project would positively impact the success of both the pier and the park. The financial upside to the city and all stakeholders is obvious and especially important in these unprecedented times. More importantly, in my work as a board member of Santa Monica PAL, Santa Monica Chamber, SMTT, and the Bay Foundation, I've seen firsthand the Miramar's unprecedented track record as a valuable corporate citizen in Santa Monica. It's incredibly unique for a community to have a partner who stays committed to a project for 12 years. This comes with massive investment in money and time. In Santa Monica, we take this for granted, but we shouldn't. It takes a special kind of partner to stay committed to a community, engage with that community, listen to that community, and work to build a project that is a true win-win for all. I encourage you tonight to move this project forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Transferring Ron Miller.
Ron Miller, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. I'm Ron Miller, Executive Secretary of the LA Orange County Building and Construction Trades Council. We urge support for the Miramar Hotel project. We urge you, the City Council, to approve the staff recommendation for this item. This has been many years in coming. The Building Trades Council are in talks with the developer. We have a signed letter of commitment, and we're in the process of negotiating a community benefits agreement between the building trades and the developer. It can provide the project with skilled and trained workers that will ensure the best and strong safety standards and most modern construction techniques for this project, and all while developing and providing local hire and preference for veterans. Please support this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Introducing Leonora Kabner.
Leonora Kabner, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Leonora Kamner. I'm Executive Director of Abundant Housing LA. I'm also a member of the Housing Commission, and I'm also a resident in the Wilmot neighborhood. I spend a lot of time with my family around the site of the project, and so I'm calling to support the project. Not only do I think this project is an improvement in the neighborhood, for example, it will replace where there's currently a wall with a space that's open to the community for all of us to enjoy. But I think this project is also very necessary. Santa Monica needs the economic growth. We need the affordable housing. We have bigger problems in this city than just worrying about a hotel redevelopment. It's hard to understand why anyone would spend time worrying about things like the size of a building when we have real problems, like an economic crisis, a homelessness crisis, and climate change. The idea of residents in a high opportunity, wealthy neighborhood claiming that new affordable housing is going to devastate their community is a Trumpian argument, and I'm shocked that people in my neighborhood would even say that. We should be a welcoming community. We should be inclusive. Let's address the deeper systemic problems in this city and not hold up every housing project for years. We're never going to meet our RHNA targets like that. Let's use our time and energy to figure out how to grow this city, provide housing, and rebuild our economy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Jeremy Stutz.
Jeremy Stutz, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Jeremy Stutz. I'm a longtime advocate for expanded rail transportation networks, other mass transit. I strongly support the Miramar project. You received a letter from me over the weekend that suggests transportation-related ideas. The hotel's proximity to the successful, the hotel's proximity to the successful Expo line, as well as to a wide variety of other sustainable transportation options, makes the project as close to TOD as a project on the north boundary of downtown Santa Monica can get. The transportation incentives offered to the hotel's employees are fantastic. A quick word about the plan for the site itself. It is designed to be developed within the rules of the Downtown Community Plan. Architecturally, it's a design that speaks to the city's historic modern style, found throughout Santa Monica. I'm a big fan of the architecture and robust sustainability features. It's a beautiful and beautifully balanced project. Please vote yes.
Thank you.
Transferring Jonah Breslau.
Jonah Breslau, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Jonah Breslau. I work for the Los Angeles Alliance for a New Economy, which is a think tank and advocacy organization focused on sustainable development and creating an economy that works for all working Californians. And I urge the council to approve the project. We need to build back better in Santa Monica. And this project is really exemplary for the region in a number of ways, in terms of green space, in terms of affordable housing, which comes at a good ratio to luxury units, and also fixing a parking issue that's been a longstanding concern of the community and workers. Other hotel projects in the region haven't provided these kinds of benefits or at this scale, and we've had to fight very hard in many cities to try to get these kinds of housing and other benefits that this project would provide. And I'll also add, personally, I lived in Santa Monica, not far from the Fairmont. I had to split a room with somebody else to be able to afford it. And when I tried to find my own space, I wasn't able to afford anything in Santa Monica. And personally, when I hear people dismiss the importance of this kind of affordable housing, it's very challenging for me to understand. I think turning a parking lot into potentially 42 more affordable units is an extremely substantial community benefit. Housing is the #1 issue for working people in the LA County area and throughout California. So I think it's extremely important that we take this opportunity to redevelop at the Fairmont and to build back better. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Transferring Matt Balfour.
Matt Balfour, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, Mayor and council members. Matt Stauffer on behalf of the Santa Monica Chamber of Commerce in support of this project. The Chamber believes that now is the time to say yes to housing, yes to open space, yes to jobs, and yes to new revenues for the city. We believe that the Miramar and Community Corporation will deliver a great project that everyone can be proud of, and we hope that you agree and will vote yes tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Abel Guborian.
Abel Gaborian, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you, council members. I promise I will take less time than my dad if he has already spoken. My name is Abel Gurboyan, and I'd like to convey my gratitude for the stellar efforts in keeping our city moving during what is obviously the most difficult situation we've all experienced. As a native of Santa Monica, I'm a proud citizen here. I love this city, and I hope to continue living here and raise my family. I'm also an independent retail business owner that has been severely impacted with closing my shop. Hotels and retail businesses like mine are suffering, and the associated revenues from these businesses that our city depends on have been significantly reduced. That said, I'm glad the Miramar has a long view of Santa Monica and is still coming forward with their plans for the Miramar site. It gives me hope that shows that people with vision are still willing to reinvest in this community, this city, and our services. 4 years ago, my father, Eddie Gurboyan, had to make the toughest decision of his life and close our family business, Reader's Fine Jewelers, on Wilshire Boulevard. We were in Santa Monica for 40 years, and after tough competition from big chains and online retailers, we could no longer sustain our location. I'm ever so grateful to the Fairmont Miramar ownership, specifically Ellis O'Connor, for giving me a chance to start up again as a new business. There are so many independent businesses that are losing the battle with big chains, yet Ellis O'Connor and his team believed in the importance of community and supporting independent businesses. This is why, one of the reasons why I fully support this project and hope that you do as well. I have followed the Miramar closely over the years and have watched this project evolve and improve over a long process with the community's involvement. They listen to what people want. They've come back with this amazing frontier in a hotel and shared space concept. We all need this space to thrive. I personally know the leadership team, and I trust them to deliver a project that we all can be proud of. Now is the time to act on this project and seize the economic and community benefits that it will bring to our city. I hope you all feel the same way and vote and support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Introducing Eddie Gobion.
Eddie Gobion, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Okay.
Go ahead. Your time starts now. You're in the meeting.
Hi. Thank you. Good. Okay. Good evening. Oh, this is Eddie Gurboyan. Good evening, Magnificent Seven, Mayor and Council members, Ms. Lane Dilk. As my son says, I don't speak too long. I'm going to speak short. As a resident and former retail business owner for 4 years in our gem of a city, the Fairmont Miramar is an iconic hotel in our city, and I have seen it change ownership at least 3 times. I have served with Ellis O'Connor on the Chamber of Commerce Executive Board, and I have witnessed his leadership and passion for our city. Fairmont is a big supporter of our community. Their leadership truly believes in giving back generously. I am in full support of the Miramar redevelopment. It's the right time. It will bring major benefit to our city's economy, increase tax revenue, construction jobs, additional employment, sustainability, affordable housing, and continued support of community organizations. The local businesses are partners with the city. When the business succeeds, the city succeeds. I'm urging and looking forward for your approval of the Fairmont Miramar development. Thank you. God bless you. And this was the stash. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Transferring Nate Redmond.
Nate Redmond, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening, Mayor McCune and City Council members. Thank you so much for the careful consideration of this project and the willingness to listen to each of us. As a long-term resident and business owner, I want to voice my strong support for the council to approve the Miramar project. The hotel really has become a primary nexus in our lives. And if I look over the last decade, I've visited the hotel frequently, employees and partners and friends and family, many of them who've chosen to stay at the hotel and really consider it to be a critical part of the city. During this time, the Miramar has shown great creativity and attention to detail and benefiting the community in many, many ways. However, we've all seen how the property has become noticeably dated. In my view, the Miramar's assembled an incredible team and is prepared to make a meaningful investment at a critical time for Santa Monica, both the city and the community. And we've seen the details on the near-term positive impact, but I also believe it properly sets the stage for the next 100 years, really in a way that can uplift all in this community. So again, I've voiced strong support, and thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Gary Levine.
Gary Levine, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members, and thank you for providing this public forum. As a long-term resident of Santa Monica, I appreciate having the Miramar Hotel in our community, and I understand and support their desire to renovate. But in looking over their plans, I am left asking why. Why are they doubling their size and yet keeping the number of hotel rooms virtually unchanged? Is it merely to cash in on the 60 luxury condominiums? Why are they destroying the beautiful historic bungalows and replacing them with a massive second building along California Avenue? Why are they moving their driveway to the only residential street that borders the hotel? Not Wilshire, not Ocean, not 2nd Street, but on California Avenue, where it will not only inconvenience the residents who live there, but it will add immeasurably to the gridlock that we all suffer through at the California Incline. If we Santa Monicans are to endure years of demolition and construction and the resulting dirt, noise, congestion, pollution, it should be for a design that genuinely serves our community, not one that primarily enriches the current owners of the hotel. I urge you, our elected city council members, to vote against this design with its 60 condos and its new driveway on a residential street that is already congested. Please, please don't sacrifice our quality of life on the altar of economic development.
Thank you.
Introducing Greg Lewis.
Greg Lewis, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. My name is Greg Lewis. I'm the business manager of the Plumbers and Pipe Fitters Local 761, and I'm calling to ask for your support on this project. Not only will it be a beautiful development in the city of Santa Monica, but will also provide hundreds of living wage construction jobs, and it'll provide opportunities for people to start a career through their apprenticeship. And not only that, it'll provide opportunities for veterans through helmets to hard hats. So that's why I'm urging you to approve the Miramar project, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Transferring Christina Gorboyan.
Christina Gorboyan, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Hello and good evening, Mayor McEwen and City Council members. First of all, I'd like to say thank you for all your efforts in keeping our city safe and moving during these unprecedented times. I've lived and worked in Santa Monica for over 10 years, and now as a new mother, I'm planning to raise my family here. I have hope that our city will bounce back even stronger after this economic crisis, and I truly believe that the new Miramar Hotel will be the leader in the rebuilding journey. Over the years, I've attended countless community events at the Miramar, and I know that the hotel does so much for our community. They've shown commitment for the greater good, and I'm confident that they'll bring only the best for our city. This is why I fully support the new Miramar project, and I hope you support it as well. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Violet Locks.
Violet Locks, welcome to the meeting. Ms. Locks, Violet Locks, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now. Hello, Ms. Locks? Okay, we'll come back to that one.
Transferring Carl Hansen.
Carl Hansen, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor McEwen and council members. I'm Carl Hansen, the Santa Monica Housing Commissioner and co-chair of Santa Monica Forward. But speaking tonight just as a resident living in the Wilmot neighborhood, only a few blocks from the Miramar. I strongly support the proposed redevelopment of the hotel. And yesterday I emailed you a copy of a letter to the editor I wrote in the Santa Monica Daily Press, asking our community to imagine if the proposed redeveloped Miramar were already in place, and that the project being considered tonight was the Miramar as is. How would we judge a proposal to replace world-class design with a jumble of buildings anchored by a drab tower of late 1950s design? It would be difficult to imagine. In fact, if we ran the entitlements timeline backward, the proposed plan would replace 42 units of affordable housing with a surface parking lot and pink slips to hundreds of hotel workers, reduce the annual city revenue by over $8 million at a time that we desperately need it, wall off a large open space around the Morton Bay Fig Tree along Ocean Avenue. Seen through this lens, it's abundantly clear which is the better direction, and I hope you'll move this project forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Valerie Griffin.
Valerie Griffin, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. I was Wilmot's chair in 2011. Our board endorsed the Miramar project. The endorsement was reasoned, enthusiastic, and unanimous. We were not prepared for opposition organized by a competing hotel. After ensuing turmoil, many people left the coalition. It does not represent our views. I endorse the Miramar project. Existing development is a mix of styles hidden behind a fence as Fortress Miramar. The fig tree is hidden. The Pacific Ocean is invisible from inside the fortress away from the ocean breeze. The last major change was in 1959. Cars were long, heavy, and had fins. There was no promenade. Of course the main driveway is on Wilshire. The circulation is stuck in the 1950s. No wonder it seems hostile to pedestrians, bicycles, and scooters. The new design frames the fig tree and updates the car-centric circulation. It includes a wide sidewalk along Wilshire. There is easy pedestrian and bicycle access to the beach, the promenade, and the rest of Santa Monica. Today's Miramar adds to our parking shortage. Staff consumes 125 neighborhood parking spaces. I counted 479 street spaces between Ocean and Wilshire and 4th and Washington. Miramar staff uses this. On-site employee parking effectively adds 125 street spaces. The new loading dock handles much longer vehicles entirely off the street, improving 2nd Street circulation. I look forward to a modern hotel development at Wilshire and Ocean. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Evelyn Gorboyan.
Evelyn Gorboyan, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening, Mayor McEwen and council members. I'm a resident and a member of numerous charitable organizations. I'm just so amazed to hear that for the past 11 years plus, Fairmont Miramar redevelopment plan has been revised many times to meet the demands and requests of our City Council and Planning Commission. I'm in full support of the project as presented. The current leadership of Fairmont Miramar team has been a partner with many of the community organizations that I know of. They have given back to our community for many years, as it has been stated here tonight. It's time we as a community and our city supports their request to redevelop the Fairmont Miramar so that it is modern and sustainable for the future generations to enjoy. At the same time, this project will have huge economic benefits for our city and surrounding businesses. I think it's a win-win situation for our city, and I hope you do too as well. Thank you, and have a good evening.
Thank you.
Transferring Violet Locke.
Violet Locke, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Violet Phlox, and I am the Public Affairs Representative for the Carpenters Contractors Cooperation Committee, a labor management nonprofit. We urge you to support the Miramar Hotel project and approve staff's recommendations on item 7A. The project will provide Santa Monica youth with career opportunities through rewarding apprenticeship programs, and the project will create hundreds of high-wage and high-skilled construction jobs in addition to the value of the project itself. Please approve staff's recommendations, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Transferring Carol Lemline.
Carol Lemline, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening. I am speaking on behalf of the Santa Monica Conservancy Board. We commend the comprehensive package of preservation community benefits related to the landmark tree, the Palisades building, historic interpretation, and so on. However, I hope to provide some insight into our statements about the Palisades building. We were very concerned when the DA was published with many details regarding the proposed treatment of the 1924 building and its preservation plan. These appeared to circumvent the ability of the Landmarks Commission to determine its treatment according to the Statement of Official Action defining its designation and the Secretary of the Interior standards. We were relieved when the Planning Commission recommended removing those details. Now it appears to us the pendulum has swung entirely in the other direction. Nowhere in the document is it described that the design of the designation of the building was based on its architectural merit, and therefore the date of construction is the reference for its significance. By requesting a modification of the sentence describing the rehabilitation as a community benefit to read, rehabilitate and potentially restore its character-defining features consistent with the period of significance of the Palisades building as determined at the time of its designation as a city landmark, which is its 1924 construction date, we never intended to limit the ability of the Landmarks Commission to consider that aspect of the building in any way. We wanted to ensure that the building's characteristics at this date were recognized by all parties as the base from which the plans for rehab and restoration should be considered. Thank you very much for considering our comments. Good night.
Thank you.
Transferring Sean Muir.
Sean Muir, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening, Mayor, Council Member. My name is Sean Muir. I'm a local carpenter at a local 661. We're in support of this project. With this project, we're using skilled labor and trained labor with workers that'll be able to provide their families with health care and wealth. This project can contribute to the community. I urge you to approve this project. With skilled labor, you get people who go to school to get certifications like COVID-19 awareness, training among other benefits that the city can use in these trying times. I urge you to approve this project and move it forward. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Transferring Laura Gillette.
Laura Gillette, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hi, I'm Laura Gillette. I'm a 20-year resident of Santa Monica and a longtime board member of Climate Action Santa Monica. I already sent you a fairly granular letter in support of the Miramar project, so I'll just add a couple of comments. Beyond the obvious economic benefits, I'd like to add that a hotel is a gathering place for locals and it is a gateway for visitors to our community. And thus it has a lot of power to speak to the spirit of our community, our values, and it has great power to convey to the outside world what is important to us. Over several years of meetings and presentations with the Miramar team, I've been very impressed with how seriously they take this role. The resulting design really reflects this. It is open, it's inclusive, it's welcoming to all locals, visitors. It showcases historic elements like the splendid fig tree. And the new design makes a powerful statement about sustainability and our deep concern for the environment. Santa Monica has worked very hard to be a leader in sustainability and in addressing climate change. This project design reflects this and has the ability to add strength to and communicate this to a much larger audience through its visitors and guests from all over the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Transferring Zachary Geisig.
Zachary Geiser, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Zachary Geisig, and I am a graduate of Will Rogers Elementary School, John Adams Middle School, and Santa Monica High School. I'm very much the product and child of Santa Monica, and so I'm glad to be able to speak to its future tonight. I also want to clarify that though I am a field deputy for Supervisor Sheila Kuehl and additionally sit on the board of directors for Ocean Park Association, tonight I'm speaking as resident of Santa Monica and do not represent any other group or entity. The proposed Miramar project has dominated public discourse for nearly a decade. Frankly, this developer has conducted an unprecedented outreach effort to bring the community into the process. I feel that no other project in the history of the city has been so thoroughly vetted over this length of time, nor has seen such a comprehensive and complete overhaul in response to community input. I believe it is because of this outreach that community feedback has shaped the design and resulted in an outstanding project that I, as a resident and child of Santa Monica, am happy to support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Jason Islas.
Jason Islas, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Hi, Jason Islas here. Good evening, Mayor McEwen and the City Council. Thank you for spending your time on this. Obviously, this has been a long time coming. As many of you know, I am a long-time resident of Santa Monica. I grew up here, graduated from our school system, and came back after my Peace Corps service to be a journalist here. And I've followed this project probably from the beginning of my career as I started as a journalist, so about a decade ago when this started. And I have to say, I think that it's long overdue. The Fairmont Miramar brings with it many essential community benefits, including affordable housing, which cannot be overstated the importance of. And the fact that we're including Community Corporation, which is our city's most trusted nonprofit affordable housing organization, in that, I think is also important. I think we also need to point out the fact that this project increases the number of union jobs, which is unequivocally a good thing, especially combined with our local hiring commitment. These jobs will provide opportunities for many in our community to find meaningful and well-compensated and secure work, which will be essential as we try to recover from what promises to be an unforgiving pandemic-induced recession. I think the redesigned hotel and condos will generate significant and much-needed revenue for our city. And that revenue translates into services for residents. This is not a dichotomy between us versus them. A well-negotiated project like this really benefits everybody: long-term residents, newcomers, visitors, and workers who deserve to be paid good union wages.
Thank
and
you.
I believe that this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Laurel Rosen.
Laurel Rosen, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Laurel Rosen, Santa Monica Chamber.
I'm here in support of the Miramar project. You've heard many times over about the affordable housing opportunities, the vast financial and community benefits that the Miramar offers to our community, and I would not be able to speak to this more clearly than our city managers and others have already done. Any other city would be thrilled to have this project in their city. This project is near and dear to me and to many other stakeholders in this community. I have been leading the chamber for about as long as the Miramar has been seeking approval for this project. This November will be 13 years. In that time, the Miramar has been an incredible partner to all of us. I think it would be difficult to find someone in this community who has not benefited from Miramar's generosity, supporting many of our nonprofits, creating meaningful moments for everyone, like the Meet Me Under the Fig Christmas party and food drive, and the city even hosted its Wellbeing Summit kickoff reception at the bungalows. Likewise, the Miramar's Affordable Housing Partner, Community Corporation of Santa Monica, is a longtime friend and partner of the Chamber and the city. This is a gold standard partnership between two great community organizations. Everyone in Santa Monica has a Miramar story. They have supported this community through thick and thin. It's time for us to repay that favor and support this project so the Miramar can be the anchor of this city for another 100 years. Now, more than ever, we need to come together as one Santa Monica and show that our city can still do great things. I urge you to adopt the staff recommendations and approve this project tonight. Let's put Santa Monica back to work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Susan Klinopak.
Susan Klinahar, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members. I've been a member of this community for more than 40 years, and all the while I've been very fond of the Miramar. I've also followed this expansion project from the beginning in dismay. While I understand wanting to make improvements, I oppose this development as proposed. A mega fortress that doubles the hotel's existing square footage, adds 60 super luxury condo units, and places entrances on 3 streets, including 2 residential 2-lane streets, adding more traffic to streets where children and teens and seniors and everyone walks to and from the promenade, the beach, and Palisades Park. Please scale back this monolithic development at the tip of the California incline. It might seem like an economic boost in the short term, but it will not be worth the price residents will pay for generations to come. Please vote against this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Sanja Chase.
Sanja Chafe, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now. Sanja Chafe, you're in the meeting. Hello? Okay, I'm going to call them back to that caller.
Transferring Elizabeth Vandenberg.
Elizabeth Vandenberg, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor McKinnon and City Council members. Elizabeth Vandenberg, Wilmot Chair, speaking for my board. Please get the best deal for the city and the best design and circulation for the neighborhood for a project which could be viable for over 100 years. Eliminate the top floor luxury condos, which will gentrify our neighborhood and add to the project's massing. Transition the California building hotel rooms to the Ocean building, thereby moving the mass and density of the project from California and Second toward Wilshire. Return entrance and exit to Wilshire to ensure safety and health of pedestrian, bikes, and e-scooters who travel on 2nd Street, California, and Ocean. And this is a development agreement. Negotiate community benefits benefiting the city in the long run, the life of this project, not by accepting one-time monetary contributions, but by at a minimum doubling the number of affordable units to be built, establish payment for park rangers in Reed Park for the next 55 years, and liberate the historic Palisades building by removing the California building and ensure the 2nd Street historic brick building is protected from construction vibration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Nancy Coleman.
Nancy Coleman, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. This is Nancy Coleman. I am today representing both NOMA and the Social Services Commission. The Social Services Commission, as you know, has not met since COVID closed us down, but a group of us met the other day and came up and sent a letter to the council. We are concerned that over several items. One is that we think that development agreements are negotiations. They are negotiations with the developer. They take place over a period of years. A development has a life of over 55 years. So why isn't it that there is a development agreement that has community benefits that last over that period of time? Perhaps a social services trust fund can be developed, money donated by, put into it from Ocean Avenue LLC and maybe from the Geary project and maybe from the next project, such that we can build and have something available in the future. We think that I sent a list of potential additional community benefits that the three of us thought we should have. Let me now turn to NOMA. NOMA opposes the project. We support what the Wilmot Board has done, and we support what SMCLC has done. The luxury condos need to go. We don't need that. I want people to understand that no one, Wilmot, SMCLC, or NOMA, are opposed to having affordable housing in any of our neighborhoods. In fact, it already exists. So
Thank
that's
you.
not the issue. Thank you for that, and I hope that you will not approve the proposal as it is today.
Thank you.
Transferring Mario Fonda Bernardi.
Mario Fonda Bernardi, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hello.
Hi, you're in the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hello, this is Mario Fonda Bernardi. I'm speaking against this project for several reasons. One, the major reason, of course, is it's just simply too big. It's gigantism gone wild. It's bigger in square footage than the Santa Monica Place. It's this huge monolithic wall around 2nd Street, and there's no compensatory replacement for the views, light, and air that are being lost. There should be a rooftop deck open to the public, free, open to the public, so at least the city itself and the residents could get something back if we were going to absolutely go ahead with this project, which I don't think we should, until there's a couple of more issues that need to be worked out. The driveways on California Avenue have got to go. They don't help us. They just make the situation worse along that basically pedestrian and bicycle street. And also the condominiums, which again are kind of a question mark and part of the gentrification of our city, really are not clearly related to the project. And finally, the idea that providing workers for parking is a community benefit. No, that's what's required by our code. You have to provide the parking when you tear down a building and replace it with another building. It's not like you're doing a great service by doing something that you should do anyway. So for those reasons, I think this project should be reconsidered and continued. And if nothing else works, we should just cut it down by 20% and let the developer figure out where that is and where it isn't, and do everything scaled back by about 20% and get away from this addiction to gigantism. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Susan Gabrielle Potter.
Susan Gabrielle Potter, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Just cut it down by 20%, let the developer figure out where that is and where
Susan Gabrielle Peter, your time starts now. You're in the meeting.
I'm in the meeting? Okay. There's somebody talking right now, though.
Yeah, turn down your computer. There's a delay on your end.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, go ahead, but you're in.
Okay. Good evening, Council. I'm president of the Santa Monica History Museum. Thank you. Good evening, Council. I'm president of the Santa Monica History Museum and a native of Santa. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Turn down your computer because there's a delay on the feed. So we can hear you in real time. Your feed is running long. Yeah, so turn that down.
Okay, I have it off right now.
Perfect. We can hear you. Go ahead. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Good evening, Council. I'm president of the Santa Monica History Museum and a native of Santa Monica. I'm very pleased that the Fairmont is focusing their design around the historic elements, the Palisades building and the fig tree, as to preserve our history. Design is always subjective, and they are keeping, fixing, and promoting our historic elements in a much better way to showcase them. For example, the Palisades building is buried in the back of the site with little to no prominence, and the fig tree is a parking cone and a driveway with harmful concrete over its roots and closed off to public access. My compliments to the Fairmont team for their spirit of community. My gratitude for their support and long-term partnership with the Santa Monica History Museum. Please support their project. They are not only bringing a beautifully designed remodel of the Miramar, retaining historical elements of our history, but also many community benefits and revenue that is needed for our city. The project is a win-win for Santa Monica. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Transferring Urrutia Marina, who is requesting translation services.
Thank you. Mr. Soto, translator, are you on? Go ahead.
Yes, I'm available. ¿Puede hablar, por favor, una oración a la vez? Yo voy a traducir por usted.
Okay. Mi nombre es Marina Urrutia.
My name is Marina Urrutia.
Trabajo en un hotel en Santa Mónica.
I work at a hotel in Santa Monica.
Muchos de nosotros vivimos en comunidades que no tienen bastantes espacios verdes.
Many of us live in communities that do not have enough green space.
La renovación de Fairmont Miramar tomó un hermoso espacio verde.
The construction of the Fairmont took a beautiful green space.
Yo vivo en Los Ángeles y desearía poder tener acceso a árboles, parques, jardines más hermosos como en Santa Mónica. Y por eso yo... por eso yo apoyo a Fairmont Miramar.
I live in Los Angeles in a place where I would love to have a space with trees, parks, and different kinds of gardens. And so that's why I support the Fairmont Miramar project.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Transferring Flora Cora. She's requesting a Spanish translator, please.
Flora, una oración a la vez, por favor. Yo voy a traducir por usted.
Okay, ¿ya puedo empezar?
Sí, por favor.
Mi nombre es Flora Cerón, como trabajadora del Hotel Double Tree de Santa Mónica. Apoyo la vivienda.
Yeah, my name is Flora Cerón. I'm a worker at the Double Tree Santa Monica. Vaya.
Apoyo la vivienda asequible, los espacios verdes y los buenos empleos.
I support the affordable housing, the good jobs, and the other benefits in this project.
A muchos de nosotros enfrentamos desalojo y yo, por ejemplo, el costoso pago de la renta y la remodelación de Fairmont Miramar, que construye las viviendas necesarias
Yeah, many of us, including myself, are always at the risk of being displaced from our home, and this project supports affordable housing.
Para mí es difícil pagar el alquiler y me alegro tener aquí en Santa Mónica el control del alquiler.
For me, sometimes it's difficult to pay my rent, but I'm very happy that here in Santa Monica, there are strong rent control measures in the city.
Por favor, apoye la renovación para que haya más viviendas para personas como yo.
Please support this project so there will be more housing for people like me.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Alvin Gillick.
Albin Gillis, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now. Albin Gillis, you're in the meeting. Are you there? Mr. Gillis, are you there? Okay, I'll come back to that caller.
Transferring Lupe Stevenson.
Lupe Stevenson, you're in the meeting. Your time starts now.
Right now?
Okay. Right now, yeah. Go ahead.
Just 1 second, let me turn it off. Yeah. Hi, my name is Lupe Stevenson. I've been working at the Miramar for 20 years. Thanks for the pandemic, my hours got cut. I work 3 days a week. And the hotel industry is being broken because of coronavirus. I support the renovation. I support the low-income apartment, and I support the growth for the city in Santa Monica. Like I say, please pass this project. Thank you. Have a nice night.
Thank you.
Transferring Sandra Ramirez, who is requesting Spanish translation.
Hola, Sandra. Sandra, si puede hablar una oración a la vez, yo voy a traducir por usted.
Claro que sí. Sí. ¿Ya?
Sí, vaya, por favor.
Bueno, mi nombre es Sandra Ramírez.
My name is Sandra Ramirez.
Y trabajo en Lowe's Santa Monica Beach Hotel.
And I work at the Lowe's Santa Monica Beach Hotel.
El plan de remodelación del Fairmont Miramar brinda seguridad laboral.
The reconstruction plan of the Fairmont Miramar brings labor peace.
Y además seguro médico a los trabajadores durante la renovación.
In addition, affordable health care that will be provided throughout the renovation.
Sobre todo, le da a los trabajadores de hoteles como yo
¿Puede repetir lo que dijo, por favor?
Sobre todo, les da a los trabajadores de hoteles como yo la promesa de los mejores trabajos en la industria.
Above all, it will provide some of the best jobs for people like me within the hotel industry.
Y la seguridad laboral a largo plazo.
And also long-term labor peace.
Hemos perdido clientes a causa de la pandemia.
We have lost a lot of guests due to the pandemic.
Así que en este momento lo que más necesitamos es saber que vamos a reconstruir mejor.
And what we need at this moment is to be assured that we will rebuild in the best way.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Dr. Mike Gruning.
Dr. Mike Rooney, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, council members and Mayor McEwen. Dr. Mike Gruning, 21-year resident. We are in catastrophic financial times with no foreseeable end in sight. The Miramar project will provide years of high-paying union construction jobs, give the local economy a shot in the arm. After construction, there will be many more hotel union jobs than now. The Miramar will contribute $16 million a year in direct city tax and over $400 million over the next 20 years, some of which will help our local schools, which obviously desperately need it. Surrounding neighbors will be overjoyed at the increase in available street parking because guests and hotel workers will now park on site. The Miramar is a great corporate citizen giving to many charities, as you well know. This iconic world-class design project will realize the long-lauded policy in Santa Monica of mixed-use retail below and property tax-paying condos above. I have a question for you folks. Without the Miramar, who will build affordable housing if Community Corp is also suffering? As Mayor Bobby Shriver always said, hotels are what Santa Monica needs more of. Thank you for your time, and please approve this very worthwhile and beautiful project.
Thank you.
Transferring Susan Hooger.
Susan Hooger, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I am a 21-year resident of Santa Monica, and I am asking you to vote yes on this important Miramar project. I have seen this town through many changes and believe that now more than ever, this investment in the Miramar project will benefit residents, workers, and tourists. This beautiful, modern, sustainable building with gorgeous landscaping open to the ocean will showcase Santa Monica as a world-class destination. The fig tree is iconic to Santa Monica and will be more prominently visible to all in our community. The new parking structure will result in less traffic. New, affordable, and market rate housing will be essential to our community, and Santa Monica will benefit greatly from more jobs and tax revenue. For years, the Miramar team has worked hard and listened to this community to meet all of our needs and requests. Please vote yes on this Miramar project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Manuel Vasquez.
Manuel Vasquez, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hello, esteemed board members. My name is Manuel Vasquez, and I am a Santa Monica native. I am calling to request that the Miramar project be tabled until the board has taken the time to adequately answer the community's concerns regarding the events of May 31st. Despite the amount of time that has passed since SMPD's excessive use of force on peaceful protesters, we, as community and your constituents, have come no closer to receiving a legitimate report regarding this incident. We still do not know how many rounds of tear gas and rubber bullets were fired on the crowd, what were the resulting injuries, which of the department's commanders gave the orders to fire on the crowd, and was the city manager unaware of the decisions carried out by the department they are in charge of supervising, or were they simply negligent in the face of an order such as this? Please do not allow something like this to be simply swept under the rug. Many of your campaigns as board members were built on promises of accountability. I ask you now to act upon said promises and represent the people of your communities. We are counting on you to ensure our civil liberties are respected. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Betsy Richardson.
Betsy Richardson, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening, Mayor McEwen, council members, and interim city manager Doak. My name is Betsy Richardson. I am a resident in Wilmot and on the current Wilmot board. First of all, I want to thank you for your stamina. I really appreciate your willingness to be hanging in these long night meetings. I want to urge you to allow the hotel-only alternative for the Miramar project. Please stop the condos. Cutting out the condos will cut down on the overall size of the project, which is way too big. It's way out of proportion to our neighborhood. And cutting out the condos will eliminate the need for a condo-only entrance on Ocean, and thus will lessen the negative impacts on our traffic circulation. The EIR of the current project admits there will be significant and unavoidable negative impacts, and this is up to the year 2025. This is not just construction impacts. I sent you an email about this already, so I'll just be brief. These negative impacts will be on the intersections of PCH and California Incline, Ocean and California Avenue, Lincoln and California Avenue, and 5 more street segments, which will be negatively impacted. So it's actually quite avoidable to prevent these negative impacts by cutting out the condos. Nobody's against the hotel getting refurbished. We're all for that. It's a lovely hotel. I'd also like to point out from the EIR another argument against the large size of the project, which would be diminished significantly by removing the condos. On page 4.8-7 of the EIR in the first volume 1A, under landslides, it says the city geological hazard.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Reading. I'm sorry. Can she finish reading that, please? I'm sorry,
Sure,
Kevin.
I would love to. Hi. Yes. Let me just go ahead very briefly finish this. On page 4.8-7 of volume 1 of the EIR, it says the city geological hazard map indicates that the area designated as a high risk for landslide susceptibility extends eastward from the coastal bluff to First Court, approximately to the middle of the project site. Now, of course, they cite another more optimistic seismic report right after that is more, optimistic for the project. But I just want to say that this first seismic report has got to be at least a yellow flag, if not a red flag, against the large size of the project. We've just had a couple of jolts. It's been a long time since the Northridge quake. So I just want you to bring that under consideration as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I just want to jump in for a moment, if I may. We're trying really hard to be fair to everybody in allocating the amounts of time. We know it's difficult when it's by phone call. It's difficult to do all this online. I understand that Councilmember Himmelrich wanted to hear the end of the statement, but then it went into some more discussion. If people have any particularly interesting piece of new information, try to bring it up toward the front end of what you have to say so that you make it in before your 2 minutes run out. We would appreciate that. Thanks.
Transferring Mike Simnowski.
Mike Simnowski, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Yes, thank you very much. Good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Mike Sinowski. I am a 32-year union member of local Carpenters Union 661. I'm very proud to hear that this project has local hire and skilled and trained labor agreements in it, and proud to say, and I strongly approve this project, that it gets built by union labor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Transferring Ruby Denbo.
Ruby Denbo, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Oh, thank you. Dear council members, my name is Ruby Denbo. I'm 12 years old, and Miramar hasn't been paying their taxes since Dell, correct tax rate since Dell bought it. And this is very problematic because my school and the other schools in the area have not been getting this money, which they need, and it's has been affecting them poorly. Yes. No condos. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Philip Haraco.
Philip Paraco, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hi, thank you so much, Council. Good evening. My name is Philip Paraco, and I am a longtime staffer of somebody in an office in Ocean Park District, and have been there for over 4 years now, and I'm very concerned with the community and keeping on tabs with the agenda of the city in the last year or so. And regarding item number 7A, I believe this should be tabled. There's other items on priority that should take precedence over a hotel development, as in terms of the Miramar Hotel, such as, you know, the events on May 31st, and pushing for a police reform and budget when there's been concerns raised about staff and budget allocation, when the council now has been able to somehow give time and resource and assets to this and take this priority over civil rights and First Amendment rights of the constituents and community of Santa Monica. So, make you all reconsider the events of May 31st and pushing forward answers the community is asking. So in case something happens again with, you know, Breonna Taylor, the upcoming election, the city makes movement on police reform and gives the community message and language that they are for First Amendment rights and bringing clarity to May 31st. Thank you all so much. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Transferring Rafael Goudet.
Rafael Goudet, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
All right. Listen, I've been working at the Fairmont Miramar for the last 17 years. I live in Echo Park because it's hard to afford a rent in Santa Monica. So if more of us could walk or bike to work, it will be good for everybody, because imagine less people driving every day to Santa Monica, so there will be less traffic in the city. So please support this project so we can, all the employees of the restaurants and hotels can maybe ride a bike or walk to work. It will be nice for everybody. So please support this project. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Right.
Transferring Karen Portillo.
Karen Portillo, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Karen Portillo, a Santa Monica High School graduate. I am concerned on why the city council members are taking on another project if they are too busy with our questions on what happened on May 31st. Our main question is, what was the name of the superior who commanded to shoot at protesters? How many injuries were there? And what were the consequences of the police chief not being there the day before of the shooting of tear gas and rubber bullets? Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Lourdes Mendoza, and she will, she's requesting a Spanish translator, please.
Si puede hablar, yo una oración a la vez y yo le traduzco.
¿Sí?
Sí, puede proceder.
¿Te digo también mi nombre?
Sí, su nombre, bueno, lo que quiere decir, yo le traduzco lo que diga.
Mira, mi nombre es Lourdes Mendoza.
My name is Lourdes Mendoza.
Y como trabajadora de hotel en Santa Mónica, apoyo la vivienda accesible y los espacios verdes y los buenos empleos.
And as a resident of Santa Monica, I support the affordable housing, the good jobs, and the green space of this project.
También algunos de mis compañeros han enfrentado el desalojo.
Some of my coworkers have been victims of displacement.
Y la remodelación del Fairmont Hotel
And the remodeling of the Fairmont Hotel.
está bien porque van a construir viviendas accesibles y necesarias.
It's good because it's going to build affordable housing, which is needed in the city.
Yo estoy viviendo en Santa Mónica y estoy muy contenta porque tengo un control de alquiler.
So I live in Santa Monica and very happy because we have strong rent control laws here.
Y por favor quisiera que apoyaran esta renovación para que haya viviendas para personas como yo.
And I ask you to please support this project so that it could be affordable housing for people like me.
Es todo. Muchas gracias.
That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Transferring Jeremy Arnold.
Jeremy Arnold, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening, Mayor McEwen, Mayor Pro Tem O'Day, members Pata, McCowan, Himmelrich, and Winterer. My name is Jeremy Arnold. I serve as Program Director at CLU, Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice. Dr. Andrew Moss of Temple Isaiah was set to represent our Santa Monica Committee of Clergy and Lay Leaders. Unfortunately, his call dropped when he was about 12th in line. And he's trying to call back, but the line is closed. On behalf of CLU's Santa Monica Committee, our Board of Directors, and thousands of other religious leaders dedicated to the cause of economic justice, we urge you to ratify the Planning Commission's September 2nd, 2020 approval of the Miramar project. For decades, Santa Monica has led California and the nation in leveraging its public mandate to secure robust community benefit agreements and large-scale commercial development through civil discourse and mutual compromise. The Miramar project would strengthen that tradition and create good jobs that can provide for individual and community well-being. From major design revisions based on community feedback to historic preservation, from water conservation improvements to the continuation of healthcare coverage, from affordable housing to the city's general fund, the many community benefits of the Miramar project far outweigh any drawbacks. It is our organization's conclusion that, taken on the whole, the project will advance the cause of economic justice in Santa Monica. Amid the intersecting crises harming our communities within and beyond our control, civic leaders such as yourselves face a stark choice on a daily basis. Do something to help or surrender to the circumstances. I'm confident you will make the right choice tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
A quick break just for a moment. Mr. Arnold reported what he believed to be some difficulty with one of his colleagues being able to call back in. Can we check on the status of our phone lines?
Yes, our phone lines are open. They need to call 310-458-8423 and then press 7. And we actually have callers who are sitting in that queue, the late callers. So we have an overflow, right? So we know it's working.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Transferring Louis Porras.
Louis Porras, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you, folks. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Luis Porras. I'm the business agent for Local 761 Plumbers and Pipe Fitters. I'm calling on the behalf of my members. We urge the support for the Miramar Hotel project. We urge the City Council to approve the staff recommendation on item 7A. This project will provide Santa Monica youth with career opportunities through apprenticeship programs. This project will also create hundreds of high-wage, highly skilled construction jobs. I want to say thank you, Mayor and Council, for your time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring David Valle.
David Valles, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hi, thank you for having me. My name is David Valle. I'm a graduate from Santa Monica High School, class of 2018. I'm calling to ask a few questions regarding the Miramar project. To be more specific, my question is, why is Santa Monica taking another project if they are too busy to deal with the report on the May 31st? You know, our questions are still unanswered. You know, the same questions: how many rounds of tear gas and/or bullets were shot, which commander or commanders is ordered to fire at peaceful protesters, and how many injuries were there? I hope that you guys don't waste our time and continue doing other projects and, you know, brushing this away. Thank you for your time. Good night.
Thank you.
Transferring Adolfo Navarro.
Adolfo Navarro, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Yeah, hi, my name is Adolfo Navarro. I represent Plumbers Local 761.
Go ahead, you're in the meeting.
Hi, everybody. My name is Adolfo Navarro. I represent Plumbers and Fitters Local 761. And we're in favor of this project. I have a lot of members that are dying to go to work on it down the road. I know Santa Monica has always been there for us. We have members that are from that area code. So we're looking forward to this project coming together, and you guys have an opportunity to make it happen. So thank you, City Council and Mayor, and let's move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Francis Engler.
Francis Engler, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening. My name is Francis Engler. I'm the California Political Director with Unite Here Local 11. We support this project, and I'm going to focus on why we support the condos. Critics fear that luxury redevelopment, specifically bringing transient luxury condo owners, will change the character of Santa Monica. We in our union disagree with this concern because this is already a luxury hotel with wealthy travelers, so we don't think improving upon this is going to be such a big change. What difference does it make if a wealthy traveler stays in the hotel for 2 days or stays at the same location in a condo for 2 months? Condos in this site are not a choice between apartments or condos in the way that they are where we have fought condos as a union, where they were replacing apartments. This space is already being used for hospitality, and both condo and hotel uses provide revenue, jobs, and success for a project with model environmental values. Some object to adding luxury condos because it will be both profitable as a developer and bring elite visitors to the city. We explain our disagreement with this perspective by asking, what is the point of having a luxury hotel on the beach if we're not going to make it the nicest, most successful hotel in the region? It's exactly that success that's going to provide such great opportunities for our members. And in this case, there are good arguments that the mix of condos and hotel rooms will create a hospitality experience that will make the Fairmont Miramar the preeminent hotel in Southern California. There are many successful hotel projects that use empty condos as part of the hotel operation. There'd be an opportunity for the city to do that here if it wanted to. The condo occupants are likely to use food and beverage services and other services in the hotel in a way that creates good jobs and revenue, just like a hotel guest. So our region would be much better off if every city modeled their hotel developments after the Miramar proposal in the way they've done here. The council discussion tonight, we should not lose sight of the fact that the very public and very thorough review process that you've done over many years on this project has led to a better project, and the proposed condos are part of this total positive package. And for these reasons, Unite Here Local 11 supports the inclusion of condominiums in this hotel development. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Alan Cinder.
Alan Cinder, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hi, my name is Alan.
I own two properties. I own a property on 2nd Street, and I own a condo on 4th in California. This project is going to impact me very much. There's going to be no parking for the people building the project. There's going to be no parking for the people at the affordable housing thing. I've gone over it. I look at it. It's really, really stupid. I would wish you guys to not allow this project to go through. You need to come up with a different project, maybe with a different owner. Maybe you should use eminent domain. Grab it from Michael Dell. That would make me very happy. I do not want this project in my neighborhood. He stopped because they did the California Incline, and now that the California Incline is fixed, he wants to go and ruin our lives. It's not fair. Hi, Ted. Nice to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. Anyway, so please vote against this. Please. Thank you very much. I'm done. There's nothing more I can say. But my biggest impact is the parking is going to hurt me on 2nd Street, and the parking is going to hurt me on California and Floyd. It's a mess. There is no parking for the people who are going to work there, and after the work is done, there's going to be no parking for the people who are going to live there. So please, thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Transferring Magalia Arbea, who is requesting Spanish translation services.
Magali, si puede hablar una oración a la vez, yo voy a traducir por usted.
Ok, sí, claro. Mire, mi nombre es Magali Arbea otra vez. Buenas noches a todos. Yo soy trabajadora del Fairmont Miramar y apoyo a que la vivienda asequible a los espacios verdes y los buenos empleos. Muchos de nosotros nos enfrentamos al desalojo de remodelación del Fairmont Miramar.
My name is Magali, and I work at the Fairmont Miramar, and I support this project because of the green space, the affordable housing, and the secure jobs that we have at the hotel.
Construirá viviendas necesarias.
This would construct housing that's needed.
Y ahorita en lo personal, por ejemplo, yo lamentablemente me encuentro, ayer he recibido mis 15 días de notificación de aquí del lugar donde yo rento y que si no pago la renta, tengo que desocupar el lugar.
And I unfortunately find myself in a situation, just a few days ago, I received a 15-day notice from where I live, saying that I have just a few days to leave the building, or otherwise I'll be thrown out.
Y por esa razón yo pido que apoyo a la renovación para que haya más viviendas para personas como yo en Santa Mónica.
And that's why I support this, because it'll have housing that will be used for people such as myself.
Es todo.
That's all.
Hey, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Transferring Libby Russell.
Libby Russell, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you so much. My name is Libby Russell. I work as a general manager in the hospitality industry in Santa Monica. I want to offer my full support for the Miramar project. We are so desperately in need of a boost to the local economy, and I believe this project can play a large part in that. It will provide jobs, housing, tax and revenue streams, as well as attracting more tourism to the area. I urge the City Council to approve this project. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Transferring Abby Arnold.
Abby Arnold, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you so much, and good evening to all of you. I'm glad to be here tonight after 10 years of planning and negotiations for community benefits. Throughout my 36 years as a Santa Monica resident, I've been to many weddings and events at the Miramar. For years, it was the only place in Santa Monica where a progressive event could be held or a Democratic elected official could spend the night, because it was the only union hotel on the west side. In many ways, it is the heart of our community. As a faith-based activist with Clue, I've gotten to know many of the people who work at the Miramar. They work as housekeepers, cooks, baggage handlers, and front desk staff members. I'm really glad to say that their jobs will be protected during the rebuilding period, and they will continue to earn good wages and benefits under their union contract. I'm also very happy to hear that the owners have agreed to use union labor to do the building. It's so important that the people who need the money the most are able to earn it here in Santa Monica. The owners have also agreed to numerous deep community benefits in addition to creating badly needed affordable housing. The hotel will also incorporate some condominiums for more affluent people. It reminds me of my great-grandmother who lived out her last years in the Park Plaza Hotel in St. Louis. I strongly encourage you to approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Beatriz Martinez, who requests Spanish translation services.
Beatriz, ¿se puede hablar una oración a la vez y yo traduzco por usted?
Claro que sí. Good evening. My name is Beatriz Martinez y trabajo en Fairmont Miramar Hotel.
My name is Beatriz Martinez. I work at the Fairmont Miramar Hotel.
El plan de remodelación del Fairmont Miramar brindará seguridad laboral y seguro médico a los trabajadores durante la remodelación.
The Fairmont Miramar development project will bring labor peace and also health insurance to the workers while the construction is happening.
Sobre todo, les da a los trabajadores de hoteles como yo la promesa de los mejores trabajos en la industria y seguridad laboral a largo plazo.
For workers like myself, it would grant job protections and make sure that on the long term our jobs will be secured.
Hemos perdido clientes a causa de la pandemia, así que en este momento lo que más necesitamos es saber que vamos a reconstruir mejor.
In this pandemic, we have lost a lot of clientele, and what workers like myself need is security, knowing that we will rebuild in the correct way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Steve Lynette.
Steve Lynette, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening. My name is Steve Lynette. I'm the head of Santa Monicans Against the Miramar Expansion, one of the many neighborhood groups representing thousands of voters who oppose this Miramar project. Michael Dell's proposal will undermine our quality of life by adding about 10,000 car trips a day to a 3-block downtown area when combined with 2 other pending projects. How do you mitigate 10,000 car trips? The answer is simple. You cannot. The developer admits in his own EIR that the traffic will be, quote, significant and unavoidable. In developer speak, that means that our citizens will be totally screwed. If this council, knowing those facts in advance, votes for this project, it means that you just don't give a damn about your constituents. He's already deprived us. We the citizens of Santa Monica are the ones who elected you, not Michael Dell. You are supposed to be protecting our interests, not Michael Dell's. He's already deprived us of taxes in the amount of $14 million over the last 14 years. Ironically, even if he turned the proposed $12 million interest-free loan he's offering into a straight gift, it still wouldn't equal the amount he has cost us in taxes. And with his history of fraud, discrimination, and third-party kickbacks, can we really trust this person, no less enable him to make hundreds of millions in profits by selling condos to the ultra-rich that will primarily benefit no one but himself? Are we really going to allow our hard-earned taxpayer money to be used to subsidize one of the richest men in the world? Overall, perhaps what's most disturbing here is that you're transforming Santa Monica into a place where money is becoming more important than people. Isn't that the opposite of what Santa Monica always used to stand for? With all these projects, you're changing Santa Monica from the beautiful city by the sea that was once the envy of all the world to a concrete canyon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Jared Lingford.
Jared Lingford, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hello, my name is Jared Langford, and I am a representative of the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters. We are in full support of this project. Construction workers on this project will have great wages with health care benefits for themselves and their families. There will be skilled and trained workers that are either currently enrolled in a state-accredited apprenticeship program or have graduated from a state-accredited apprenticeship program. This applicant has decided to build better. Projects like this contribute to the health and wealth of our community by creating great paying jobs, which are much needed at these times. We urge you to move forward and approve this project tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Marina Cepeda, who is requesting Spanish translation services.
Hola Marina, si puede hablar una oración a la vez, yo puedo traducir por usted.
Sí. ¿Ya está listo?
Sí, vaya, por favor.
Mi nombre es Marina Cepeda. Trabajo en el Lowe's de Santa Mónica.
My name is Marina.
Recortes.
My name is Marina Cepeda. I work at the Lowe's Hotel in Santa Monica.
He sufrido recortes en horas a causa de la pandemia. Antes trabajaba 5 días, ahora no trabajo ni una hora.
I've suffered massive cuts in my hours since the pandemic. I used to work 40 hours a week. I now work 0 hours per week.
La industria hotelera necesita reconstruirse. Lo mejor de la ciudad de Santa Mónica puede hacer por los trabajadores hoteleros en este momento es dar una señal clara de que vamos a reconstruir mejor nuestra industria hotelera. Eso es lo que hace la remodelación de Fairmont.
What we need right now is for the city to send a clear message to the workers that we will rebuild in the correct way, and that is what the Fairmont Miramar Development Project does.
¿Se terminó?
Sí.
Ok, ya estuvo, ¿verdad?
Sí, ¿tiene algo más que decir?
Solamente. Eso es lo que yo dije. Reconstruir mejor nuestra industria hotelera, eso es lo que hace la remodelación de Fairmont. Es lo último.
Yeah, last thing is so we need to rebuild, and that's what the Fairmont Development Project does. It rebuilds the industry. ¿Es todo, señora?
Es todo. Muchas gracias.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Transferring Ann Hoover.
Ann Hoover, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Oh, thanks. Do I start speaking right now?
You do. Go ahead.
All right. Hi, this is Ann Hoover calling in. I'm caller number 71. It's pretty clear that council is going to vote to move forward with this project tonight, and I do understand why. I know there's a lot of hope that it will bring some juice now and in the future to the community, but I do want to see you take this opportunity tonight to really address some of the concerns you're hearing from residents in the community, particularly those in Wilmot who will be impacted by this project during 5 long years of construction and also over the life of the building. Those concerns that should be addressed would include reducing the number of condos, rethinking the access plan, taking seriously the Conservancy's concerns about historical preservation, adding more affordable housing if possible, and also asking the Miramar to pay for safety ambassadors for the next 55 years in Palisades and in Reed Park. So please do some of those things tonight. But then my second point is really an ethical one. 5 out of our 7 city council members are supported during their reelection bids right now by Santa Monica Forward, which is fine, but Santa Monica Forward is funded to almost a third by the lawyers who represent the Miramar Hotel. So I guess I want to be represented by people who are objective and who aren't being paid for their votes. So Gleam Davis has recused herself tonight, both because she's received over $2,000 from the lawyers for the Miramar and campaign contributions to her current election fund, but also because her husband works for the man who owns the Miramar. But then, Terry O'Day, I also want to ask you whether or not wouldn't it be appropriate for you to recuse yourself tonight, because you, like Gleam, also have received contributions directly from the lawyers who are representing
your time is now up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Claudia Curiel.
Claudia Puriel, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Claudia Curiel. I have worked at the Fairmont Miramar for 10 years. Since I don't have parking at the hotel, I have to park on the street. I have gotten tickets for over $78, which is nearly a whole day salary. We need parking at the hotel, and we need affordable housing. So can we live near to our job? Please support this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Teodoro Hernandez.
Teodoro Hernandez, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Teodoro Hernandez, and I work at the Fairmont Miramar Hotel. I have been out of work due to COVID-19. The hotel industry needs to rebuild. The best thing the city of Santa Monica can do for the hotel workers right now is to give a strong signal that we are going to build our hotel industry back better. That is what the Fairmont redevelopment does. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Melissa Thompson.
Melissa Constance, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Yes. Hello, council members. My name is Melissa. I'm a 20-year resident. My children attend SAMO and SMASH. My husband works for the LA County Department of Mental Health. My guess is that the Miramar battle is already lost, but I thought I'd call in anyway to say that we are a desirable city. I get it. We want to be a mix of affordable and truthfully unaffordable housing. But the Miramar promises are smokescreen solutions, like regarding the green space. The lightly used Tavanga Park was built for this. And in the past 5 years, multiple projects have provided affordable housing. Already 5% of Santa Monica's residents live in affordable housing. So realistically, let's just all agree this political theme will be never-ending and eternally unsatisfied. So understandably, Mr. Dell has wanted this project for a long time, and Miramar has been a wonderful, generous partner to Santa Monica. However, let's be frank, it's about revenue for the developer primarily and the city of Santa Monica secondarily. Like Measure LV, I suspect non-resident money supports much to the, what we've been hearing tonight in support of the Miramar. But I want to say in the short term that the economic impact of the Miramar expansion immediately will be good for individuals. For example, the union carpenters and the service workers that we've all, been listening to. And I absolutely agree. But ultimately, it's more profitable for one capitalist. Unfortunately, this is a fundamental contradiction of capitalism, sad to say. So I ask you, as the caretakers of this special city, to consider that money is temporal. The pandemic has shown us that our
Thank you. Your time is now up.
Okay, even without as much money as we had before. So,
thank you. Your time is now up.
Listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Andrew Simon.
Mr. Simon, are you there? Go ahead.
Go ahead, Abel.
Transferring Mark Humphrey.
Mark Humphrey, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for your time and thank you for allowing us into your homes tonight. My name is Mark Humphrey. I have been a resident and business owner here in Santa Monica for 37 years. I am in favor of the Miramar redevelopment. I have followed the redevelopment project for over a decade, and one thing that brings me most comfort about the project beyond the financial upside is the amount of care I have witnessed between our planning commissioners and the developers. The level of commitment to striking the right balance for our city has been exemplary, a true testimony to diplomacy, values, and community. This developer and this vision is the right fit for our city. This project represents far more than a hotel redevelopment. This project is a metaphorical lighthouse on the bluff, a beacon of light and hope for better times to come for our great city. As a community, we need this. As a resident and business owner, I need this. Please let the light shine. This is a timely gift, a gift we should not take lightly. Honorable Mayor and City Council members, your vote to move forward with the redevelopment of the Miramar is a vote to continue the progressive vision that our city was founded on, and thus ensure that our sons and daughters will enjoy the Miramar and its grounds for the next 100 years. It's time to tear down that perimeter wall and allow the statue of Santa Monica at Wilshire and Ocean to gaze upon our stunning fig tree and public gardens. This project is a win-win for our city, and I urge you to vote in favor for this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'm going to go back to Mr. Simon. Mr. Simon, are you in the meeting?
Yes, I am. My apologies. I didn't get you last time.
Yeah, no worries. Go ahead. Your time starts now.
Awesome. Thank you, City Council. I appreciate you taking the time to listen to all of us. Like I said, my name is Andrew. I am in hospitality in Santa Monica. I also reside in Santa Monica and recreate in Santa Monica for about 5 years now. And I just would also like to offer my full support for the Miramar project. I think especially during these times, we are in desperate need of a boost to our economy, and I believe this project would lay a part in that. It's going to provide housing, jobs, tax revenue, and create an even larger incentive for tourism in this wonderful city as well. So I would urge City Council to approve this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Transferring Elizabeth Perez, who is requesting Spanish translation services.
Elizabeth, si puede hablar una oración a la vez, yo traduzco por usted.
Gracias, muy amable. Sí, mi nombre es Elizabeth Pérez. Trabajo en el Fairmont Miramar desde hace 25 años. Solamente es muy breve lo que quiero decir. El plan de remodelación del Fairmont Miramar brinda seguridad laboral y seguro médico a todos los trabajadores durante la remodelación.
My name is
Punto
Elizabeth.
número
I'm a worker at the Fairmont. I want to keep my comments brief. I want to say that the development plan at the Fairmont brings job security and labor peace to the many workers at the Fairmont. Diga.
Sí, y sabemos, queremos saber si es a largo plazo los beneficios que brindarían hasta desde el cierre del hotel hasta el término de la remodelación. Hemos perdido muchos clientes, todos nuestros clientes, entonces por el momento lo que más necesitamos es saber si vamos a reconstruir en breve o muy pronto, pero el apoyo es sí para la nueva reconstrucción del Fairmont.
So there have been a lot of changes. I've lost a lot of clientele at the hotel in the last few months. And so we know whether it's at the beginning of the construction or the end of the construction, we know that we'll have security, job security and benefits for us. And we want to make sure that the development of this project, and whether it's short-term or long-term, is good for the workers. And that's why I'm here to support the project. ¿Algo más?
No, gracias por escucharnos. Buenas noches.
Thank you for listening to me, and have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Viviana Hernandez.
Viviana Hernandez, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening, council members. My name is Liliana Hernandez, and I work at the Fairmont Miramar Hotel. I have suffered cuts and hours because of the pandemic. I used to work 5 days, and during summer, 6 days. Now I've been laid off since March 15. The hotel industry needs to rebuild. The best thing the city of Santa Monica can do for hotel workers right now is to give a strong signal that we are going to build our industry back better. That is what the Fairmont redevelopment does. Please support this project, and thank you for your time. Good evening.
Thank you.
Transferring Peter Tren.
Peter Tren, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor McEwen and council members. Hi, it's Peter Tren. I'm one of the vice chairs, as you know, of the Santa Monica Chamber of Commerce and a new board member of Downtown Santa Monica, Inc. But tonight I'm speaking as a local and Santa Monica small business owner of various venues and hospitality. And the reason I wanted to speak out tonight is I wanted to amplify and affirm my support for the Miramar project. Listen, this is an unprecedented time, and special projects like this are a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that will help our community revive mentally and fiscally. I urge you, based on the years of careful planning and consideration by hundreds of people involved in this, to support this project and follow staff's recommendation and advances. Time's of the essence, and we really need to demonstrate to the community and country that Santa Monica is a role model and centerpiece for innovation and creativity for businesses and local communities. The Miramar could and should be this initial centerpiece. Please align with the Planning Commission and staff's recommendations and approval, and approve this project as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Transferring Josh Prejo.
Josh Prejo, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you, and good evening, board members. This is Josh Trejo. As a community member and union carpenter, projects like this will create opportunities for people like me to work closer to home. And hiring locally, we can create our own economic prosperity in our neighborhoods by keeping our money here in our neighborhoods when we invest our money in our local stores and local restaurants. Also, I know these contractors will use skilled laborers and skilled workers such as myself that require safety first on these job sites. Healthcare will also be provided to us and our family. So I'm for this project, and I hope you guys can pass it tonight. That's pretty much all I have to say, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Transferring Sean Mann.
Sean Mann, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hi, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sean Mann. I'm a representative for the Carpenters Union. We represent carpenters that live in the area and also would like to work in the area. And as you heard earlier in the presentation by Dustin Peterson, approving this project will not only create hundreds of jobs during the construction, but long after as well. The project will also create opportunities for our skilled and trained members to have the opportunity to work closer to home and help create economic prosperity. I fully support this project and ask you to do the same. Thank you all for your time and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you.
Transferring Jonathan Sains.
Jonathan Zane, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hi, how's it going? This is Jonathan Sains. I am from Local 661, representing the Southern Regional Council of Carpenters, and I definitely approve of this Miramar project. I think it's very beneficial for our community. It'll definitely save me a big drive to work. I'm driving all the way Riverside every day. Yeah, that would be great to keep the money within our community and, yeah, definitely give opportunities for the apprentices join our apprenticeship. Yeah, it'll definitely be a good opportunity, especially with the COVID stuff going on. Been pretty tough with a lot of people been affected, and yeah, definitely I urge you to go forward with this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Delfino de la Cruz.
Delfino de la Cruz, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Delfino de la Cruz. I'm a business agent with Laborers Local 300, and we are here in support of this project. With over 8,000 members residing in the County of Los Angeles, many of which will have the opportunity to hopefully work in this project. But not only from that aspect, but we're also looking at the benefit of long-term of this of building. The ability to have people working from many parts of the city that will be commuting in. Of course, there's concerns about the traffic and all that, but now with so much public transportation, I think that's almost irrelevant by the time this project's done. But the thing is that we'll have an opportunity to have many good jobs, as Miramar has done in the past, giving good union jobs to good people that deserve it. Those people are able to feed their families, put food on the on their table, clothes on their backs for their kids, and those opportunities are now lost, compared to some of these concerns that most people have, concern about the traffic, the noise. Let's concern ourselves with, more of a humane aspect of what is going on here. We're looking at, children that are going to be able to one day, be able to go to this hotel and see where their parents worked and where they were able to be, they had the opportunities that many are not going to be able to have with these good union jobs and good benefits. So I urge you, City Council and mayors, to please go ahead and vote yes on approving this project. Thank you, and have a good night.
Thank you.
Transferring Chris Baca.
Chris Baca, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hello, this is Chris Baca, Executive Director of Meals on Wheels here in Santa Monica, and I've been around this town a long time. I've seen lots of changes. I went to Adams. I graduated from Santa Monica High in 1968. I attended SMC, where I'm currently the president of the GAB. So I've seen lots of changes. And, you know, one of the things I think is that I've been on hold a really long time. But this project is, you know, not joking, this project has been in front of the city for a long time, for 10 years. And we've seen lots of changes as it was gone through 3 different versions. Those changes have been brought about by the feedback from the community. And now I'm hearing, you know, well, this project isn't perfect. Yeah, the project may not be perfect in some people's eyes, but you can't let the perfect stand in stop the good or even the great, because I think it is a great design. And I also think that the Miramar folks have been a great partner in the community, to nonprofits, to the community as a whole, and I think they will continue that. I would urge the council, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight, I would urge the council to approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was the last call from the regular queue, and we have callers in an overflow queue. Holding.
Thanks for
You're
notifying that, because that brings us to another decision point for the council. Now, normally when we're meeting in person, when people turn in a request to speak late, that is after the deadline, we hold those aside. And once we've heard from everybody who is timely, the council takes a vote to decide whether to hear the late chits, which if we do hear them, we typically do it for a minute each. So that is what's before the council now, is a decision whether to hear the late chits, if so, for a minute each. Is there a motion? If not, we won't do that.
So moved. Before we do that, are we sure all of those people were late chits, aren't just people who dropped off of the line? And how
That's
many?
one of the problems I've heard that's out there.
Can we check that?
We have no way of knowing, but we did allow the line to stay open until we had the 5th caller in the public. So we didn't close the queue. We didn't close the queue immediately. And then people began to call for the overflow, for the late calls, for the late.
How many overflow calls are there?
There's 13.
Well, I know there was at least one person who we heard from a colleague of his had been bumped and had to go on. I, for one, would be willing to take people at their word. I'd rather presume honesty than dishonesty. And if we were here just for a minute and somebody came on and said, I'm the guy who got bumped, I'd be willing to accept that if the council would be. Councilmember McCowan.
I'd move that we hear from all 13 for the same 2 minutes that was offered to everybody else. I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion by McCowan, a second by Himmelrich, and being online, even procedural votes have to be a roll call.
Councilmember McCowan?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
And Mayor McKeown?
Yes, and don't blame me when you're tired tomorrow. Okay, let's go.
I'm going to blame you, don't worry.
Yeah. Already far ahead of the Planning Commission. So good job.
Well, think of concise things to say when your time comes, folks, because that'll be the key. Can we bring the first call of the additional queue in, please?
We can. Here we go.
Transferring Stephen Martin.
Stephen Martin, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, City Council, for your time and all your hard work, and I appreciate you for taking my call. I've lived in this community for about 23 years, about 5 blocks away from this proposed development. Many residents feel if we are not being listened to, or worse yet, patronized. Please be aware that most hotels in the area right now are not operating, so if anyone in Wilmont thinks all their parking is currently being taken up by area hotel employees, it has more to do with the businesses that are still open in this area. The Miramar and other hotels are not operating at full capacity. So if you see your parking being taken away right now, it's because of the other businesses that are open and not having to do with hotels. Basically, if I heard correctly, it seems like now the condos are being openly entertained as being interchangeably sold as hotel rooms. The condos as potential hotel rooms are something that I'm not sure were part of the original proposal of this property. This makes the original idea of condos as part of the hotel disingenuous, as it now appears that the condos are going to be indeed used to openly subsidize the cost of the building of the hotel, and they were likely never intended to be hotel rooms to begin with. Certain known breaches of conflicts of interest do not appear to be proactively recognized and addressed. A commercial in the middle of this meeting books being read to children by Councilmember Glenn Davis is an unannounced counterpoint to a blatant conflict of interest doesn't settle this open breach of a conflict of interest, which is past the point of being due. It's been done. The City Council should allow for more investigation to lay rest any sense of blatant conflict of interest. The feel-good reading of books to children is not an answer. Instead, it just opens up new questions. Hello?
Hi, your time.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Mike Feinstein.
Mike Feinstein, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Hi, I want to argue that you should only approve this project if you mandate top-level public access like you did at Fifth in Arizona. If you don't, then you are selling the sky for money. Paul Silverman in his analysis argued that all those condos near the top are financially necessary, and the Miramar has played by the rules. They came within the FAR, but the Planning Commission asked you to consider a viewing deck. And the Miramar doesn't want to do it, of course, and the staff report said, well, we get other benefits, so we don't need to require this. The reality is we screwed up with the DCP, and allowing this absolutely extraordinary height, we should have included as explicit that part of the open space needs to be up at the higher levels, and you did that with Fifth in Arizona. So to me, this is just something that you have to look at about, do you want to be the council that privatized our skies and the best view for the wealthy elite, whether or not it is a condo that most of us can't afford or a hotel room that most of us can't afford? To me, it is an ugly and offensive symbolism, and that if we are willing to simply sell our sky and our view to the ocean, really, for money? Really? Really? Please mandate public access to the top like you did with the Miramar. They can figure out how to do it. It is a classist, elitist power play against us if we give into that. And every person who walks down the sidewalk will look up and say, that view and that view of the ocean and our skyline is only for the rich. That's not okay in Santa Monica, no matter how many other community benefits are provided. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Liga Rivera. She's requesting a Spanish translator, please.
Hola, Liga. Si puede hablar una oración a la vez, yo puedo traducir por usted.
Ok. Muy buenas noches. Mi nombre es Ligia Rivas.
Hello, good evening. My name is Ligia Rivas.
Soy trabajadora de hotel en Santa Mónica.
I'm a worker here, a hotel worker here in Santa Monica.
Y apoyo la vivienda asequible, los espacios verdes y los buenos empleos que necesitamos en Santa Mónica.
And I'm here to support the affordable housing, the green spaces, and the good jobs in Santa Monica.
Muchos de nosotros nos enfrentamos al desalojo y la remodelación del Fairmont Miramar construye viviendas necesarias.
Many of us are always at risk at being displaced, and the project at the Fairmont will provide affordable housing.
No es difícil pagar el alquiler de casa, ya que han hecho incrementos de la renta en los últimos años.
As a renter, it's been very difficult over the last years as we've seen rent increases go up and up.
Que afectan la economía y el bienestar de mi familia, ya que somos personas vulnerables que nos pueden desalojar en cualquier momento.
That of which affects the well-being and the economic situation of myself and my family, who could be at any moment displaced.
Por favor, apoyen la renovación para que haya más viviendas para personas y familias como yo.
Please support the project. It will have housing for families such as myself.
Muchas gracias. Buenas noches.
Thank you so much, and have a good evening.
Thank you.
Transferring Miriam Alpern.
Miriam Alpern, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
My name is Miriam Alpern. I'm a longtime resident and business owner here in the city of Santa Monica. And actually, many years ago, the Miramar was one of my first jobs, so the place holds a special place in my heart. Despite that, the current plan for the Miramar expansion will disrupt, distort, and completely change the way of life in the Wilmot neighborhood. Our infrastructure cannot support the traffic and the additional rooms. It'll also disrupt the lovely airflow that we get from the sea. I stand resolutely against this project, and I understand that 10 years have been invested in trying to find a good project. I urge Michael Dell and the City Council to try again. You can do better.
Thank you.
Transferring Mark Verville.
Mark Verville, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. My name is Mark Verville. I'm a native of Santa Monica and a resident of Sunset Park. This project is not housing neutral. The imposition and acceptance by the Council of the new RHNA mandate of 6,152 units, 87% of which are driven by workforce housing, is not reflected in either the business plan or the community benefits. 42 units provide at best 20% housing of new net jobs and 6% of total jobs. The project must be provisioned to provide complete workforce housing either on premise, on the secondary lot provided, or in combination. Otherwise, it's simply another unacceptable resident subsidy of this developer's profits. 2, there are no known city master economic analyses on hotel capacity, siting, and traffic that is being shared with the residents. What's the master plan for hotels? At what point do they start cannibalizing each other? At what point does the compound effect of socialized costs to the residents' quality of life require a complete stop? Until the residents are presented with an approval plan, the answer to this project has got to be no. This project does not explicitly support either Santa Monica's job market or its unemployed residents, since there is no agreement to hire local labor. Community benefits are wholly inadequate and overstated by costs that will not materialize, such as bridge financing that will probably be covered much more exclusively by tax credits. These issues reflect poor planning and a complete disregard for the city's residents. This project generates significant socialized costs that subsidize the developer's profits. This project must be rejected, rethought, and presented to the residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Kathleen Rawson.
Kathleen Rawson, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Kathleen Rawson. I'm the CEO of Downtown Santa Monica, Inc. And we are an organization that's charged with managing programs in the downtown area, but to also give advice to the City Council as it relates to anything within the downtown area. Our Board of Directors emphatically supports the proposed redevelopment of the Fairmont Miramar Hotel. We have been following this project and supporting it for many years. The benefits of this development have been enumerated both in our letter to you that you received earlier today, but also by many of the speakers this evening. I just want to talk a little bit about the importance of this project at this time. COVID-19 has obviously been devastating to many people and areas around the nation. This type of project, this reinvestment in our community is a signal to everyone that downtown is open, Santa Monica is open for business. We strongly urge your support of this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Transferring Misty Kearns.
Missy Kearns, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, or I guess good morning, Council. Thank you for hanging in there this evening. I speak to you this evening as a long-term resident and tourism professional. I've raised my child here. She's gone to public school here. We need to build a sound future for that generation. We've heard many say this evening it's not about the money, and I concur. However, it is about timely opportunity and our future. I'm sure that we all agree that we need to retain and attract people and businesses who care about and give back to this community. As you know, this is a project that matters as much today as it will in our future. It's been reviewed, reconsidered, redesigned, examined, and re-examined. The invested time for all parties was vital, and now is the right time to move it forward. In order for us to succeed over the next several years and attract new revenue streams to restore city services for our residents, we must work really hard together to remain competitive with neighboring destinations who are offering newer hotel choices for consumers and employees alike. This project will help us with our long-term economic and employment recovery by offering a uniquely Santa Monica experience for all who seek an overnight stay, a wonderful meal, and a special place to continue to celebrate memorable moments. Historically, Santa Monica has not been known as a business-friendly environment. Approving this project will help set the tone that with careful planning, effort, and a strong commitment to our community, Santa Monica is the place to be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Ludovan Mora.
Ludovan Mora, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hello, thank you. Santa Monica City Council members, thank you for all your work in taking care of our city and our lives in this COVID-19 time. It will pass, and the budget will improve. Let's not be scared into letting money be the focus of our lives. This proposal will double the size of the current property and include 60 luxury condos for the super rich. They'll be probably set up about to $10 million each. Michael Dell, Texan, who's not paying his fair tax in the city in Santa Monica County, is behind this plan. This proposal will undermine our quality of life. Traffic will increase to a degree unheard of in the history of Santa Monica. 10,000 or more car trips a day in a 3-block downtown area, when combined with the 2 other pending projects. This will bring traffic to and from California Incline to a grinding halt. 3 or 5 years of massive demolition, toxic air, and thousands of construction vehicles rumbling down our residential streets and then Santa Monica's with clogged streets. The Miramar Park is too large. Please keep our community safe from developers' access. This is more traffic pollution. When it's money, 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 it's enough. Please, economic justice for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Kay Ward.
Kay Ward, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening, Kevin, Sue, Anna, Kristen, Ted, and Terry. I'm Kay Ward, and I'm one of the ones whose call got dropped. So thank you very much for your recent vote. I'm a longtime Wilmot resident, and I urge you to moderate this project. Our city can have a beautiful, redeveloped Miramar Hotel, but it also can protect the scale and neighborliness of the city that you all represent. First, do not permit an entrance on California Avenue or an exit. As you know, the Planning Commission recommended against any driveway on California Avenue. Frankly, I'm your grandmother's age. For many years, I worked in East LA with 5,000 students as an school administrator, and I see all the time kids up and down California Avenue, usually on their skateboards or e-scooters or bikes and they're going to Palisades Park and the beach, it will be terrible. There'll be too many injuries. Do not put that there. And then you've heard all about the traffic. Moving on, the second thing is don't allow the condos. They're all about money, and they will have a huge negative impact. Again, you've heard that over and over again. And the other hotels didn't need the condos, and we don't need it here. We can still have a beautiful project without them, a much better project. Third, any high-rise building needs to be built away from California. California Avenue is the hood. It's our neighborhood. So the open areas should be there. First thing you see when you come up the California incline. We have a half view of it right now with the charming bungalows, which I'm so sorry to see that we're going to lose. So you've heard a lot tonight, and thank you again for taking. You can improve this. Just be moderate, and you can do it, and thank you so much. Good night.
Thank you.
Transferring Laura Wilson.
Laura Wilson, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. So as someone who lives on 3rd Street, I want to say how horrible it is that they've moved the entrance and vast majority of the traffic onto 2nd Street. All you are doing is allowing them to push commercial business further into our residential neighborhoods. So the cost of the traffic that you are going to impose on the residents who live there and the diminishment of our quality of life, that I already know this to be a fact because I happen to live next door to the Pally House Hotel, which was a rent-controlled apartment building for years and years and years, and our city council illegally converted it into a hotel for the wealthy. This doesn't surprise me at all that you would allow this to happen, especially since some of you were part of this illegal conversion of rent-controlled apartments into hotels. Now you want to tell us we're going to need to build this gigantic thing so we can have 48 residential affordable housing. The joke about this is you know all of ththose hotel workers that call in, they're all hoping that you're going to give them those affordable housing units. You're holding the carrot in front of them saying, you might be the lucky one, but in reality, none of them are going to be. And they're not providing enough parking for their employees right now because I took a video of the parking on my street, and within 3 minutes after the street sweeper came through, 90% of the parking was taken by hotel workers. Not saying that they were all Miramar employees. There were probably others. There were Pally Hotel employees. They were Sutton hotels, but none of the hotels provide enough parking for their employees, and they're still not going to. The little bit of parking that they're going to create there is going to be taken by the visitors that come here who are paying big bucks to go there. And now this joke, the old bait and switch, that now maybe the condos are going to be used as hotel rooms, that's a big joke. And then people start saying, well, I appreciate your time. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Transferring Sanja Chase.
Sanja Chase, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now. Sanja, can you hear me? Welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hello?
Thank you.
Hello?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. You're in the meeting.
Okay, I'm in the meeting. I'm ready. Can you hear me? I'm in the meeting.
We can hear you. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi. Okay, I'm ready. Are you ready? Okay, so I was supposed to talk about 2 hours ago, but somehow I got kicked out. And
Sanja, can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you. So okay, so I'm talking. Can you hear me? Oh, here we go again. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Sanja, turn down your computer because there's a delay in what you're hearing, but we hear you now in real time. So turn down your computer and go ahead. Sanja, did we lose you? Sanja, turn down your computer because there's a delay in what you're hearing.
Okay.
We hear you now in real time.
Okay.
So turn down your computer and go ahead.
I'm going to turn it down. Hello, Kevin. Okay, so what I'd like to say, can you guys hear me, guys?
You're in the
Ready?
meeting. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. All I want to talk about really fast, since I only get a minute, and it's been 6 hours now, trying to get through, the system is broken. Our public input being put in at the end like this is very difficult. I'm going to turn it down. Hello, Kevin. Okay, so what I'd like to say, can you guys hear me, guys?
You're in the meeting. Go ahead.
Okay, so can you hear me? Okay, so the noise impact. So see how this is going wrong now? Great. Okay, so I'm against the Miramar project, and I have 10,000 people that are residents that are against this project, okay? I want this noted. We do not want to live. Look at everybody's laughing. Why are you guys laughing? Okay, so the noise. So see how. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, Angela, we can, but turn down your computer because I think you're getting thrown by the feedback.
Okay, so can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Right now,
Okay,
real-
turn the volume all the way down. Okay. Now am I clear?
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
Okay, but I can't hear anything, so I'm just going to start speaking. Okay, so the noise from the construction for 33 months, that's nearly 3 years. The impact of that is too much for us. It interferes with our lease agreement. It interferes with the fact that we are supposed to enjoy the premises that we pay rent for. This project interferes with that, okay? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. This is your time, so go ahead. We're all listening.
Yeah, it's a very poorly run meeting. I just want to give you feedback about that. When you're the one speaking, you can't hear yourself, and then you're told to turn the volume down. So I can see Terry's laughing as usual. Sue is kind of paying attention. You guys, I'm not really impressed, okay? And Lane, I would appreciate a phone call back once in a while. So my point is, we're not going to put up with the noise from this project. If you interfere with our lease from this kind of noise and we lose our residents and tenants, we're going to have a lawsuit. So you need to be aware of that. We're going to be paying 100% attention to that. So don't think we're just going to sit there and put up with 3 years of this.
Thank you. Your time is
now
up.
Kind of noise? No way. We can't do it. So I would like somebody to contact me about the noise impact. If there was no noise impact, I would care less because you've already destroyed the city. So do whatever you want. But the noise impact on our families is not acceptable, especially when we're Zooming at home.
Thank you. Your time is now up.
It's not going anywhere. Of course it's up, but you guys get to do whatever you want the whole night and waste 6 of my hours. I don't appreciate this. This is a broken system. Fix it. Very unhappy with this meeting.
Thank you. That may be our last caller. Oh, no, there's another one.
Hi, I'm transferring Lauren Van Clown.
Lauren Van Clown, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Hello, this is Laureen Von Clan and the council and city manager. Thank you very much for being here so late. I am a Santa Monica resident of NOMA and climate activist with Climate Action Santa Monica and a couple other groups. I'm voicing my support for the project in part because I understand the developers taking many steps to cover transportation impact costs, and the development itself has so many great sustainability features. My concern, as many have voiced, is the vehicle miles traveled, and there are things that have been suggested in transportation plans, et cetera. If we can reduce those, it's really something that we should do with this development, because the way these things are calculated, for future developments, we will just get the same, and we cannot keep building more transportation infrastructure that requires single car traffic. And I'm just saying, please address that to help us address the climate crisis. We need jobs. That's why I support this project. We need economic development. We need to move forward. But please keep the climate in mind as you always do and reduce vehicle miles. Thank you.
Thank you.
I usually do. I'll just check one more time to make sure there are no more calls.
That was our final call.
Okay, so all the phone lines are now emptied, and that will close the public hearing on item 7A. So, Council, the matter's about to be before us. We traditionally start with questions. Let me just point out that it's already after 11 o'clock, and we do want to end with a decision tonight. So if you can try and be focused in your questions, I think we'd all appreciate that. And Councilmember McCowan, you had your hand up first.
Okay, so I'm just going to start with two, and because I'm sure a lot of my other questions will be addressed by other folks. So it's clear from the calls that we're never going to please everyone with this project unless the hotel is unable to redevelop, it seems, at all. And that's obviously not an option. So firstly, I'm curious, and David, I don't know if someone can answer this, but so if we didn't have condos on this project, what amount would be available for affordable housing? Because I think that's at least an articulated priority of the majority of this council.
Yes. So if there were no condos in the project, based on the code, the requirement of the developer would be to pay a commercial mitigation fee. And so according to staff, I think Jing said that number would be about $440,000 based on the commercial square footage. So the hotel and retail combined, that would get about $440,000. And that would be including a credit that the applicant would receive for the existing square footage. So that mitigation fee is based on the net new square footage. So again, we'd be looking at about $440,000. Now, this is a development agreement. So if the project were still a development agreement without the condos, then that fee would be negotiated. But just strictly based on code, it would be $440,000.
Okay, so we could potentially increase that if they're willing to increase it after we take away the 60 condos. Okay, and then one quick question, because a gentleman raised it, I believe his name was Mr. Singer, regarding all of the impacts to parking in the neighborhood due to the construction itself. And I agree, this is always an issue, right? A construction project starts and the people that are working on the project sometimes end up parking in the neighborhood, right? And so I'm just curious, and maybe if the applicant is still on, has there been any discussion about possibly renting parking spaces and shuttling construction workers? Is that something we can include here since we're
I can address that. So we do require a construction mitigation plan for really all projects, but particularly for a project of this size. So part of what we would do is review that construction mitigation plan before we issue building permits and ensure that there is off-site parking for the construction workers and anyone else coming to the site, so that parking does not impact nearby neighborhoods. So that would definitely be part of our review before we'd ever issue a permit for a project like this.
Okay, thank you so much.
Councilmember Himmelrich.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to wait. So someone said early in the testimony, everyone in Santa Monica has a Miramar story. And I, too, have a Miramar story, which sheds a little light on this, because in 2014...
Sue, right now...
I'm getting to my questions, Kevin. May I just... Thank you.
It sounded like you were launching into an anecdote.
No, I'm not. I am launching into an anecdote that will lead to my questions, because what I wanted to say was in 2014, the Miramar spent $70,000, not $700, $70,000 to defeat me in my city council race. So when they're quibbling about $25,000 for this or that, I have a problem. But I also have some questions before I get to those problems. And my first question is this. I asked previously what the TOT from this project would be if the condos were replaced with hotel rooms. Can anyone give me an answer to that question?
I'd be happy to.
Yeah, we do have Paul Silverin available to answer to give you his thoughts on that, Commissioner Himmelrich. As you know, he wasn't able to prepare an analysis.
Promoted.
What's
I've
that?
been promoted.
Did I say Commissioner? I'm sorry, Councilperson. I'm thinking back to the Planning Commission too. But yeah, perhaps Paul can answer.
So Paul can tell me the answer to that question?
He wasn't able to do that analysis as we discussed, but he can, I think he can give you some sense of what that might do to the project.
Well, this is Paul Silverman with HRNA Advisors. We are consultants to the city on a variety of economic, fiscal, and financial feasibility issues. It would depend entirely, council member, on what you mean by hotel rooms. There's 170,000 square feet of space devoted to the proposed condominiums, and it would depend entirely on what kind of hotel rooms you imagine being replaced by that square footage. There, you wouldn't replace those hotel rooms. I mean, those condominiums with hotel rooms of the same size. So, it would be more likely the case that you would end up with a hotel that looks considerably different from the proposed hotel, and you have documentation supplied by the applicant in which they go through a piece of analysis of explaining that converting the condominiums to hotel rooms would probably result in a 500 to 600 room hotel of a completely different nature than what is being proposed. Very different positioning in the market, completely different average daily rate, and therefore a very different TOT tax rate profile. And we generally concur with the analysis that the applicant has provided in that respect.
Okay, so if those rooms were replaced and it became a 500 or 600, I'm not looking to disrupt the business model, but I just want to know what additional TOT would we get on that?
The applicant's analysis is that you would get less TOT because the average daily room, notwithstanding the fact that you'd have more hotel rooms, would end up being less in total than what is being proposed by the project.
Okay. So now let me ask you, David, since you're here, I want to ask a question about he just left.
I'm here.
That was fast. So I have a question about the affordable housing. So I understand that staff is taking the position, the applicant is taking the position that the affordable housing doesn't have to be comparable to the condos. It just is what it is, right? I mean, as I understand it, it is the most that they'll do under these circumstances on this lot across the street. But I noted that Paul just made the reference to 170,000 square feet of condos. Is that, I thought it was about 180, but between 170 and 180 square feet? I'm asking David.
Yes, I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay, so my question would be in an off-site, so I believe there are comparability requirements. Let's start with that. So even if you aren't going to build 2,700 square foot affordable housing, it could be comparable with respect to square footage. In other words, if we were going to apply the 35% requirement to this project, to an affordable housing project based on this project, it would be considerably larger.
And I'm going to ask Jane to jump in on this and answer your question.
Sorry, Councilmember, can you repeat your question?
Yeah, so when we did the downtown community plan, there was a discussion of comparability of affordable rooms to rooms that weren't affordable. And my understanding is that now staff is taking the position that that only applies to on-site and not off-site. Is that right?
Well, I think we don't want to confuse the project requirements in the downtown. So that's in the zoning code. And I think what you're citing is the project requirements for tier 2 and tier 3 projects. So those requirements are for tier 2 and tier 3 housing projects. This project is not that tier project. It's under the established large sites overlay. So that's within the adopted DCP. And there are, only a handful of standards that apply to established large sites. This was a policy decision of the council in terms of, identifying, a small select handful of special sites within the downtown where the city could benefit from negotiated agreements. So I don't want to mix apples and oranges because the standard that you're referring to applies to what I'll just call sort of your typical.
Wait, time out for a sec. I'm sorry, because the affordable housing requirements for downtown are set forth in a chart. Is that right? For tier 2 and tier 3 downtown.
Right.
And
right.
Comparability.
That's project requirements. Right.
And comparability was inserted into that chart during our meetings on the downtown plan by me. So I know that that's in there. Isn't that right?
No, that's right. That's in there. However, because this is an established large site under a DA, it's not, I think the assertion that it must comply or it does apply is, a matter of something the council can certainly discuss, but it doesn't, I wouldn't say that it outright is the only requirement that applies because, again, the project is something proposed on the established large sites.
Well, so let me just say that my understanding of the established large sites and all DAs, in fact, is that they demand more of a developer in any particular category than is required by the basic loose or downtown community plan, which is part of the loose. Isn't that right?
Right, but
this is George Cardona. Maybe I can help here. But basically, this is an extra large site, and under the DCP, the DCP says that the extra large site is subject to development and has to be developed under a development agreement. And the language of the downtown community plan basically says that a development agreement may negotiate modifications to any standard except for 2, height and FAR. So everything else other than height and FAR under the DCP is subject to negotiation as a development agreement. So obviously it's up to council. You can insist that there's more than what would be for a tier 3, but it's a matter of negotiation. So the DCP itself does not preclude something that is different from what would ordinarily be the standard for a tier 3. It leaves it up to negotiation as part of the development agreement under the downtown community plan.
I'm sorry, George, but I don't want to dissect the plan with you, but I do believe that it was always understood that DAs of any. Is that me echoing?
I think you're just cutting in and out a little bit.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Good. Nothing like leaning forward. Okay. So my understanding is that DAs of any character, whether it's one of the large sites or anything in the downtown, because it was just last week or last meeting that we did the 90,000 square foot tier 3 exception, right? But that any DA, anything that was larger than tier 2 or tier 3 was required to do more than a tier 2 or tier 3 project would. And that was why we inserted the comparability requirements into the affordable housing section of the downtown community plan.
Comparability requirements apply to tier 2 and tier 3 standards. A development agreement under the downtown community plan allows council to negotiate. So it would be a matter of policy if you require that, as opposed to it being a legal requirement under the DCT or the zoning code.
Okay. I don't agree with that, but I'll take that as your legal opinion, right? I believe that we're required to do more in a DA on any particular aspect, especially affordable housing. So that would be an issue I would have. Now, I want to talk about the parking spaces for workers. There are 103 parking spaces for workers. Is that right? And maybe somebody from the applicant, if David, if you don't know that offhand. Okay, I'm going to say there are 103 parking spaces for workers, and there are 3 times as many workers as that. So how are you going to keep workers from parking in the neighborhood?
Can I respond?
Other people? Yeah.
Can I respond to that?
Please.
Yeah, so the 103 spaces is designed for the employees. We have 387 employees as our average daily rate, or as average daily employees. However, those are split over 5 shifts over the course of a 24-hour day, because we're a hotel that operates 24 hours a day. Those are split according to shifts. And so in the morning shift, which is pre-peak, we anticipate, based off of our aggressive TDM plan and local hiring program, that we're going to be at about probably 80 trips in the morning, and then in the afternoon about 110. And so our parking is designed to align with our transportation demand management goals. We also have the ability in the 103 spaces to flex an aisle park in that if we need additional spaces in that location. But they are designed collectively to align with the TDM goals, which we think is another significant community benefit in terms of reducing the employee trips.
So, Dustin, maybe I'm confused, but how many additional employees you say you're going to be employing after the hotel's done? I'm sorry, please go forward.
Yeah, so we had provided in the EIR analysis that currently the hotel on an average daily employee count's about 282, and it's going up to about 387. And again, as you know, a hotel that ebbs and flows, so we have the average rate of employees throughout the day is the 387. But again, it's split over 5 shifts over the course of 24 hours.
But then you're only going to have how many trips in the morning? I'm sorry.
We think there's probably somewhere between 70, 80 in our peak hour, but our peak hour is again ahead of the city's peak hour requirements because we have shifts arriving at 6 and 7 a.m. So again, that's ahead of the city's peak hour, which is why in the Fair and Peers analysis, you saw such a minimal amount of trips that occur in the peak hour on the employee rates. Because again, our shifts are off peak, but and take into consideration the 2.2 AVR.
Okay, so I also wanted to ask, and I'm sorry for the sound. The computer. Anyway, so let me get a set of headphones if somebody else wants to go, so we stop. I hear it myself. I don't want to have.
Can you try muting yourself? Sometimes if there's more than one microphone on, it creates an echo.
Oh. Now I unmuted. Is that better? Wow. Wayne, you're a genius. So, okay. So, now I want to talk about the affordable housing again. And Dustin, I asked you this on our call the other day, and I'm going to ask you in front of everybody. But I asked you.
Justin stays muted until you're done talking, Sue. Then the echo won't exist.
Oh, yay, Dustin. Thank you. Okay, so here's my question. So if you get 9% tax credits, that leaves money that you were willing to spend on that you won't be spending, right? If you only get if you get 9% as opposed to 4%, which you were going to pay for, there's a gap. And my question is, will you donate that gap to the city for affordable housing?
Yeah, unfortunately, Sue, as you know, the project economics are already well below a market rate of return. And as it relates to the affordable housing, we have tried to just be as transparent as possible and let you guys know we're pursuing the 9% tax credits. We achieve those. That's a best case scenario for us. We also have the 4% tax credits, which, as you also know, is the most reliable case because of how competitive the 9% are. And then we also have a worst case, which the city attorney did a great job of ensuring that we absolutely have to deliver those units. And that's a $40 million cost to us if, for some reason, and it's a low risk, but it is a risk, the tax credits go away. So the other component of this is the tax credit process happens before we have evaluated all of our various risks. So we're going to be pursuing, and we'll know our tax credits earlier in the process before we have really finalized our construction risk, we've finalized our market risk. And so, unfortunately, it's just not possible for me to say we can make that deal structure. We've tried to figure out other ways to try to figure out ways to create revenue for the city.
You're muted.
Dance we're doing. Okay. In terms of the landmark issue of 1924 being the year of significance, my understanding is that there was no flex in that position for you guys, that you wanted to take it all the way to landmarks. And I wonder if that remains true for the Palisades building. And I got your letter, Ken. I know what you're going to say. Go ahead.
Yeah. If does me to respond or?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
So yeah, I would.
I'm muted.
I would indicate, as indicated in my letter, that the appropriate body to determine the period of significance is the Landmarks Commission, and I don't frankly understand the fear about having the Landmarks Commission resolve that when they have all the facts, materials, research, et cetera, in front of them. There is no statement in the designation that says the period of significance is X. There is no such statement in the Miramar designation. So the commission's the right body. I don't frankly understand the fear of having the commission resolve that. They do that all the time. There'll be a certificate of appropriateness, which they're used to resolving. And so I would encourage the council not to try and make that decision, and that the Landmarks Commission is the right place to go.
I just want to add, in the Planning Commission hearing, we tried to be very responsive to the direction, and there were commissioners who felt very strongly about this. And so we agreed to modify the DA to not prejudice the decision, even though our experts agree about one direction. And obviously, this is a subjective issue, and there are other people in the preservation community who believe otherwise. We're prepared to live with whatever decision the Landmarks Commission makes. That was the commitment I made to Commissioner Fresco, and I believe that was how the DA was redrafted. But clearly, there seems to be another discussion that has ensued.
Thank you. And now I have a question for the city attorney. So my question regards minority hiring, and what if we can have what provisions we can put in these agreements about minority hiring in terms of construction and local hire that would mean, or hopefully would mean, that we would have more robust minority hiring and more robust local hiring for the construction of this project. And I'll mute now.
So we can have clauses that encourage that, which I believe there are some in the development agreement. I would have to find them exactly and look at what they are. We cannot mandate, for example, quotas of minority hiring or quotas of local hiring. We can include clauses that encourage that. And as I said, I believe some of those are in there. I would have to look at exactly what they say, but it is an area that does pose some issues in terms of how far we can go in requiring that. You're muted again. Sue, you're still muted.
That's so I don't echo on you, but it seems to be just a Dustin problem. So let me ask you this. If Prop 16 passes on November 3rd, would that be the same answer?
To some extent, yes, it might change what we can do under state law, but we would still have to comply with federal constitutional standards that limit the extent to which we can make selections absent some compelling interest. We would have to look at that in terms of what the state law, if that change occurs. It might change the landscape as to how far we could go, but it would still be something we'd have to look at.
And one other question, George. We got a letter today from a law firm saying that the EIR was deficient in certain areas, not my area of specialty. Did you see that? And I know it was very last minute.
I have seen the letter, and actually staff has prepared a response to that they will put into the record. One of the items that you'll be voting on is, in fact, a determination that this is exempt from CEQA pursuant to Section 15182. That was one of the topics that was raised in that letter, and I believe staff has some additional information in the forms of a presentation that they can present to you to explain why they don't believe that's true. And that should be done before you take that vote on that item.
So would now be so we need to hear that before we vote. Is that right?
Yes, and so if the council would like to hear that now, I think Jing is prepared to do that. Or somebody else is prepared to do that. I'm like the president,
right? I mean, now or 1 a.m, so.
Sure, just let us just get the presentation ready. Sorry.
We still have council members Winter Hara and Mayor Pro Tem O'Day who have not asked questions. So I assume they will have interest. I just saw a hand from Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
I'm willing to let somebody else ask about this, but whatever.
Okay, I'm just going to share my screen. Okay, so this is a response to a comment letter from Channel Law Group, Angel Law, received today, September 29th. So I'm just going to run through some of the assertions they make, and these are just sort of highlight responses. As George mentioned, we do have a full written response that is going to be uploaded onto the council agenda as part of the public record. So the comment letter asserts that the EIR provides inadequate analysis of air quality, health risk, and GHG emissions. The air quality model has correct inputs. It does include 201 net new hotel rooms during construction. That is correct because the Palisades Wing remains as an existing.
The operational analysis includes the full 312 rooms proposed in the project. The model also does not count the on-site open space as a public city park because it is not that, and therefore it's not treated like a Cali model inputs. There's assertions in the comment letter that those were not done correctly. However, the model used project-specific data in line with the model user's guide, and the use of Tier 4 equipment is widely available. It makes up 42% of the 2021 statewide construction fleet. The model inputs use the best available data for energy and actual project calculations for solid waste and water. In terms of assertions that the health risk assessment was inadequate, the commenter used a simplified air screen model, that is a screening model that overestimates impacts, does not account for local meteorological and topographical data. EIR uses the AirMod, which is a US EPA and SCEQMD refined model that takes into account those local meteorological and topographical data to best represent the real environment. In terms of greenhouse gas emissions, there were assertions that the city should have used SCEQMD's 2008 proposed GHG thresholds for land use development. However, that's not appropriate because those were never presented by the GHG significance thresholds working group and were never adopted by the SCEQMD governing board. And it's also not consistent with current state legislation or governor's executive orders to reduce GHG emissions. Appropriately, the EIR uses qualitative and quantitative analysis to evaluate the project's GHG emissions in accordance with state CEQA guidelines, and are appropriately based on CARB's Climate Change Scoping Plan, SCAG's 2016 to 2040, RTP SCS, city's SCP, the CAP, Climate Adaptation Plan, Green Building Energy Code, and the LUCE, and the city has also never adopted quantitative project level significance thresholds. In terms of the assertion that the EIR fails to identify Palisades Park as a noise-sensitive use, Santa Monica Municipal Code Section 4.12.020, which is the city's noise ordinance, does not identify parks as noise-sensitive, and therefore the EIR accordingly doesn't treat it as such. The EIR uses standards in the city's noise ordinance to determine whether noise impacts are significant. Even if Palisades Park was treated as a sensitive use, the impacts would still be less than significant, similar to nearby residences. The project is required to comply with the noise ordinance and mitigation measure noise-1 in the EIR, which includes specific noise reduction measures to ensure compliance. In terms of assertions that the EIR defers noise mitigation measures, the mitigation measure noise-2 is not deferred. It specifically defines performance standards for ensuring protection of adjacent offsite resources from potential vibration impacts and includes remedies if standards are exceeded. EIR Table 4.14-4 defines Caltrans vibration criteria for potential building damage. Thresholds differ based on the type of structure and conditions of the building. The assertion that the EIR fails to analyze significant human annoyance vibration impacts. The construction activities are regulated during non-sensitive times of day, so those are the daytime hours only. Per the city's noise ordinance, that's Municipal Code Chapter 4.12, the EIR analyzes the human annoyance vibration impacts on pages 4.14-57, 4.14-58 of the EIR. The noise ordinance requires that the noisiest construction activities during non-sensitive times of day, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., and therefore the project would not result in significant human annoyance vibration impacts. There's the assertion that the project is not exempt from CEQA guidelines, section 15182. The project is exempt from CEQA as it meets all the conditions set forth in that section. It is consistent with the downtown community plan. It is within a transit priority area, and it's consistent with the adopted sustainable community strategy regional transportation plan. CEQA guidelines section 15162 provides that subsequent EIRs is only warranted if there are substantial changes to circumstances or new significant impacts. There are no substantial changes to circumstances, and all the project impacts identified in the EIR are consistent with those identified for the DCP EIR, including noise and GHG impacts. The assertion that the project results in noise impacts above or worse than those analyzed in the DCP EIR is not accurate. Construction noise would be less than significant, consistent with the EIR. There's an assertion that the city cannot make findings required under the Subdivision Map Act. The EIR demonstrates that the project will not result in any substantial environmental damage. The EIR constitutes substantial evidence, including detailed factual findings and analysis in support of conclusion. And the cited Topanga case does not require additional analysis of environmental hazards beyond comprehensive examination of the issues already in the EIR. The assertion that the city's actions violate the Coastal Act and planning and zoning law, the EIR expressly discloses the uncertain timing of Coastal Commission review with respect to the city's draft LUP that was adopted by the City Council in October 2018 and is pending review by the Coastal Commission. As you've heard earlier tonight, part of the project's actions is seeking an amendment to the 1992 LUP. However, the city is also not prohibited from approving a project subject to a requirement to secure a subsequent approval from the Coastal Commission. And with that, that is a summary of the response to the comment letter that was received, and we will be posting that to the website shortly. Thank you.
So that's what I have for the moment. Thank you.
And if I may, Sue, can I answer your question about local hiring? There is, in fact, a local hiring provision in the development agreement, section 2.8.8. And then there's a local hiring program that's set out specifically in two of the exhibits that are referenced in that section. Exhibit I-1, which is a local hiring program for the construction phase. And then Exhibit I-2, which is a local hiring program for permanent workers after the construction, both of which target job applicants and provide priority both on locality and within Santa Monica to economically disadvantaged individuals and individuals from the Pico neighborhood. So that's local hiring. And then section 2.8.17 is a provision titled Equal Opportunity Subcontracting, which includes non-discrimination provisions and a clause that specifies that they will make good faith efforts to give notice to and hire from various groups. So hopefully that answers that question.
But my question still remains that after, should Prop 16 pass, would we be able to do more about that, particularly in view of the Belmar issues in the coastal?
I don't think we would be able to do anything more on the local hiring. The provisions they have are fairly good for the local hiring. On the minority, there's potentially a possibility, but it's unclear. I would need to look at that more.
Well, so will this be complete? Can we leave that open until that part of it open until November 3rd? I mean, it's important.
You would be approving the development agreement tonight as part of the ordinance. So ideally, everything would be complete.
Could we say to the maximum extent allowable under the law at the time of the hiring?
We could try to add something like that to add language to the equal opportunity subcontracting to require them to make efforts to the maximum extent possible under the law at the time.
Good evening, council members.
Hi, Susan.
I just wanted to add that there's also a practical aspect to this in that when we went to the Planning Commission and Commissioner Lambert made a similar request, we did some homework and, aside from the Prop 209 issue and the implications about favoritism or preferences, there's a practical issue in that we don't have the staff to implement that type of a program. It's actually a fairly elaborate program. And so we consulted with the city of LA. So even if the proposition were to pass, we would have to take time to develop a program. And so as a compromise, what we did was we included a provision in the development agreement, which could be immediately enforceable, which would basically require them to outreach to all groups, not just one group or another, but including, local subcontractors, minority subcontractors, women subcontractors. And so that, in conjunction with the local hiring, which George just talked about, is seem to be the best solution for this DA, given that there is no current development of that program. And if the proposition should pass, and if the city were interested in developing such a program, it would take resources to develop that.
Thank you.
We're still in questions, Council, and Mayor Pro Tem O'Day is next.
Oh, thank you. I wanted to ask more about the parking cash out issue, as the staff recommendation now has the applicant providing free parking for employees. How does the parking cash out work? I couldn't track that during the presentation.
I can hop in. This is Colleen from Mobility. So
Awesome.
Terry, parking cash out would only apply if the developer is leasing parking. So in this case, they would own the parking, so there is no cash out. However, they are proposing a transportation allowance. So if those employees did not take a parking space, they would get a transportation allowance of $110 per month.
So basically, it makes it cost neutral in theory.
Yeah. Yeah.
But our parking cash out law is supposed to make you cash positive if you take transit, right?
Right. But it only applies if you are leasing parking. And in this case, they are not leasing parking because they would own it. So there's no value for them to cash out.
I realize it only applied to leasing. Okay. And then there's a $75,000 in the community benefits. There's a $75,000 affordable lodging contribution. I may have missed this in detail. Exactly how do we utilize that that money? It doesn't feel like a lot, so it doesn't build a affordable hotel or hotel room or much of a program. So where does that go exactly?
So I can start on that, and the staff can add in. There is an existing fund that we currently have that has collected other affordable lodging fees. So this money would go into that fund and add to it. So places we might use that money could be to support something like the expansion of the youth hostel on 2nd Street or other affordable lodging options in the city. But in order to use that money, we would go through an RFP process to figure out and to then decide how the money gets spent. But it would have to be on affordable lodging within the city.
Okay. And then zooming out to the process, because now I've gotten good and confused as to where the project goes from here. Should it be approved, we send it to ARB and then to Landmarks. What is the staff recommendation?
So the recommendation is, go ahead, Roxanne, you could explain it.
So in terms of next steps, with respect to design review, the application would be heading to the Architectural Review Board for a preliminary or a courtesy review with the requirements to pay special attention to. They would give us comments on the full range of issues, but pay special attention to the items noted in the development agreement and in the conditions. They would provide a written recommendation to be provided to the Landmarks Commission when they pick up the formal review of the certificate of appropriateness.
Okay. Terrific. You can move on to the next question, Mayor. Thank you.
Well, thank you. That would be Councilmember Winter, if he has any. Didn't have his hand up.
I was scratching my head, but I do have a couple of questions. One of the things we've heard loud and clear from the community is people are upset about the way that when this property was first acquired, that it was done in a manner so there was not a majority ownership stake and therefore the property was not reassessed for the current conditions of Prop 13. So I wonder, since there's various scenarios, perhaps if this DA goes forward and the applicant doesn't get coastal commission approval, or when they do get their other entitlements, they look at the market and decide, you know what, there's not enough, too much risk, there's not enough reward. What if they decide to not go forward with the project and continue ownership, or even more, let's say they decide to get their entitlements and flip it? Is there anything we can do on our end on this DA to assure that, given some of those scenarios, that the property does get reassessed, or at least we get the fair payments for the fair market value that we would normally get from property taxes?
I know Susan Cola has looked into this issue and worked on some language, so I'll ask her to respond to your question, Councilmember.
Yes, we thought about this and worked something out with the developer. So basically what we did was we set a trigger such that if there is a purchase of more than 50% of the interest in the entity that currently owns the hotel, and there is also a change in the control of who actually has control within that interest, and also if it otherwise would be exempt, because the Revenue and Taxation Code does have this exemption for purchase of interest in an entity not triggering reassessment. The developer has agreed to allow for what's in lieu of a reassessment as between the developer and the City of Santa Monica Community College, and the school district in proportion to their pro rata share of general taxes that they would normally receive from tax revenues. So, and the way we did this is to sort of value the interest based upon the purchase price of whatever the interest is. So if somebody purchases $1 million worth of the interest, that would be the basis to calculate what the fair market value is. And then we would take the difference between the assessed value and this calculation that we have come up with to determine what the payments should be. And they have agreed to make the payments biannually, just like other property tax revenue payments to the public agencies. So this is the best that we could come up with as that to solve that problem.
All right. So in the event, for instance, if Prop 15 doesn't pass, which solves this issue entirely, we have some sort of control, over any of these future scenarios I was concerned about. Not absolute, but some control. Correct? Yeah.
Right.
And then
recognize. Yes.
Go ahead. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off, Ms. Cole. Go ahead.
Just recognizing that, if the building permit is issued, then the reassessment will occur.
Yes.
Regardless of any of this.
Yes, I'm just concerned about that window between possible approval of the DA and the issuance of the building permit. And then question for the applicant, if they're still here.
I'm sorry, you broke up.
I said question for the applicant.
Oh, sorry.
We're still here.
So what's on the table right now is that if these condos go forward, 20 out of the 60 could be rented out, and we would collect the standard TOT of 14% plus whatever other fees there are. I mean, I know there's an SMTT assessment, for instance, and then you're proposing a 3% surcharge. Obviously, one of the things we're interested here is, planning for more secure fiscal health of the city. Can we increase that 3% to something like 5%? Can we get a little more revenue from that part of the operation?
So, look, I think we could agree to that. We can't push anything anywhere beyond 5. And in terms of where we're at, I think yes, we can do that. That's the end.
Okay. And can you throw in a bouquet of flowers? I'm just kidding. All right. So that's good to know for the future when we get into our deliberations. Thank you.
Councilmember Hara. No questions from you?
Yes, thank you very much, everybody, for asking a lot of my questions, but I still have a couple actually that came up after hearing some of the public input. I did hear one of the employees ask whether or not the benefits that they were going to have when the hotel closes for the construction, if those were going to be long-term, will they extend up until when the construction is over?
Sorry, Councilmember, can you repeat the question one more time? I'm bringing Ellis O'Connor in because he's more knowledgeable on this.
When we're talking about the benefits that the employees will be receiving when the construction begins, will it extend all the way until when the construction ends?
Yes, absolutely. For those employees that take the severance package, they will have 6 months of extended health care coverage along with the severance package. For those that elect for recall rights, they will have extended health care throughout the renovation and up until they regain the hotel in their requisite position.
Okay, thank you so much. And George, thank you so much for clarifying Councilmember Hemorrhage's question regarding the local hiring. I have a question. This is for the developer. You have the amenities for your employees that you're going to provide not only parking, but you're also going to provide cycling availability where the parking is at. And you also stated that you're going to have showers and stuff. But my question is, will you have anywhere around there amenities for public cycling? So let's say, Mayor McEwen would like to bike over to the Miramar. Where could he station his bike?
We have a special space with his name on it, so it'll be ready and waiting for him. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so we worked through a significant amount of bike parking, as that was a big piece of the proposal. So there's actually 42 bikes parking spaces spread throughout the site. Working with the mobility department, we put them on our property, not on the public right of way, but interspersed where the uses are. So by the cafe, by the retail, by the entry. We also have a bike valet at the Hotel Valet, and we have about 300 bike spaces below grade. We think a substantially bike-friendly environment that doesn't exist today.
I'm going to follow up on the landmarks question. I know that you stated, Dustin, that you would go ahead and adhere to whatever the landmarks decision is. Would that change the facade of the building a lot? And would it also interfere with any rooms that would be done there, or minimize them or make them less or more?
No, not at all. It all comes down to the treatment of the exterior of the Palisades building, and our preservation expert believes the appropriate treatment is to paint the building, which is what you'll see in our renderings. There are those in the preservation community who feel strongly that it should not be painted and it should be preserved back to the way that it was in 1924, which is the red brick. Again, our contention on this is that the Landmarks Commission is the appropriate body to make this determination. There's a lot more analysis that probably needs to go into that with our experts to inform that decision-making process, and we will live with whatever the decision is. We obviously are going to advocate for what we think, but we understand there's different opinions, and we'll live with whatever the Landmarks Commission decides.
Okay, thank you so much for that. And thank you so much for also answering the question regarding the employees' shifts, because that was one of the concerns also that I heard clearly, especially from the representatives from NOMA, what that was going to do with the traffic flow. One of the questions that I asked our staff was whether or not we could have a right turn only on the corner of 2nd and California, going, let me see, eastbound to southbound. So, and I did see that in the report, you did, there was talk, Mr. Martin, about the circulation and what that would do to the rest of the neighbors. Can you just kind of tell me a little bit more about that?
Yes, sure. So our concern about that is that it would be difficult to have a turn restriction that would only apply to hotel employees. So if we had such a restriction that prohibited someone from going straight who was traveling on California, that would also impact residents and others who were trying to make their way down that way. So we had talked to the applicant, and Dustin could probably talk a little bit more about this, but the idea is that the hotel itself would be better equipped to control the movement of the employee after they leave the garage, and impose on them a requirement that they not proceed down California and actually make that turn at 2nd Street. And that way we would hopefully capture the employees' movements, but again, not impact other residents and visitors who may genuinely need to go down California from that intersection.
So one of the reasons why I asked about that was because the residents were concerned that given that the traffic is coming in from the incline, that adding the employees as well to that right-hand turn onto California would create more traffic. So can you tell me a little bit more on how we can mitigate that?
Yeah, so I think I would ask, we have representatives from the mobility division on the call who could, I think, do a better job of explaining that to you. So I'll ask for them to
Thank you.
Join the conversation.
Hi, this is Jason Klieger from the Mobility Division. I heard part of your question was just how to mitigate trips on California Avenue. So I just want to clarify.
Yes.
So the last, and I wanted to just clarify what David was saying, that, it would be impossible for us to prohibit only certain users to turn right, whereas allowing other people. We had, and maybe Rachel can help me out here, I don't have the numbers on my fingertips of the number of trips we're talking about adding to California from employees, but I remember it was in the peak hour where we were talking about maybe 10 additional trips to the California Avenue segment. If there are concerns about, I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry, Jason, that's about 77 that we're seeing in the maximum peak hour.
Okay, great. Thank you for clarifying that. With California Avenue being stop controlled at every intersection, save from 4th and California, I don't see it being an attractive thoroughfare for people to cut through and avoid traveling on streets that are more suited for crosstown travel, like Wilshire. And so I think that if people are using California Avenue, they're probably starting or ending somewhere right along the California Avenue corridor. If the council is interested in us taking a look at the impacts along that corridor, we certainly could do a study. We would want to involve, the community in identifying solutions that address the issues that exist in that area.
Thank you, Jason. I appreciate that.
Council members, can I just jump in for a second, though, as well on this, because I think it's important. I know there's been a lot of noise about 10,000 car trips, and I think if you talk to the traffic engineers about what was actually studied with our circulation plan, and you look at the actual peak hour impacts on California in Ocean and California in 2nd, that there's actually less peak hour trips at both of those intersections. And that is primarily related to the fact that we have very minimal net new trips being generated by our hotel, and we are eliminating those duplicative valet trips because we are fixing the parking situation. So I just want to make sure we're having this conversation in the context of the real impacts.
Thank you, Dustin. Actually, I really appreciate you mentioning that, only because I was also thinking when the neighborhood group spoke to us, they were concerned that we would have another 2 additional cuts on 2nd Street for the housing project that will go on 2nd Street. But I see that the entrance to that parking lot is going to be elsewhere, and it's not going to be on 2nd Street. So then that means that the trafficking there would be diminished a little bit because of that. So thank you so much for providing that information. There was something that I read in the report, which had to do with I think that the trash being picked up. And I wanted to know whether or not we in the city had the capability of trash compactor service.
I believe a trash compactor is suggested on site.
Yeah, so if I could take that again as well. We actually pushed this scenario and this solution because our current situation with trash is unbearable. We have basically trash trucks coming 3 times a day. And so we're very used to, in the type of hotels that we construct, to build a loading dock with 2 trucks and a trash compactor. We worked with the city's recycling department to figure out how to accommodate that. And what we've agreed to is that we will provide and pay for the service, but it ends up reducing a significant amount of truck trips on a daily basis, because instead of 3 trucks per day, we now have a truck that comes 3 times a week based off the analysis that we've provided.
Thank you so much. I guess that eliminates additional traffic going through there. So thank you so much for doing that.
For our staff, the applicant's not going to answer that question, I don't think. My understanding is once we grant the entitlement, it goes with the land, not with the operator. We've learned that a million times over. And I'm just wondering if staff has had any discussions on how we keep this entitlement in the family, so to speak.
Council member, this is Susan Cola. We did have that discussion with the developer, and the developer was unwilling to restrict transfers at any time. So, we had suggested provisions which would require city consent, and this was something that they felt very strongly that they would not agree to. So as the development agreement is currently drafted, there is no restriction on their ability to transfer the entitlements. And I would invite the developer to comment on that.
So I think I want to mention a couple things, right? So I know there's been a lot of talking about who is really behind this, and Ellis and I are the guys who've been here in this community for the last 10 years. We want to be the guys to build this project and operate it. We can't speak to the fact that, yes, there is potential that the hotel could be sold. I can let Ellis speak to the legacy investment strategy with MSD Capital and their.
Kevin, I know the future is no guarantee, but if you look in the past and you look at our existing portfolio of hotels, we've never sold a hotel. I've been with the group for 13 years. We've owned some of our properties for much longer. We have never sold a hotel. We look for assets such as the Miramar, which are long-term hold because they don't trade hands very often, and they're once in a generational kind of assets, and we're in this for the long run. And it speaks to us being able to take a very questionable profit margin in the early days, understanding that if we hold on to it long term, that's whenever we'll be able to make good by the asset. And so our optics are always to buy real estate to hold for the long term, and we do not buy hotels and flip them in 5 years like other investment funds.
Okay, thank you for that answer, and that actually gives me the underpinnings for my second question. I don't think it's any surprise to anybody that I have beyond grave concerns about the condos. And part of the reason is that if a well-capitalized company were to be investing in our community, that's one thing. But the condos allow the development really to be paid for almost immediately by the cash sale of the condos, leaving the asset of a five-star hotel gained for free. Now, I've been told that you simply don't feel you can do this project without the condos. And yet it's the condos that make so difficult many of the issues that the neighborhood and the community has come to us with. I noticed that many of the people who testified tonight said that their primary concern was the condos. I know you, the developer, has said that you won't go forward without the condos. I want to ask our staff, if the council tonight were to say that, you know, there are many wonderful things about this project, and I believe in my heart that hotel really should be refreshed, and there are so many good things that this project could do. But if the council were to decide to go forward with the mandate that there not be condos, would staff have a recommendation on what the next step would be? Obviously, we wouldn't have a happy developer. Would we still have a project?
Yeah, and I would ask Paul Silverin to answer that question in terms of his analysis on the financing of the project if there were no condos.
I'll tell you what, if I may, before we do that, because I've been through this with Paul before. I respect him, but it takes a great deal of time sometimes for him to explain what he wants to explain. And it may be a waste of time because I may stand alone on this. I mean, 8 years ago, I was the only council member who had reservations and who said that maybe they were trying to put too much on and the design couldn't match up. And I was the only one to vote against the float up. And I may be in that position tonight. If there's 4 votes or more already willing to accept condos on the site, there's no point in my putting us through a presentation like that. So, I mean, let me just turn to my colleagues in a straw poll, non-binding, you change your mind before the end of the night, but before I have that presentation given, how do you feel about the condos? A straw poll, yay or nay?
Well, I'd like to hear Mr. Silverin's analysis.
Yeah, I'd still want to hear what the project could look like without it, or if it's even possible without them.
Okay, well, if you know, people haven't already, I know this information has been widely disseminated that it's impossible without the condos, but if people still have open minds, then that's your
Well, this is Paul Silverin again. I can only speak to this with regard to the financial characteristics of the project as we've analyzed it, whether the developer, you know, would or would not proceed with the project for other reasons. I think you need to ask them, but we've looked at this at least 2 different ways. We've looked at it in terms of the developer's version of the financials, and we've concluded that if you pull the condos out, there is negative profit in the project ranging from minus 19% with no community benefits to as much as minus 26% with not just the community benefits that we analyzed, but all of the other enhanced community benefits that have been negotiated since we first looked at the project financials. And even if you were to make one of the changes that we felt is arguably appropriate in looking at the financials of the project, namely to substitute the value of the land for the market value of the existing hotel, with no community benefits, you'd be down to a 1.4% profit margin, and including any of the community benefits as between the roughly $55 million that were included when we analyzed the project to what we think is closer to $75 million today, you'd be between minus 6.0 and minus 8.7% profit margin. So no matter how you look at it, if you pull the condos out, the finances of this project just simply don't work.
Okay, but I've got to ask the tough follow-up question. this is what we were told about the Builders Trailer Park and Mark Lazzuto, that it was razor thin. We had to give him what we had to give him. I voted against that project, to be clear. And then he went and sold the entitlement for $40 million. So sometimes our estimates seem to be off.
Well, we did not do the analysis of the trailer park, and I would submit that that's an entirely different project with all kinds of different circumstances, and so I would not compare the two.
Okay, well, Council, it is already 12:20. We are hopeful of reaching a decision tonight. I already had Mayor Pro Tem O'Day and Councilmember McCowan with their hands up. I just saw Councilmember Hara. Some of those hands may be for follow-up questions. I'm kind of hoping not. I'm hoping we can get into some substantive discussion and move toward a motion on this. And the first hand I saw had been Councilmember McCowan's.
So I do want to move into the substantive sort of discussion, and it's possible this question could fall into our conversation about, our first motion, which would have to be on the EIR, I believe. But really, there were a lot of questions about circulation related issues, how many cars, stuff like that. And in the EIR, it says that in these intersections and segments that traffic would be significant and unavoidable. And I just want to clarify with staff, what was the designation of those intersections prior to the EIR looking at them for this project? Were they not already significant and unavoidable as far as their grading?
So some of these intersections, actually, there are 4 impacted intersections, and all 4 of them, if you looked at our project analysis in the EIR, shows that they were pretty much operating at poor levels of service. And when we say poor, it's LOS of E or F.
May I
I'm sorry?
May I ask who this is speaking?
Oh, I'm sorry. This is Rachel Kwok, environmental planner.
We don't see you, so
Sorry.
it's the public, so it's good to know who we're talking to.
So, yes, as I was saying before, they were already identified as significant as identified as having poor levels of service. That means LOS of E or F. And the way our prior thresholds, because this project has been in the works for so long, it was subject to our prior LOS thresholds or level of service thresholds. And the way that those thresholds worked was that if you have a congested intersection that was already at poor levels of service, it only takes a few number of trips before you push it into a significant impact. So that's the reason for some of these impacts, was because our thresholds are such that if you have a congested intersection, adding a small number of trips or a delay of 1 second to a vehicle results in a significant impact. And the same goes with our street segment thresholds. They are based on what the classification of that street is. For example, California Avenue is a local collector street. And so if you have more than 2,000 vehicles on that street, adding just 1 trip would trigger a significant impact.
Okay, and just a lot of the community feedback, and I think in compliance with the loose, the idea is to keep traffic away from neighborhoods, right? So we don't ultimately want traffic heading north from this location into our residential Wilmot neighborhood. So I'm just curious, was it ever discussed possibly putting no left turn requirements on the streets from 2nd through Lincoln through 7th, at least, at a minimum certain hours of the day, or sort of permanently on the eastbound?
So, I mean, the issue with neighborhood traffic measures, and I'll let mobility jump in if they want, but the issues with neighborhood measures such as that is that it kind of creates these secondary impacts. So while they may be well-intentioned, you end up driving vehicles kind of around the block and so forth. And so that creates, in effect, more travel around the neighborhood. So those kind of measures need to be really looked at on a more holistic level. So because this with street segment impacts, it's generally not recommended that we do specific measures that would only address project project trips, we need to look at those on a more holistic level, like at a neighborhood level, because it does have some effects on some existing residential traffic.
And hi, this is Jason Klieger in the Mobility Division. Just to add on to what Rachel was saying, typically those types of things are not evaluated in an EIR. And if we were to do something like that, we would want to have a community process where we would speak to residents, get their understanding of how that would impact them, and look really holistically about things that could be done. We wouldn't want to eliminate anything from our toolkit. We would want to, see what the problem is, and then look at what different types of traffic engineering solutions might be available to us.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Well, just a quick one. We were talking about the additional TOT for the condos should they be rented, and the recommendation, I think, is allowing the rental of 20 of the condos. I only see upside in allowing the rentals, and does the staff have an objection to lifting that cap so that any of the condos could be rented? Is there a downside to that?
No, I think that's purely a council policy decision. Yeah.
Okay, that's just straight up DOT revenue, and it's good for the operator, good for the city. Okay, that's my only question. I'd be willing to get us moving here. I don't know if you have others in the queue, Mayor.
No, I'm hoping you'll get us moving.
Okay, good. Well, look, it looks like the first thing that is being asked of us on the staff report is certifying the EIR. Is that right? So maybe we can look at some of these motions and see where we can agree, and then start to discuss some of the substantive issues. So the first thing to do is to they're not certifying the EIR, but that the application is exempt from CEQA.
Section 15182. Yes.
Yes. So I'll make that motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem O'Day, seconded by Councilmember McGowan, to affirm that this project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to Section 15182. Is there any discussion on that? Seeing none, we'll go to a roll call vote.
I just want to clarify, do we have to add that, make sure we're adding the language that we heard earlier about the CEQA analysis, or is that in the next item?
I think that was just a response to a letter we received from a law firm. I'm not sure that changes our decision.
Yeah, so staff made that presentation to address the claims that were made in that letter. So that's simply part of the record. So I think all we need the council to do is basically affirm that based on all the information that's been presented, the Miramar Hotel project is in fact exempt from CEQA pursuant to Section 15182.
Okay.
Are we ready?
Yes,
okay.
Roll call.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
No.
Councilmember McCowan?
Yes.
And Mayor McCune?
Yes. So that passes 5-1. That is the affirmation that the project is exempt. Related, of course, is the resolution certifying the final environmental impact report prepared in accordance with CEQA. So do we have a
So I'll
motion?
make that motion. Adopting the resolution for FEIR.
Second.
I'm going to go ahead and second that motion.
Okay, I think it was Mayor Pro Tem O'Day who made it, and Councilmember McCowan again who was first to second that. Is there discussion on that motion?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara.
So I just want to make sure that that we do have some mitigations, because the neighborhood was concerned about some of the dust or whatever particles might be coming from the construction, that we do have a way of mitigating that, and so that it won't be passed on to the neighbors. One of the claims was that a lot of the neighbors were elderly. So I actually requested for a breakdown of age, and it seems like it was mostly 40s that were in the neighborhood according to the last census. So it's more middle age, 40s and 50s. So, but I still want to make sure that we do protect the well-being and the health of the people that are around there.
Okay.
Okay.
So that's the statement to the motion. And I see other comments. We'll take a roll call.
Councilmember McCowan.
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich.
Yes.
Councilmember Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember Hara.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Yes.
And Mayor McCune.
Yes, so that is adopted unanimously by a 6-0 vote from council. Now, as we move down the list of motions that eventually get us to approval or disapproval of the project, the next few actually involve us to have defined what the project is, statement of overriding consideration, that sort of thing. So I think before we go to those motions, we need to go back to discussion and have some better idea of exactly what project we're talking about with what amendment. So who'd like to kick that off?
I'm happy to.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Well, what great testimony we had tonight. We heard from so many folks. We're now more than 6 hours into this discussion. We have 12 hours at the Planning Commission. And of course, this is all just this time around. We've been at this as a city with this applicant for now almost 10 years. And this level of engagement just has to make you proud about our community, that people are this involved and get involved to this level of detail. If you saw that first image of the first proposed project with the tower and the pinnacle on the top, I mean, this is a much improved project from that moment. And it's also much smaller by half. And it includes historic preservation. It includes protecting the union jobs through the construction. It's also, and all of that's just before the significant benefits, or the significant community benefits that are included in the project. So, in my mind, this is how the process is supposed to work for us. A deeply engaged community over a long period of time, making a project in the neighborhood much better. Community concerns being heard, project reflective of community values. And tonight, we saw changes that are respectful of the neighbors, that are mitigating localized impacts. And the vast majority of the testimony tonight now in favor of the project, having put all of that effort in over this long community process. So actually, this project has vastly improved. In fact, it improves over the existing conditions. It pulls parking off of the street for employees. It also pulls the trash pickups out of the right of way. It also removes surface parking and that terrible 5-foot wall around the whole property that makes me nuts every time I walk past it, rather. And so, to my mind, this is exceptional community work, exceptional staff work, and to get this work through with our staff, I want to say thanks, because it's been a tough year, and to get this kind of work through during this year has been really quite a trick. So having come this far, I think it's time to move forward with this project and move ahead on approval. So I would make a motion I will make a motion to adopt a resolution approving the statement of overriding conditions to support the approval of the Miramar Hotel project based on the FEIR and the other information in the record, and adopting mitigation and monitoring and reporting program for the Miramar Hotel project. And I have a couple modifications to add. One is that for the condominiums, we would not have a cap on how many condos could be rented as part of the hotel, and that for those rentals, we would have additional TOT applied at 5% for any rentals that occur. There's also
5 plus the existing TOT. That's what you're talking
on top. That's right. Yeah.
So 19%.
I didn't hear you, Sue. Lean forward.
19%.
That's right.
Thank you.
Makes a big difference when you lean in, actually.
And I'm guilty of it too. And then there's a notion that we would pull forward the incremental TOT increase over previous years that was proposed by the applicant. I think that there's a will on the council for that. I was, I'm critical of it, but let's put it in the motion and see if everybody wants that. And then I suspect, we can take some additional amendments if you like.
Okay, can we go into discussion, or does he need a second?
I was going to second the motion so that way we could go
Oh,
into.
right. So we've got a second on the floor, so you can go ahead. I was going to say he had opened it up for amendments, but if you just want to go ahead. So we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem O'Day and a second by Councilmember Hara, and Councilmember Cowan, you have the floor.
Okay. So this has been a really difficult project to fully wrap my head around. I mean, I remember returning home for grad school 12 years ago or whatever it was, and 11 years ago, and there was the No on Miramar debate in my own household. My parents are slow growthers and don't support the project, and so I was familiar with it then. And in this role that you all appointed me to, I felt an obligation to try to understand it from the vantage point of what some of the issues were that were brought up as part of the appointment process and just in the community over the last several months since COVID. And being the only council person here who's joined post-COVID, I've always felt that I have a unique sort of perspective. And unfortunately, that is one, unfortunately or fortunately, depending on where you stand, that is one that I think is largely prioritized by economic recovery and ultimately sort of long-term economic benefits for our city. And that's everything from work to community benefits to TOT and more. And so in looking at this and reading through all the materials and meeting with every single person that asked to meet with me or talk to me about this issue, I'm very discouraged by Paul's numbers and what I'm hearing, one, about the fact that we might not be able to get this project done at all without condos. I'm encouraged by the fact that we could potentially use all of those condos as hotel rooms and get twice, so 19% TOT any nights that those rooms are used, plus the property taxes for those which aren't listed in our community benefits but really benefit our SMMUSD and SMC. The idea that by losing the condos, we would then lose all of that and potentially not have a project that can pencil and we lose all of these additional community benefits is deeply concerning. I think, for a long time, and again, I still have PTSD, which I say all the time from the Water Garden project. And I think that we've all agreed that we as a city have a requirement to demand more of people that partner with us or that operate in our city, period, full stop. And I would venture to guess this is a precedent-setting community benefit package in our city. So I have to take that into account. I think that with all that being said, I tend to lead in the direction of I am comfortable with this project with condos, assuming we can double down and get the additional TOT. Should that be an option, I would like to see that additional 5% in the TOT allocated specifically for homeless specific programs in support of the downtown area. I'd like to see an earmark on that 5% for that purpose. I'd also, because money generated by the condos is going into K through 12 and SMC, I think that this number, this 1.35 number for early childhood initiatives contribution, I would personally draw that down to $1 million and transfer $350,000 of it to senior-related programming. I don't actually see, there were two things I felt were missing here. Specificity around homeless-related issues in the downtown area, and funding for that, and then funding for seniors. I would like to see some senior-specific programming potentially up front in one of the initial contributions. So I moved that around a little bit. And I'm happy to, and then the last thing I have to say is for me, it's critically important that we require local hiring. What I liked about what I heard I had this conversation with some of the folks from Smuckluck because I'm very familiar. My parents get their newsletter. When the severance package that many of the workers who've had the opportunity to work for a union hotel for years in Santa Monica, a lot of sort of the old hiring protocols when we weren't hiring local, it wasn't part of our sort of business plan. Some of these folks commute long distances. We heard a lot of the calls about that. The notion that we would then, these people would have to be able to take severance packages if they choose, and then the increase of 100 additional jobs. But the fact that some of the 200 jobs currently employed by the hotel would come back as new hires from our local community, that's better for the environment. It's better for the reduction in traffic and all the things we're looking to do. And so I find that to be a really attractive aspect of this project too, because we could get some younger folks into these jobs that are local, and put a real Santa Monica stamp on this. So I'll stop there.
Colin, I'm going to have to ask you in a moment to put that rather lengthy discussion into a couple of sentences that can be understood as an amendment to what was already proposed. And while you're thinking about how to do that, I noticed what may have been the look of some concern on the interim city manager's face about earmarking funds. Usually our budgeting process gives us the flexibility to appropriately put money where it's needed, as it's needed. One could argue that homelessness is the most important. One could say that affordable housing is the most important. Traditionally, we allow the council in the annual budgeting process to make that decision. Does the interim city manager have some concerns, or was I misinterpreting the expression on your face?
I do not have concerns about that. I will defer to our chief financial officer. If you do, I think that, yes, I'll defer to our chief financial officer. I was interested in the fact that the money was being moved from one pot to another rather than potentially being requested.
So do we have our chief financial? Yes, we do.
Yes.
LSU's earmarked funding and sometimes.
So I don't believe that this is usually if you had part of the regular TOT, obviously it would be a general tax, but this is a little bit different. So I think that because we already had this is in addition to the TOT, this is specific to the development agreement. I believe that there is nothing illegal about doing that. I think that it could be done. Again, it's a policy issue. If it's pretty much what you said, if you want to give yourselves the opportunity to wait and decide later, that is up to you.
All right. So
I agree. There is nothing illegal about it. It is a policy choice.
Homelessness continue to be a terrible issue in 2026.
Let's try to get this meeting back under control, okay? We've had some discussion. Councilmember McCowan still has the floor to try to phrase what she wants to do as an amendment to the motion, such that the maker of the motion, Mayor Pro Tem O'Day, can understand exactly what you're asking for. So could you do that?
Okay, I would like to make an amendment that the 5% in additional TOT from the condo sales as hotel rooms be earmarked specifically for homeless related programming in the downtown area. Homeless specific programs.
That's friendly.
And the seconder of the motion?
Oh, before I answer that question.
Councilmember Hara, first of all, we'll go on to discussion, trust me. But we need to know whether you, like the maker of the motion, accept the amendment as friendly.
I will go ahead and accept the amendment as friendly, yes.
And you're next in line for discussion after Councilmember Himmelrich, who had her hand up first.
So I had a couple of questions actually before.
Councilmember Hara, sorry. You're next up after Councilmember Himmelrich had her hand up ahead of you.
So let me just say, I'm happy for you to ask your questions before I go to my discussion. So go for it.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you so much. So I had two questions for our staff. And one of them was that I was concerned about eliminating the historic and recent community processes that we've had. So I was wondering why staff suggested that the Economic Equity Opportunity Fund be the responsive for the current and future developments that or recommendations that come from the community. Only because I looked at the community kitchen as part of the development benefits, and I, of course, knowing that that item came out from the well-being project, where a lot of people participated and they requested that, and that would be part of also the process of self-sustainability for our neighborhood people. Then I wanted to find out about why we couldn't allocate those funds. And I know that I spoke to Mr. Martin about that, so I'm sorry.
Councilor, I believe we'd like to see that project funded potentially before this moves forward, and that's why we were hesitant to earmark specifically. So you could allocate these funds later to the community kitchen. Our concern is that we actually, if we could find a way to fund that within the next year or two, we would do so, and that was the reason.
Okay.
Let me hang on just a moment. would it be possible, as I suggested before with the hiring, say that you had to do it under the laws applicable at the time, hoping that the proposition passes? Could we say that this money shall be used to fund the kitchen if the kitchen has not already, by the time the money comes in, been funded?
That's exactly where I was headed. So thank you so much, Mayor McEwen. That's exactly where I was going to ask if we could do that.
I don't want to delay funding that kitchen if we have money in another pocket.
I don't either. But if we haven't built it by then, or if we haven't had the funding for it by then, I wanted to make sure that the funds would still be available for us to be able to build the community kitchen.
Is that practicable?
I think it is. I would phrase it as with a preference for funding the kitchen if the kitchen has not yet been funded to account for contingencies. I would ask that Councilmember McCowan's amendment also be with a preference for the downtown, because our homelessness programs tend to be citywide. So if I could just offer that very small language change, or with a focus on the downtown.
Yeah, I thought I had said downtown in it, but yeah.
You did.
It said downtown, but didn't say with a preference for downtown. What the interim city manager is asking is that if downtown is doing well, but the homelessness problem has moved into a neighborhood, we don't want to be kept from using the money where it's needed. So if that's okay with you, then that'll go back through the maker of the motion and the seconder of the motion, because we're trying to keep this all on the up and up. And while the maker of the motion is considering that, he can also be considering the question of funding for the kitchen. So how does that fly with Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
Okay. And the seconder of the motion?
Yes.
Now, Councilmember Himmelrich, you deferred, but do you have something you wanted to say?
Yes, I do. And I remain opposed to this project. Let me start with the affordable housing. So of the 60 units, if we made them do this on site, there would be 18 affordable below market rate condominiums of 2,700 square feet. Just by way of reference, because that's what our law requires if you do on-site affordable. By moving this off-site into a different kind of framework and a different kind of building, I believe that we're being shorted on the affordable housing. Now, as I said, I believe that there's more benefit to us from having additional hotel rooms and condominiums. I also believe that we, over the years, and it's not just Village Trailer Park, 500 Broadway flipped after we negotiated that, and I thought we negotiated a good deal on 500 Broadway. Believe me, if we're taking people down to the skin and bones, these projects won't flip. If people are good community partners who are committed to our community, they will say that they aren't going to flip their entitlement rights in a certain period of time. I mean, maybe not 10 years, I'll take 8 years, but these guys won't say they won't flip the property. They will not say that they'll give us the difference between 4% and 9% tax credits. They won't say they won't paint the walls white. I do not believe that these are great community partners. In my experience, these are not great community partners. They will do whatever they need to do to maximize their profit. This is a private capital company made up of very few holders, right? There are very few people invested in this company. They can do exactly what they want. I believe that this is not a good deal for the city. I believe it's a great deal for MSD Capital, and I will be voting against it.
Something I haven't heard discussed that I'd like to suggest. Former mayor called in and talked about a public access viewpoint at some point on the top of the building. How would the maker of the motion and the seconder feel about adding that in to the description of the project?
Certainly was passionate testimony and good reason for it. I don't know, I haven't heard from staff or applicant how that would be effectuated.
Let's start with staff.
I actually would also be in favor of it. I wrote it down my notes, but forgot.
Yeah, I'll just I'll start and then yeah, the applicant can chime in. Given the current layout, you know, the area at the top of the building, that's where the condo pool would be. So it's not an area that would be accessible to the public. However, there are areas on other upper levels of the project, not at the top, but on some of the upper areas that are closer to the intersection of Wilshire and Ocean, that will be public, and that if somebody goes up there and has, you know, a meal or a drink or something, they would be able to enjoy the views from that area. But that's not at the top of the building. So I'll let Dustin describe how that would work if that were a requirement.
So just so I'm clear, that area is the sort of Wilshire and Ocean corner, and what is the top, the highest point of the project is on California, right? Is that, or rather, I'm sorry, is on
I'm referring to 2nd Street, yeah, right.
Rather on 2nd Street.
On
And
2nd Street.
so, as I think about it, I mean, you know, the testimony was to see the ocean, and particularly important given that, you know, you have the 100 California building, the Huntley Hotel, and the GTE building, all surrounding on the other sides, that are all much taller than this. So, okay, I'm orienting myself. Okay, sorry, Dustin.
Yeah, I just will say, look, our perspective on this, understand Mr. Feinstein's testimony, but we know what we're trying to create, and we're creating some really significant places for the public, including a 2nd floor Ocean Avenue new Fig restaurant that has incredible views, a new bungalow deck at Wilshire and Ocean that has incredible ocean views, a pool bar and grill on the 3rd floor that has ocean views, and the key thing that you're hearing in all of that is activation of food and beverage. That's what creates great public space. A viewing deck is not great public space. We are creating that public environment at elevated spaces with great ocean views in various places along the hotel, and that's what we are providing.
And it's also in our DA that we can't have bars on rooftops, so we would be unable to activate a rooftop space.
And I think there's a proposal for this on another project, and I don't know what the traffic impacts are of a public viewing deck. So I just those are the issues that we were debating.
Okay, so the top on Wilshire and Ocean is what we're hearing is in there, and that seems like the best space for what we're trying to accomplish. Is that your view on that also, Mayor?
Yeah, because they're actually out on the front edge of the building, so they're on the front edge, and again, we're up on the bluff, so we're already 85 feet up from the ocean, and then we're raising 2 floors up in 2 locations and 3 floors up in a 3rd location. Again, activated with food and beverage, which we as operators believe is the key.
But does that mean you'll have to
be over the top of the Palisades and see the beach and the bike path, et cetera, down below?
Correct.
Would one be required to purchase a meal or beverages to get access to that space?
Yeah, so you would again, those are the options. You can come there, but we also I think it's also understandable too. We have the open space, which is also elevated, right? And so again, we think there's a variety of ocean views that are open and accessible to the public, already created in the environment where it makes the most sense.
Again, I'm supportive of what was suggested by former Mayor Feinstein, which this doesn't seem to be, but I'm not going to make a separate motion on it. It's up to the maker of the motion and the seconder. Then I see both Councilmember Winter and Councilmember Himmerich. So before we go there, is it friendly or not? Because if it's not.
I just have a question, and that is, are you saying that you're required to buy food or drink to be anywhere above that ground level open space? Mm-hmm. Is that a yes?
Yeah, if you come into our restaurant, you're going to hopefully buy a drink. You're hopefully going to have a meal there. You're not required to buy anything in the publicly accessible open space or the open space or the tree. But yes, we hope people come and eat and drink in our restaurants and bars.
Thank you.
And
So
you had your hand up. Did you not? No. Okay. So Mayor Pro Tem O'Day, I think it's back to you.
Councilmember McCowan raising your hand up too.
I think is the issue that there's not a publicly accessible elevated space that is just free to the public.
That is for me the issue, yes.
And is there sort of, has staff looked at issues surrounding whether or not, an elevated space like that would become in and of itself an attraction that would potentially drive up traffic or other things with, has that even been discussed or?
We have not looked at that in this project because it was never part of the proposal. There is a public viewing deck proposed in the Ocean Avenue Hotel project at Ocean and Santa Monica. So, that's certainly something that's considered in that project's environmental review, but we did not look at it for this project.
And what's the height on that one? Sorry.
I think it's 130. They've gone up to or they've conformed to the DCP maximum of 130.
Okay, yeah, now I see the hand of Councilmember Winterer. Then maybe we can just resolve this. It's after 1 o'clock and we still have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, well, so I'm just following up on this line of conversation. I assume Ms. Kwok is still on the line. Does the idea of creating this publicly accessible viewing deck one place or another do anything to the environmental analysis? As Councilmember McCowan pointed out, maybe it generates more trips. So do we have to be circumspect about that or not?
Yeah, I mean, it is treated as a separate use, at least in the other project that is referenced, but it's a minimal number of trips. I think we calculate, at least in terms of just looking at only the peak hour, it was about 2 or 3, so it wasn't significant.
For the other project. Okay, thanks.
So maybe the thing to do is alleviating the requirement to buy food or alcohol, provided that somebody has a glass of water or something, if they come up there. Is that satisfied?
It satisfies me, especially because I think of maybe some people that might want to go and definitely enjoy that view, and maybe not have the funds to be able to purchase anything at the time. So that definitely does satisfy that for me.
The maker and seconder have both adopted that. We have on the floor a motion to adopt a resolution approving the statement of overriding considerations for the approval of the project as now modified by amendments to the motion and adopting a mitigation monitoring and reporting program. Is there further discussion on that? Oops. Got to be quicker than that, folks. It's Councilmember Winter, do you have a comment?
Yeah, well, I have some friendly amendments to propose since we seem to be shaping the project. So I'd like to propose, I first like some clarity from the maker and seconder of the motion. You've included that $12 million, upfront payment on the TOT. Is it your idea that first $2 million will come in once they go into plan check, as was discussed earlier through Councilmember McCown? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that clear to staff? Okay. Mm-hmm.
I just want to make sure that we heard earlier that there's enhanced language in the TDM requirements to impose penalties if they're non-compliance with the 2.2 AVR. I want to make sure that's part of the motion. Is that friendly?
Yeah. Yes.
And also, it's a little bit Byzantine, but I had talked to staff about this language, the mile lace, some of the concerns about flipping the property or it not being redeveloped, et cetera, that Ms. Cola talked about in certain circumstances, the applicant would agree to pay what would be the property tax rate on the fair market evaluation of the property, even if it wasn't reassessed by the county assessor. Is that language friendly?
Yeah, I didn't fully track that, to be honest with you. How does it work?
Fairly Byzantine.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it's worth having Ms. Cola explain it to us again as concisely as possible.
Yes, it was somewhat complicated. I apologize, especially late at night. But the gist of it is that if they were to sell more than 50% of the ownership, the existing owner interest in Ocean Avenue LLC, and there is also a change of control in who controls Ocean Avenue LLC, then that would effectively trigger the equivalent of a reassessment, even though under the Revenue and Taxation Code, it could arguably not be reassessed. So they're basically saying, if it doesn't trigger under the Revenue and Taxation Code, we will agree to pay you the equivalent amount. And the way we calculated that amount was to consider the average price of the interest that is paid and basically extrapolate that into 100% fair market value, take the difference between that and the assessed value, and then come up with the difference, which is what they would agree to pay. So 1% of that would be the equivalent of the general tax revenue, and then the city, the Santa Monica College, and the school district would each get their normal pro rata share. So, for example, the city would share approximately 14% of the general tax revenue. The college would share 4%, and the school district has their percent. And I'm sorry, I forgot what that is. But basically, it would be based on the existing tax rates. And so it would approximate what taxes we would get if, in fact, the Revenue and Taxation Code were to kick in, even though technically it would not be required. So this is like a substitute because the law allows them to basically change interests in a legal entity without necessarily triggering an assessment, a reassessment of the property value. So this would only be in the period prior to issuance of the building permit because, you know, once the building permit is issued, then it would automatically be reassessed. So it's just in Ted's, you know, addressing Ted's concern of what happens if they want to flip the property and not actually build anything.
Is that clear to the maker of the second one? Do they accept that as part of the motion?
Crystal clear. But is it provided that it's time limited, that it's after the property's permitted, that seems like something we could do. Friendly.
Yes, it's time limited.
Okay.
But it's only before the property is permitted, not after.
Correct.
Once it's permitted, it's automatically reassessed.
Yes. Based on construction value.
Now, it appears everything is friendly to the maker and the seconder.
I have more.
Okay. Let me just check. Is staff taking notes such that the motion is understood? We won't have to try to repeat it again before we vote on it.
Yes, Jean is tracking it, and we will ask if we have any questions.
Yeah, I just wonder if is it possible for us just to have a brief review, because there have been some statements, but we just want to make sure that we have it clear at the moment. We're hearing right now at this moment that there's an elimination on the cap on the number of condos that could be sold as hotel rooms, and the rentals of additional nightly contribution of the 5% That's increased from the 3%, and then that 5% would be allocated specifically for homeless programs with a preference for the downtown area. We heard the access to the existing viewing deck, the upper levels of the project there, but no need to purchase anything for access to that upper level deck. We heard support for the advanced, what I call the advanced TOT payment, including the $2 million net plan check, and then the remaining $10 million, occurring as we have in language during construction, addition of the ADR compliance penalty language, and then the reassessment at transfer that Susan just described. That is what I've heard as part of the motion and is friendly, so I just wanted to review that.
Okay.
I would just say.
Didn't
Sorry.
Anna have something?
Let me call on Councilman.
Yes, I just wanted to make sure that we also had the addition of the language change for the community.
Virginia Avenue part. Yes, that's right. Yep.
Yes.
We have that. Yep.
And Jing, on the early payment, it's $2 million at plan check, and then the additional $10 million is spread out quarterly immediately thereafter. So not when construction commences, but immediately after.
And do we have clarity on what the floor would be once the hotel's operating, about at what point we would collect the TOT and then begin to pay back, the upfront payment?
I think George has
Right now, the way that the language for that would go would be that the one-time payment, the $2 million, would be made with the filing of the plan check application. And then the subsequent payments, the 11 quarterly payments totaling $10 million, would be made in the quarters that follow the later of either the issuance of the building permit or the closure of the existing hotel, whichever of those comes later. So the theory of that, I believe, is that those payments would kick in once the hotel closes effectively, and we lose the TOT from the operating hotel. So that's the way that that's worded right now. And if that's acceptable, we have the language for that that's been agreed to, and we can go through that. At some point, we're going to have to go through the DA and have you sign off on the DA with this modified language.
All right, well, we'll hold off on that. I have two more friendly amendments to offer, one of which is, if you saw the Planning Commission hearing, many of the commissioners are very interested in, if we're going to reap the fiscal benefits of this project, we don't want to sit around and wait for it to take a long time to get processed. Now, there are terms in the DA that require a minimum time review period, or maximum time period for review by Landmarks Commission and the ARB. But I know that one of the things staff is willing to do also is to commit to having a building and safety expediter for the permit process, and to have a group plan check meeting instead of having to go run around from department to department at the beginning of plan check. Isn't that right, Mr. Martin?
Yes, and we prepared language for that, so we can include that in the DA as well.
So would that be friendly to the maker and seconder?
Yes.
Yes.
And then the other thing, I just want to ask the maker and the seconder about this issue. We've heard from the Conservancy about the period of historical significance and the way the Landmarks Commission reviews the project.
How it's treated in the motion, or you're asking for something specific?
Well, I know that we've been encouraged by the Conservancy to state that the period of historical significance, I believe, is 1924, from when the Palisades building was first built, rather than leaving that option up to the Landmarks Commission to make that determination of the period of historical significance. Since we've heard about that in the public testimony and writing, I just don't want to leave that matter unattended. So you're the maker of the motion and the seconder, you're in control, but I want to bring that up.
Yeah, thanks. I just don't know how to evaluate that one. I didn't hear any real testimony about it. I did see the discussion in the Planning Commission, and I understand the Planning Commission decided to just send that to landmarks after ARB, and that's what the staff is currently recommending, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so yeah, I personally don't know how to say 1924. I don't have any record to go on for that.
I don't either, but I'll have to tell you that the first place that I thought about calling when I did see the modifications to the actual building was the Landmarks Commission, or one of the members from the Landmarks Commission. So I just want to make sure that it's, that it would stay into what the certification was of when of the period. So that was. So I think that if I thought about doing that, picking up the phone and calling someone from the Landmarks Commission, then that's where maybe it should go. But I don't know whether or not that is the correct period. So.
I mean, do you want to make the case, Councilman Werner?
Folks, there might be a way to finesse this.
Yeah.
We're qualified to determine the period of significance, but I think we could express a preference that the original 1924 bricks, which are now exposed, not be painted, because I think that's the real issue. And that way it's a preference. We're not overriding the Landmarks Commission, but we're giving appropriate direction. Would that work for Councilman?
Well, the developers said that they would go ahead and abide by whatever the Landmarks Commission stated. So I'm just going to go ahead and say it's okay with me too. That would be fine with me.
I'm sorry, what's okay? I was asking Councilmember Winter if that fulfilled his intent, asking for that. Wasn't that yours?
Yeah, I suppose that would mollify some of the concerns we've heard. I agree. I'm not an expert enough in these topics to really make a final determination, but I don't know how you incorporate direction in the development agreement. I'll leave that up to the city attorney to answer.
Yeah, it's also appealable to the council when you go to the Landmarks Commission anyway, right? So they better get it right, because we don't want it back here.
Yeah, we'll have another of those landmark appeals.
You don't want to talk in the morning again.
We can't quite hear you. If you would lean in and give us your opinion.
No, I said that.
This would be hard to do as a preference. Essentially, we could indicate a preference by council that it not be painted, but it's hard to indicate that in a development agreement because it is essentially direction. And it's direction not as to what something we are going to do, but direction as to something that the developer may do that's not binding. That would be hard to express the development agreement. If there's a very much of an interest in that, we can try and see if we can figure out some language. And I can take a quick look now and see if there's somewhere we could put that.
Or if we take it out of the DA and just put it into. Go ahead, Mayor.
It might suffice that we said that in this meeting and discussion. This part of the discussion could be brought to the Landmark Commission's attention at the time this project goes before them. I don't want to complicate the DA with that if it's legally difficult to do so.
And now clarification on a point. So right now, going back to the for the condos that are rented, the 5%. Right now, there is a provision in the DA as proposed that calls for the developer to pay 3% of the nightly room rental over and above TOT, and that 3% right now is designated for the additional affordable housing and economic equity opportunity fee. Is council's direction that they want to now increase the amount that's paid on the condos to a total of 5%? With the 2% balance directed to homeless programs? so that it would be 3% to the additional affordable housing and economic equity opportunity fee, and then the next 2% over that going to homeless programs, so that now the developer is paying a total of 5% over regular TOT? Or is council suggesting an additional 5% on top of that 3%?
I think it's the former.
Yeah,
okay.
Councilmember is shaking her head no, so.
It's the former. The question is really, are we giving 3% to affordable and 2% to homelessness, or does that need to be changed? But it's definitely not adding an additional on top of the
So
three.
then we need guidance on that question as to how you want to divide that 5%.
Okay, so now we have clarification on the motion. Councilmember Winter, have you made your additions?
Yes, I believe so. Thank you.
I don't see any further request for discussion from Councilmember Himmelrich.
I just want to verify that the affordable housing project has to be complete with a certificate of occupancy before they are able to issue that on the condos or the hotel or any other part of the other building, that it has to be done first.
Yes, that is the way it is structured.
Because I'm looking, it's in the DA, I just don't see it, but I'm doing a search, but it's in the DA?
It is, and I think that's the way that
Yes, it is in the DA.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure.
Yes.
With assurances that the staff has taken copious notes on this motion, we'll take a roll call vote.
Oh, really quick, with regard to that 5% TOT, I'd like to see it evenly split between the two, because both are major priorities for us.
2.5% to each.
Yeah.
I think that your original motion was anything additional than
No,
that.
it was 5%, Anna, and we're just trying to clarify that because the original staff report was for 3 allocated for affordable, and so I'm suggesting we just split it evenly down the middle.
Gary?
Need to see concurrence, make her in the seconder.
That's friendly.
Okay. That's friendly.
Okay.
And then I did hear in Jing's list the idea that of the 1.35 that goes to early childhood, that would be changed so that $1 million goes to early childhood and 350 would go to senior programs. That was a Councilmember McCowan concept. I didn't hear it on Jing's list. Is that in this?
I heard it either.
Is that something that council wants to do?
Yes.
Yes, Councilmember McCowan, you still wanted that?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, right? I don't like taking things away in reality. I mean, in a perfect world, I want to say, can we get another $250,000 for senior programs? But I think given that we're getting TOT out of the condos, that we're getting this additional loan up front, that's really going to help us during a critical year. And given the fact that with the documentary transfer tax that hopefully passes in November, all these numbers that we're looking at are actually lower on the property tax side than they'll actually be, which means more money for schools, which is a residual eventual impact from early childhood. I mean, I'm okay moving a little money from early childhood unless someone was really committed to that 1.35 to say we focus some of these resources specifically on our senior community, considering they make up a good portion of that Wilmot neighborhood.
Councilman McCune, the motion that was pending was the motion on the resolution to adopt the statement of override considerations to support approval of the Miramar Hotel project. So given the additions that have been made, there would be an amendment to that on page 38 under the enhanced impact fees and monetary contributions to add to that list homeless programs and senior programs, given that we are now designating money for those, and those were not previously listed there.
And let me also remind the council, this is a motion to adopt a statement of overriding considerations plan. We still will have an option to add details when we adopt the ordinance that actually implements the development agreement. All we need now is to have a well enough defined project that we know whether or not we feel the statement of overriding considerations is appropriate. So there may be some things you want to hold rather than have this motion get so complicated that nobody understands what we're voting on. We might do it as part of the DA itself. If that's
okay.
Sure.
All right, so a motion and a second, and it is ready now to go to a roll call vote.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day,
Yes.
Councilmember Hara,
Yes.
Councilmember Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember McCowan,
Yes.
Councilmember Hilmerich,
No.
Mayor McKeown.
No, and I want the record to show the reason for my no vote is that my concerns about this project simply cannot and will not be overridden as long as the luxury condos are part of the project and make impossible some of the ingress and egress mitigations I feel the surrounding neighborhood really needed. So we still have more motions to do. The next is the local coastal use plan. We need a resolution, which is in our packet, amending the 1992 local coastal program for 1133 Ocean Avenue, the site, and the 2nd Street site, the affordable housing site, to be consistent with the city's local coastal program land use plan that we adopted 2 years ago, October 9th, 2018, but it's still pending certification. So do we have such a motion?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem O'Day and seconded by Councilmember Hara. There's no real details on this other than adopting the resolution. Has anything we've done changed what that resolution has to say, Mr. Cardona?
I do not believe so.
Okay. If there's no discussion, we'll go to a roll call vote.
Councilmember McCowan,
Yes.
Councilmember Hilmerich,
No.
Councilmember Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember Hara,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day,
Yes.
and Mayor McKeown.
Yes, so that resolution is adopted by a 5-1 vote of the City Council. And by the way, the last item was adopted by a 4-2 vote. I don't know if I gave the vote count, but I like to do that for people who can't see what we're doing but can hear what we're doing, and also just for the record. So that moves us forward, and now we come to the big one. This is the motion to introduce an ordinance that actually implements the development agreement as we've described it. This will be on first reading. You'll have to come back for second reading. Would someone care to make a motion? And there may be some items that we have not already discussed that we want to add to it, but I assume it will be based on the discussion from 2 motions ago when the council adopted the statement of overriding considerations for a described project. Staff already has notes on that. We have everything else covered in the staff recommendation. Are there other details that council wants to add, or does someone want to make a motion?
I'll make the motion incorporating those amendments that we made in the previous motion.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem O'Day and seconded by Councilmember Hara. Is there discussion on this or anything anyone wants to add to the motion before we go to a roll call? It does not appear to be, so would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day,
Yes.
Councilmember Hara,
Yes.
Councilmember Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis. I'm sorry. It's late. Councilmember Hilmerich,
No.
Councilmember McCowan,
Yes.
Mayor McKeown.
No. And so that passes with a 4-2 vote of the council. Again, I'd like the record to show that my no vote is because I do not believe that with the inclusion of luxury condos, this is a project that we should be going forward with. Next is the statement of official action for the vesting tentative tract map.
Kevin, may I just state that my no vote was also because of the 60 luxury condos, which I've been opposed to for quite a long time. I don't believe they are a requirement to make this project feasible. I also object to the lack of a viewpoint at the top of the project, but I think that the two go together to show why this project is not a good Santa Monica project.
Okay, thank you. So now we have before us the last motion we need, which is the motion to approve the statement of official action approving the vesting tentative tract map, the number of which is 20 ENT 0153.
Well, I'll make the motion and run the table here.
I'll second
There's
it.
second.
No.
Okay. Motion by Mayor Pro Tem O'Day, seconded by Councilmember Winter. Is there discussion on this one? I see none, so I'll ask the clerk to call the roll again.
Councilmember McCowan,
Yes.
Councilmember Hemmerich,
No.
Councilmember Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember Hara,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day,
Yes.
and Mayor McKeown.
No, so that passes 4-2, and I'd like the record to show that my no vote is because it is this vesting tentative tract map that makes the luxury condos possible, which I oppose.
Mayor, I didn't get a chance to voice my reasons for voting yes on these motions, so if you don't mind, I'd like to do so quickly for the record.
I'm sorry, our rule only allows statements on the record as to why you vote if you're on the losing side voting no.
All right.
Votes of yes are assumed to be explained by the discussion previous to the vote. Now, if you'd like to make a statement, I'm certainly willing to let you do that. I'm just saying it won't be part of the official record.
Yeah, no, I'd just like to make a statement for the people who are possibly still watching this thing. You know, I concur with a lot of what Councilman McCowan said, that the revenues that will flow from this project are something we really need to take in consideration, particularly in the dire fiscal states we're in. I think that we haven't emphasized enough, and maybe she has, the money that will flow to the school district, because the school district is running in deficits annually right now. And so the property tax revenue that includes the property tax revenue from the condos will be significant for educating our youth. I think that's one way we lead ourselves to an economic recovery. And in terms of the issue of the condos, I am satisfied that the project does not get built without the condos. I've discussed this with third parties who are in the business of developing luxury hotels. And it's what's going on in the marketplace now is that you put in a housing component. Now, there's another hotel project that was mentioned earlier by some people in the public. The Gary project is not putting in luxury condos. They're putting in luxury rental housing. It's the same thing. You put in a high-end housing. That's how you defray the costs of building and operating the hotel. And I think this project is important right now, more than anything else, to show that this city is open to people who want to come and reinvest in our city. There are property owners in the north end of the promenade who are dying for this project to go forward because they have all those vacancies. I think we just need to send the message out there that we are serious about rebuilding the city and recovering from COVID-19. And I think that's why I know that's why I'm supporting this project.
Thank you. Well, that concludes item 7A, and we took care of items 13A and 13B earlier tonight. This being a special meeting, there is no 14 item for public comment. So we're about to adjourn, and let me just explain that typically during our COVID period remote teleconference meetings, we've foregone adjournments in memory because it's just sort of difficult to do in this context. But we've made a couple of exceptions and I'm going to ask that we make one tonight in honor of a former council member and Mayor Pro Tem who passed away this past week. It is with great sadness that we adjourn this council meeting in memory of former council member, Rent Board member, longtime resident, Dolores Press. Dolores Press began her advocacy career in 1978 while working as an administrative assistant to the president of the Retail Clerks Union. She joined the efforts of the many volunteers in support of a local rent control ballot measure here in Santa Monica. Her regular and vigorous work as a volunteer on that campaign and her deeply felt commitments to working people and women seeking justice caught the attention of organizers from Santa Monicans for Renters' Rights and the Campaign for Economic Democracy. She was invited to attend campaign strategy meetings and policy discussions about renters' rights and affordable housing. She impressed many renters' rights activists with her passion, judgment, commitment. Dolores was then elected to the Rent Control Board in 1979, the first year, and then to the City Council in 1981. During her 4 years as a council member, Dolores championed renters' rights, workers' rights, affordable housing development strategies, and smart, slow growth. She initiated efforts to create a new commission on the status of women and policies to ensure that women in the Santa Monica City workforce were regarded as fully equal to men and well represented in City Hall leadership and paid appropriately. Dolores Press had a special place in her heart for community members with disabilities. She worked to ensure that Santa Monica was aggressive in its efforts to remove barriers to people with disabilities in City Hall and public buildings, but especially throughout the city where curb cuts, access on sidewalks and roadways all became a mission of our city of Santa Monica because of Dolores Press. In 1988, and then again in 1996, Dolores was again elected to the Santa Monica Rent Control Board. In total, she served 10 years on the Rent Control Board, and she was chair for 3.5 years during that time. In later years, Dolores turned her activist energy to help rebuild the California Democratic Party, and that's much of where I knew her from, that and workers' rights and renters' rights. She was a multi-year chair of the Santa Monica Democratic Club. She's also a delegate for many years to the Los Angeles County Democratic Central Committee and a delegate to the California Democratic Party. Dolores leaves behind 4 children, Terry, Laura, Kevin, and Jennifer, many grandchildren, and their families. Dolores Press, former council member, former Mayor Pro Tem, was dearly beloved and will be much missed by many in our community. Sorry to have to end the night on that note, but I thought that was an important acknowledgement to make tonight. With that, our next meeting is a couple of weeks from now. I think it's October 13th, if I'm correct. Hopefully not quite as difficult a night as tonight. We'll see you then. Good night. We're adjourned.